Good morning, rise and shine. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the live. Getting myself situated. We got an early start today. Let me pull up the link for long crime and also the backup link. Let me just pull this up here. Good morning. I'm trying to gather myself here somewhat every day. Plug in. That's interesting. Amy in the chat said, I'd like to hear about Tim's childhood. Good morning. Good morning. Let me check here, make sure we got good connection. Everything's rolling. Today's going to be a long day. And the potential problem for us as viewers watching from the outside is that there's supposed to be 4 hours of video that we can't see. And, I don't know if we're going to hear bits and pieces of audio or not. There you come looking all bright and ish, 8:30 in the morning. Yeah, I might have to close the shades because the lighting's not really going to work, I don't think. And so apparently on the lemon tree, there's 5 lemons. No, wait. There's 6. I didn't even realize that there's 6 of them. I got these pimples on I don't know what's going on with like a teenage kid or something. These pimples on my face. I got some fertilizer I ordered yesterday. I haven't got it yet. Or did it come in the mail? Or arriving by 10 p.m. Amazing. Another month. You've been up for 3 hours? I woke up at like 6 in the morning. Woke up. Came back with barely any time. I did jump rope for like maybe less than 5 minutes just to squeeze something in. I don't know. And then took like a quick shower. So yeah, today might be rough. I don't know. And then there's a 3-day weekend for the court is coming back. I think Tuesday. The judge has to decide today, I think, whether they start on Tuesday or Wednesday. What's up? Good morning. Margarita. The fertilizer for the lemon plant tree, whatever I got there on the side. I haven't. Oh, George says she hasn't slept. Anything going on in the news? Oh, by the way, last night, I posted I'll put it in the description if you want to check it out. I did somewhat of a highlight. I almost wondered, but I don't know if it'd be a waste of time. I almost wondered if because some people are like, they don't want to watch the whole trial. So like, I thought about maybe combining the things that I think you need to watch if you haven't watched the trial and you're interested in the story. I'd start with the opening statements, the siblings, testimony, Ronan, the alleged victim's testimony, and I think this guy yesterday, the doctor's testimony. I could make a video and put all that together, but I don't even know if people would really be into that. Or it's a waste of time. I don't know. That would be amazing. I see you looking. Andrew says a chase would be nice during the video that we can't see. Judy says, can you plant lemon trees outside in Florida? You can. My mother has hers outside in the backyard, but she has hers in the pot. Like this thing says you can leave it in, it can grow in the pot.
All right, good morning, everyone. You may be seated.
I have a balcony too. I sometimes put it on the balcony. I'll put the video link in the description. Working on it. A little bit too loud too. Turn this down.
All right, good morning, everyone. We are back in session on State versus Ferriter.
Oh, sorry, no! That was really loud. Hold on 1 second. Too loud. I think I'm gonna pop my ears out. Wow.
All right, just a couple things to address before we begin. Let me have counsel approach on sidebar. I have something I need to discuss outside the presence of everyone.
Hello, good morning. Shoot your guns every single night. What's up? Higher. I wanna die. That's that XXXTentacion song. He made it for the, I guess it was like a tribute to the school shooting. I forget which one. Broward County. By the way, if you guys don't know, so yesterday, I don't know if we have time right now, but Popcorn Planet's in the hospital. And he's like going blind in one eye. It's kind of crazy. They're gonna have to do some surgery. I think that he says something runs in his family where the retina. He has eye problems in his family, I believe, but like the retina in his left eye has like detached or something. So he's like starting to go blind or something. So they're gonna have to do surgery. He's in the hospital. I think today he's having surgery. He wanted to have it yesterday, but I don't know. They told him today. They pushed it to today. So, I don't know what's gonna happen. So, just I guess keep him in your prayers. He has kids too. He has a wife, and that's pretty scary. So, I'll put the link. All right, so let me do that. I'll put the link to the video I was talking about. That you should check out if you just want a little highlight of the trial, the Clips channel. I'm still kind of like on the fence about what I want to do with the Clips channel because I don't know. Should I do Clips there or should I just do Chases there? Or do I do two, like one Clips channel and a Chase channel and then the main channel? But then is that too much stuff, you know? I mean, for now, I just want to get the subs up and get the watch time, which we're almost there. We're at 3,300. We need 4,000 hours watch time. Wait, what did I just do? So I put my video there. And then put Andy's video if you just want to check it out, the story. Okay. Shylock, I responded to you yesterday about that. I'm not really supposed to talk about the lawsuit, but I mean the trial thing. Who knows? I don't know that takes a lot. There's so many steps in between that. I mean, I learned a lot of stuff even in doing that, talking to my attorney and stuff. But there's no like set date yet. There's a whole bunch of stuff in the middle, in between that you have to do. And you know, like I said yesterday, my attorney has been talking to their attorney.
All right, so before we bring the jurors out, court has received a motion to reconsider rulings. I'm not going to have argument on this. I find this somewhat unusual because it's literally a motion to reconsider almost every major ruling I've made during the course of this trial. So the motion is denied without further argument. All sides ready to proceed? Okay. All right, you may go ahead and bring the jurors out.
When something major happens, if I can tell you guys, I'll tell you guys. I think they have like 60 days to respond.
All rise.
Hold aboard.
Good morning, everyone. You may be seated. All right, before I get started, Juror 5, I understand you've worked out your travel issues, so it's no longer an issue. I really appreciate you doing that. I was going to have to inform you this morning that I looked into whether there's anything in the system to compensate you for having to pay a change fee, and unfortunately there was not. So I thank you for having worked the issue out prior to my having to give you that news that you wouldn't be compensated if you did have a cancellation fee. So thank you very much for that. Couple things before we get started. We're still in the state's case, and as I indicated, right now we're expecting to go into next week. I've given another review of my calendar, so the schedule for next week is going to be 100% that we'll be back on Tuesday. We will be able to start early. Let me get your feedback. So let me turn this on. We will be able to start earlier each of the days next week. So we'll start back Tuesday. If it goes into Wednesday, we won't start in the morning on Wednesday. We'll start late morning, early afternoon on Wednesday. And if necessary, go into Thursday. I don't expect, even given how badly we've missed the estimate on the schedule on this, I don't expect that we'll go past Thursday. So as I said yesterday, you should plan on Tuesday, most of the day Wednesday, starting in the latter part of the morning or maybe early afternoon, and then possibly Thursday. And that would, again, be dependent on how long deliberations take. We're still in the state's case, as I just said. Let me, before I move to that part of the proceedings this morning, just inquire whether any members of the jury were exposed to any media coverage inadvertently between last night and this morning regarding this matter, either in print or
Thank you, Sarah, for the membership.
Let the record reflect again that no one indicated that they had been. So with that, is the state ready to continue with the presentation of its case? All right, and where are we with that, Ms. Black?
Right now, the state is going to start publishing State's Exhibit 17, specifically January 11th, 2022.
Okay, all right, you may proceed.
Toxic, okay. Is it going to be one of these days again? I mean, yesterday was about 2 hours of like the white noise, and there was like 2 portions, I think, that we were able to hear some screaming or some type of whatever. Did I sleep? I slept. I could have slept better, but not the best optimal sleep. I was up late a little bit. I didn't get to do the stuff I wanted to do with the computer. A few things that I don't know if Luffy's up. I gotta hit Luffy up sometime.
Morning. Morning. How you doing? Good. All right, you get some sleep? A little bit. All right, why don't you go to the bathroom and grab a clothes when you're done?
Yeah, this is still the state, guys. Yep. After this, I think the state is going to rest their case. It's supposed to be, I believe, 4 hours of video. They should be resting today. I think in the afternoon at some point, the defense should be starting. Miss me out. Thank you for the membership. Gracias. morning, people on Facebook as well. Amy, Anna, Kathleen, Sarah, welcome back. What's up? Do I know when sentencing is? No. I mean, the judge was just saying that, like, they hope that they're done by Wednesday, Thursday, the latest. The defense said that, like, they last said, I think they were going to take like 2 days, I believe, to make their case. And it's a pretty short trial. Pretty short trial. I mean, that's so true, Hoax. I should have been just jumped over right now. But at the time, right?
Everything? Yeah. All right, let's go. You sit by me and do that. Grab that. From those, dirty. Yep. Air needs to be off, right? It's water. Keep it there for later. Yeah, we're get out of one.
The heck was that? The drill, bro. I was about to say, I was like, is that somebody screaming? Is that a drill? What kind of poll do you guys want? A poll on what? Melissa said we need a poll. Yeah, that was screaming? No. Oh, maybe on that is what we need a poll on? Oh, no. Hey, what's up, Diggs? Good morning. Morning, Vic. Lutfi. This evening, let's try again. I meant to hit you up.
Bad attitude? Yeah. Alright. Now when you change it. Still got bad attitude? Yeah. Oh, you're so tough. You're gonna say yeah? You're gonna hold it out? Yeah, bad attitude. Tough guy. Tough guy. What's this here?
Hmm. He's I think Ronan's 16 now. What was that? Like tearing something up.
Oh, you ripped it up? You ripped it off the wall? Yeah. Good job. I won the bet. I didn't think it'd last 3 weeks. Who are you looking for attention from? No one. Oh, well, somebody, because you wouldn't do it. Oh, it's so sad. So you're mad because Baba asked you about your tablet, about your Chrome pad, your Chromebook? Yeah. But you've been stealing and lying and running away and calling yourself Richard. You're lucky you have anything. Give me a fucking break. You want to get serious with me? Stand up. Stand up. You want to get serious with me? Oh, you're so, like, mad because Baba thought you were looking. Give me a fucking break. What are you Are you serious? I know it's a fucking lie. Because it's a joke. It's a laughable joke. Baba's mad at me because mad because Baba was looking for something. Do you forget what you've done a short time ago? Do you forget that? No, you don't forget it. You're lucky you have anything. Maybe a ground with no carpet. Maybe no bed would be ideal for you. But you've gotten a ton of stuff. Oh, so you broke everything, huh? Just throw it all away. Did you rip books up too? No. So, who does this hurt? Not me. You know the answer is you, but you don't care. You want to show out like, oh man, why didn't you break the bus and break all that garbage? There's something I know that who would be mad if I broke it. I don't give a shit. I don't care. This stuff is for you. I don't need any of this stuff. I don't need this room. I don't need your shit every single day. You're going to come back and get mad, get happy. Okay, let's be good. Let's have fun. Let's have ice cream. Let's have a good couple days. And then let's get mad because you're on your device trying to look shit up that you shouldn't be looking up. But you can't quite get through there yet. You're trying to break it. So you get mad. Give me a break. Give me a break. You're going to finally give you a safe environment to get through these lessons. But when you get into the real world, because you're not learning shit here, and I don't need to deal with the shit that you go through, so you're going to buy yourself more time in here. And guess what? If you're going to fuck off in school, you're going to be kicked out quick. What happens then? Do you remember? Yeah. What? Yes, in this room, every day by the book. What's the book mean? Paper book, right? With pencils. You're going to get your education by a paper book like the old red schoolhouse, Little House on the Prairie times, when there was one book for all the classes. So you won't expand your knowledge, and you won't talk to any kids. You'll have no social time, zero, because you chose it. And you're going down that pathway again. You got kicked out of basis. You're lucky we left because you weren't going to be let back. So are you going to do that here too? No. You're acting like an asshole here. This is asshole. This is jerk. But you're a big tough guy. You go up by the police. You're going to lie to the police. Tell some guy you're Richard. So I'm going to talk real frank to you. This language is not used out there in front of the baby and the girls. But you're a tough guy, right? You're going to break shit. I mean, break shit. Right? I don't give a shit. Let's break it. Let's break all this shit. I don't need it. Let's rip it off the wall.
Wow. Wow. So I think that was
So
Ronan.
let's talk tough guy, huh? Let's talk. Let's get real here. I don't need the shit, though. I got stuff that I got to do in my life to pay for your food and your housing and your clothes and your sisters and your brother, that I don't need your extra bullshit that you're just asking for attention for. When you got a lot of gifts that you have that other people don't have, and you piss on them. And you're mad because Baba thinks I'm doing something. Hell yes! Because you do this shit a bunch of times. That's why. And I don't have time to track it all because I expect you to get better. But you don't. You do the same shit over and over and over and over and over again. It's like a 2-year-old. That's why I say, for example, anger. Look at your little brother. He's a 2-year-old. And he got in trouble, he got angry, and he got over it. Nice lesson to learn. Your sisters have devices. Do you think we look at their devices? Yeah. You know, yeah, because Mama just told you to make sure they're safe and they're doing the right thing. So you're not fucking special that we're only looking at your stuff. So get off of your own ego, thinking, oh, we're looking at your stuff. You've proven yourself to do bad, stupid shit. Really most stupid shit. Ridiculous stuff. I'm Richard. I'm Richard? Is that what you said you were? Yeah. I'm Richard. I'm a tutor, all this stuff. It's what is that? Is that another personality, or are you just trying to lie all the time? What? Just say it's you're just lying. You're just trying to lie and get through. Like, what's the point of all that stuff? What? I don't know. You don't know. Give me a break. I don't have time for this shit. Like I told you, I gotta try to go and feed the family. If you're gonna break your own shit, that's fine. You obviously don't care about it. So, I don't know why we even give it back to you, give you a chance. So who gives a shit? Why don't you write this down? Huh? Who gives a shit about this? I mean, it's only something I brought, probably back, right? Europe, but you can just throw it away because you can tear everything else up, right? So there goes that, right? Who gives a shit, right? Who gives a shit? I don't care. Pick up that. Why do you have that in your bed? What? Why is a pretzel in your bed? From where? Lunch. Why is it still in your bed? Because I had a few. Eat it. Where's the rest of them? I ate all of them. Eat that one too. Eat it. Right now. You want rats in here too? No. Then eat the fucking food. You're gonna kind of stake it in here, and you don't need dinner, and give mom an attitude. You might rattle her a little bit because she's cares and she tries to give you the love, but you don't fucking fool me. You think you're a badass and you're smart, you've done this shit? I've done all the shit you're doing before you were ever born. You can't mess and fool me. Alright? But I did learn. And I changed. If you don't learn and change, not so smart. You say you're smart, but you don't change. You just break your own shit. You rip your own stuff down. Who does it hurt? Not me. You know that. You know the answer to this. So why would you to hurt yourself? That's just stupid. Why do you say you're so smart, but you do stupid shit? Why? And then you say, I don't know. Smart people don't say, I don't know. Let's go. Eat it. Give me that water. Let's go. Go to the bathroom.
Let's go to the bathroom. What is it? Not looking good for this guy. Oh boy. I can only imagine what the video looks like, you know?
To the next step. So if you don't give a shit and you want to run away, see how that takes you. I'm not chasing you this time. See how it goes. If you want, should I put this ankle thing back on you? Because I kind of need to know where you're at just so you don't, hurt yourself. Because you have no fucking idea what's out there. You think you do. All 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, these kids you're around, you might think you know what's going on in the world, but you don't quite know. Give it a try. Go ahead. But I gotta put the ankle bracelet on you. Because I'm responsible, and when I say I'm not giving up, I'm not quitting, you got me forever. So deal with that. But if you want to go throw your shit away, if you want to ruin your life, if you want to destroy this shit, I'm not going through this again and again and again. I don't have time for this shit. I got to deal with Nola.
Ankle bracelet. Oh, this guy was a police officer? Somebody said he was a police officer. I don't know that. Yeah, I believe that this audio is from the camera. So they have a bunch of video from the Ring camera.
12th, 2022.
You should check out, you guys, when you have time, check out the video I posted last night. I have a few clips from different portions of the trial.
Morning.
This was part of it.
What are we doing today? Yeah.
For those that missed it.
Here, huh? Okay. Go to the bathroom. Which homework do you have? It's not on the Chromebook. Okay, what else do you have then? What else is on the Chromebook? I have the arches and other things and I can Okay, go to the bathroom. Let's get your planner out and you can show me what it says. So this is how we Keeping our nice room that we just did. Oh, maybe I can get your Chromebook. You're closed for today. Eating your breakfast, making your lunch. Wait, so one thing you could do is be kind. Just one thing. Look at it. Anger is just eating you up. Nobody else in this entire house. You. It's soaking into you. We're still trying to be nice. Fiona's still trying to say good morning. I'm still trying to make you breakfast. I'm trying to get you up to see if maybe we can get your stuff done. Right? I'm just trying to help you, man. Make your bed, get dressed, get your breakfast. This paper, right? Yes. Okay. So, what's the password to get in here? What is it? What is it? Say the whole thing. 1781. Okay, what do you have to do? So you do iCkEdMeL? I give you a chance to do iCkEdMeL. I want you to sit right here at the end of your bed and do it. Right here. Facing this way. So it's right here. Just like that. Sit right there. Got it? I'm going to give you a chance to do it. Question is, can you do it? Okay. So you have to do it for math, right? Okay.
Yeah, this is the mother. She's she's being tried separately in a different trial. She hasn't been tried yet. So right now they're just doing the father.
What are you trying to do right now?
Log in.
So it's still not letting you?
If it's not letting you, then just close the Chromebook and put it to the side, because that's what you had to do, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There's nothing else you had to do?
And other stuff.
What's the other stuff?
On the Chromebook. I can't log in now.
So you can't log into the whole Chromebook, or you can't log into iXL?
I can't log into the Chromebook.
Okay, so then just shut it, put it on your desk over there. I'll grab it in a minute.
Okay.
Here it is, just shut it. There you go.
Give me this. You gonna lay back down? We're gonna read. Ready? Yeah. Okay, let's go. Grab the papers you need.
Rare, thank you for the memberships. Thank you for gifting memberships. Amazing. Wendy, thank you for the super chat. So what an asshat. See how he likes getting in prison.
Can you get your key? Oh, did it peel off the paint off the wall too?
I don't think the wall's painted, it's just drywall.
But took that off?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Nothing.
There's like a big cloud or something. What was that?
Was it? I don't
When
know.
I actually opened this up.
There wasn't really anything. I don't know. Thank you.
What was that?
The cloud?
It was like either like steam or dust or something.
Does it feel like humidity? I don't know what it was. But thank you.
You're done with your homework that you have to do now?
Yeah.
What's the other stuff you have to do?
I excel.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna start throwing all the stuff in the garbage.
Okay.
All ripped out and stuff, and it's just like garbage pieces like everywhere.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you so much for the memberships, as well as Annie. Thank you guys. Between 5 and 5. Thank you so much. Look at all those members. Guys,
Let's go, get up, shower. Let's go. Piss in your bucket?
No.
he said the bucket. Go. Kenya, thank you for the super chat.
Now publishing January 13th, 2022.
Your first super chat. Thank you. Randy, thanks for becoming a member. I wonder what the thing was with the bracelet, the ankle. Let's say ankle bracelet.
Morning.
Good morning.
Alright, let's go grab some clothes. Put them in your room. Feel better today?
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah, you're saying?
You feeling happier? Not really. Okay, so you're go back now.
Or straight.
Okay. So you got food? I give you water. You just throw the garbage in that garbage bag. I give you these white pieces. Okay, and you can eat. And we'll take your bag. I can right? I can do it now.
Yeah.
Cleaned it up? Okay, sit right here. Right there. You're dirty?
Yeah.
You didn't IXL, right?
Yeah.
Alright, ready? What do you got right now, percentage?
I 76 after the 80.
Okay. Come back in a minute then. You can just brush your teeth. You have socks?
No.
Your socks. Okay. Got it. stuff in it? Is it broken too?
I don't think it's broken, but it doesn't have a lid.
Oh my gosh, you are such a jerk. Like, I really can't get over it. Lay down, I'm taking it.
The ceiling on top of the box. Yeah. That's a good point.
Okay.
Are you getting rid of your attitude, or are you still gonna keep it? Why do you keep having it?
I don't know.
What's this?
That's something for the pancakes that I have.
Where are your pajamas? Get your pajamas. Did you bring this to school?
No.
Why are you staring over here?
You know, I can show you which one it belongs to, but it's not great off.
Do you have a reason for all these attitudes every day?
No.
No, you just want to have an attitude, so you just want to stay in here and not, like, have fun with people. Finish. Like, girl.
Sounds right.
Thank you, huh? Not even grateful for anything for someone that just does everything for you?
Thank you.
Should be on your own, grown up. Time. Why have you been out of your bed?
I don't know.
What are you trying to do?
Nothing.
Did you turn the air on in your room?
Yes.
Are you supposed to touch that?
Did you hear Baba?
Yes.
Did you hear his question?
No.
Are you supposed to touch air conditioning?
No.
Why did you touch it?
It was getting hot.
I don't give a shit if it's getting hot. You're a tough guy. You don't touch the air conditioning. I'll deal with you tomorrow on that.
Wow, what a piece of ish, dude. That guy's a piece of ish.
Using glass? Is that what you're doing?
No.
That's what you're doing. Glass all over, right? Right?
Yeah.
So that's what you're doing? You're deciding you're going to break glass now?
No.
Why is there glass broken all over here? What?
I'm going to put the picture frame down and then I'll step on it.
No, you were just over here. You're just over here. What? It's called go to sleep. It's called let's be a happy, nice kid, and you could actually enjoy like your sister's birthday and enjoy time with your family. And then when you're in here, you can just sit and go to sleep and realize that you had a great day. Keep choosing to have a bad attitude and be angry all the time.
All right, Ms. Black, can you put that on pause? We're going to take a 10-minute break. Let's finish this and then we'll take a break. That'll be fine.
To your bed?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute mid-morning break. Mark, you may escort the jurors to the jury room. And let me have counsel approach, please.
Okay. So this portion, what we're getting to hear a lot more than we heard yesterday, because yesterday we had like a lot of white noise. We still got quite a bit to go because they said, I believe they have like 4 hours that the prosecution wanted to show, and then they should be resting their case today. They should be done today, and so the defense should be starting this afternoon. And for the people that just joined now, there's no court Monday. Tuesday there's court, but I think that's the day they said they're going to start a little late. So I'm sure by the end of the day they'll tell us when they plan to start Tuesday. And today's supposed to be a long day, so today they're supposed to go till 6 p.m. Now, make sure you guys check out the backup channel because I have clips there that I post for the trial and stuff like that. I think we're going to be doing chases there too, but I posted something there yesterday that had the person that constructed the structure or whatever, and he was talking about that, the strange requests for that 8x8 room, I guess you could say, maybe, that Ronan was in. And so one of the things was that he thought it was strange that the father requested a roof. So that thing was in a garage, okay? The 8x8 structure. So to me, I'm thinking it's probably already going to be hot and that kind of thing. Because I don't think a garage usually has AC in there. So it's probably already hot in there. Then in this box thing, you put a ceiling. And you didn't need to do that. He was saying himself, why would you put a ceiling in there? Like it's already in the garage, or kind of like. But he requested a ceiling. And you can see a little door opener thing, the garage door opener. This is in the garage of the house. And I posted it yesterday. So like I'm trying when I can to take portions and clips of the trial. For people that miss it or just don't have time, I'm trying to post it on the backup channel. At some point, I don't know, it depends. It really depends if people want to see it or not, because if not, I can do other stuff on there. But this was a decent video where you can kind of see the guy who put it together, talk about the construction and the request of, like, instead of putting the light switch inside the room, the father wanted it outside the room, and then the locks outside of the room, so you can't unlock from the inside, things like that. And I believe he said he went and told police, but that police had said there's nothing wrong with, like, building a room, and or illegal maybe, like there's nothing he can do if he's just asking for a room. And this guy said at that time during COVID, a lot of people were getting offices made in their houses or in their garages. I mean, it's just there was this odd request, right? Oh, well, I guess you could argue that JD said a ceiling so it could be air conditioned. Maybe you could argue that. That's true. But I think that part where, like, they're controlling him from, like, turning the AC down, like he can't, he's hot. They're using it as a form of control. They do have a thing where, like, there is thermostats with locks or covers because I guess they don't want kids to mess with it. But I think he was old enough at that time. I mean, if he's hot in there and he's locked into the structure. The other thing too, with tearing that box apart, I already said this multiple times. If I was confined to a box like that, I probably would have tore the whole thing down. I would have done all kinds of stuff, especially as a child, bored. I would have torn that whole thing up. I would have did it. So I think that thrashing that we heard at the beginning of the stream, I think that was Ronan, and then they came in after and they're upset. I would have. After a while, I would have trashed the place, man. That thing would have been trashed. There's just, I mean, I don't know what I would do if I had a child with issues, because I guess, and it seems like what these parents did made the issues worse. Because they were talking about that the attachment disorder. I forget, I can't remember the name. They were talking about that yesterday. That actually had started from, like, when he was like a baby, I believe, before the parents. But then they're saying that the parents made it worse. I believe that's what they said through the doctor. But to me, there's definitely, like, this seems to be like some just beyond, like, oh, you did something bad, we're gonna punish you. It's like almost like evil, kind of like and then the both of them kind of tag teaming, like the temperature in there. Just we're gonna control the temperature, like, I don't know. Some of the, I mean, again, I don't have a teenage kid. I hear the teenage years can be rough, raising a kid and stuff, but just some of the
recess.
the demeaning verbiage a little bit. I mean, I don't know. A lot of people parent differently. Thinking about what we heard today. I don't, it's not looking good. These people, they're gonna have to pull the defense. They're gonna have to pull something out of there, but I don't know what they're gonna do because they failed with that last testimony, yesterday's testimony. I added some timestamps to the live streams, guys, but I actually this morning I woke up and I was thinking I could actually improve it a little bit. And if I'm bored, I doubt I'll find myself bored. If I'm bored at some point, I could clip together the stuff I think for people that just want to catch up in one stream. Like I could clip together the opening statements. Like I said, if you just came today or something, I could make a video on the backup channel. It wouldn't be that hard. I mean, opening statements, like I said, the sister from China that was adopted, sibling testimony. Ronan's testimony, and then I think the doctor. I think those are the main ones. That's it. Those is what you need to really catch up, I think. And then there's some like today was actually pretty interesting to hear this stuff, the audio bits and stuff like that. I already have some of the audio bits clipped. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you guys about that. If you guys want to do that this weekend, let me do a poll. Do you want to watch the pretrial for the parents? It's about an hour long, so it wouldn't take long. I think it might give us some information. Manny said it was good. I don't know yet what day, Saturday or Sunday. Maybe I could look at analytics and see what day is best, what day people are on more, but we're curious about that. Might give us a little more information. JD Wells said, we begged my dad to turn up the heat, never worked. Attachment separation disorder. Is that what it was? Wasn't it reactive something? I thought it was reactive something. Wasn't it? I believe that the doctor's thing was somewhat interesting. But actually, it was pretty good. The doctor thing was good, actually, I thought. Because they had mentioned, I think, even when he was, I thought they said, even when he was a baby, like very young, he just did not have normal, like the regular bonding stuff with his mother. I believe that's what they said, something like that. Thank you, Green Submarine. I'm going to write that down. Reactive. Attachment disorder. Something about writing things down. I look more what I write down than what I type on the computer, like the notes on the computer. Yeah, that was good too. That testimony was pretty good. Doc's testimony. Reactive. So it's a condition where a child doesn't form healthy emotional bonds with their caretakers, parental figures, often because of emotional neglect or abuse at an early age. I think the defense was trying to argue too that like we don't know what happened in was it Vietnam? What they said? I thought it was in Vietnam, like where he was adopted from. Oh, thanks. They sent me another picture of the structure here. This is with the roof, I guess. Okay, take a look at that. And yeah, and thank you guys again for joining me today, man. I appreciate it. Good morning. If you could hit the like button, I'd appreciate that. If you could subscribe, that would be amazing too. I'm trying to get to 200K. We've been kind of stagnant for the last, I don't know, 2 months or something. Well, what I consider somewhat stagnant. I mean, I think we got like 2,000 subs, I think, in the last month or two. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, we're trying to get to 200K. So if you could subscribe, I really appreciate that. Turn on bell notifications. Make sure you hit all notifications because by default it's like personalized, and so you won't get all the notifications. And even when you do set it for all notifications, you still apparently don't always get the notifications. So, but so yeah, so this is the structure here. This guy, Vietnam. Thank you, BL. The father, again, remember, I know we've said it multiple times, a bunch of times, they offered him a 2-year plea deal. I still don't think, this is another thing we talked about yesterday, because I was asking in the chat, what do you guys think? Like, how much time do you think he's going to get? And again, we can't see the video, so it's, hearing sounds. We just hear the screaming, the sounds, which, who knows, the video could be worse, could be less, but I don't think he's going to get, because they said he can get up to 35 years. I don't think I really kind of agree with the people saying maybe 5 to 10 years. I think that's all he's going to get. It would be kind of interesting if they said, you know what, we're going to put you for, 4 years or something? The amount of time that Ronan was in and out of the box. But that's, I don't know, pretty little time. Lotus Flower said it's from the attachment theory. We all have an attachment style. Oh, yeah. I've read about attachment stuff. And it comes from your childhood, right? And then there's types of, in a relationship, you're a certain type of, what is it, secure attachment? Let me see, different attachment types. I read about this one time. Different attachment styles. There's secure attachment, and then the other 3 is anxious, avoidant, and disorganized. Okay, thank you, Miss Buddha. Is that a trial that's starting soon? Okay, Crystal Rogers. There's a bunch of stuff I want to do. Okay. So, I think yesterday the defense kind of took an L a little bit with that doctor towards the end. Or maybe you could say the whole thing. I don't know. That guy, the attorney, he just, I don't know. And the prosecution was really blocking her every step of the way. But I think that was kind of a big fail to happen in front of the jury. And I don't know. They better. So I think that it seems like, for the people that might have missed it yesterday, towards the end, so they have a teacher, I believe, that they're trying to bring in the defense. One of the teachers, but the prosecution was trying to not have them come in because they were saying it would be redundant. We already heard the story in school where Ronan went and embarrassed his sister. I want to see the teacher, though. I'm kind of curious to see what the teacher has to say and how that'll be crossed by the prosecution. Karen said, yes, I did research on this in grad school. He probably had disorganized attachment. He needs a very stable home that's consistent with lots of love. He didn't get any of that. Toxic orchid. Orchid or orchard? But yeah, with these parents though, I totally feel, and this is what I feel like some people, when I've seen some people parent, I'm not no expert again. I only have one kid, she's 6, you know what I'm saying? There's people that have multiple kids and all that stuff. But what I've seen some people, how they treat their kids, to me, a lot of times I've seen this ego thing. For some people, it's like they finally have some type of control over somebody in their life, and they feel like I own you type of thing. I get to treat you however the hell I want to treat you. I'm like I'm your god type of thing. So I decide when you eat, when you can do that. It's a weird thing that I feel like I've seen some people have. It's kind of disgusting too. And it's like they can't do that to anybody else in their life. So now, for the first time ever, they can, and who knows the things that they've dealt with in their own life. So now, for the first time ever, they have control over somebody that's like probably helpless. And even like, yeah, I feel like a lot of times it's like this ego thing, and then the discipline thing, and like, I don't know. That's what I kind of feel with this guy a bit. Cluster B personalities. Actually bringing a box cutter to school could lead to an arrest. Well, these days, it's pretty scary thinking about what somebody could bring to school. I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would do in this situation. I mean, we're still missing a lot of pieces to the puzzle. I mean, the only thing I could think of was like therapy, some type of therapy. And the thing is, it's not like these people were struggling financially, right? Like they had money to get the resources, which I really want to see, and I'm waiting till the defense comes, because with the prosecution, I think they said that Ronan had maybe gone to a therapist, or I don't even know if it was an actual therapist or social worker, but like 3 times or something like that. And so, yeah, that wouldn't be enough. I'm really kind of curious to see the communications that the parents claim they've had with the teachers, that they were trying to get help, all this kind of stuff. Yeah, his dad. So 420 Warlock said, didn't his dad sell like surgical tools? Wasn't it some sort? Yeah, they said at first they said box cutter, then they corrected and said scalpel. But then some people in the chat maybe just think he was referring to, I forgot what the other thing is called, a little pocket knife thing. But his dad sells or sold surgical medical products, and then another huge company named Abbott acquired the company. I think he's still with them, but like they acquired it, which is, Abbott's like freaking huge, man. Those huge drug companies. So they're well to do. They got money, so they can have the resources. I feel like for parents that really maybe aren't financially there, there's still resources, but it's just harder, But they definitely have the resources if they wanted to. Oh, my friend sent me something the other day too, interesting about, this was Lori sent this, about the adopting and why people, it's from an article, but here it is. Questioning why we look overseas to adopt. Many parents still look overseas to adopt because they believe the popular idea that they're saving children. Meanwhile, there are over 100,000 children in the United States that need to be adopted with no question as to whether they are legitimately orphaned or in need of a home. In the United States, these children are adoptable because they were willing given up by their mothers due to unwanted pregnancy. The state has taken the children because parental abuse or neglect, or the children have no living family members to care for them. None of these reasons involve a child that has been kidnapped, trafficked, or sold for profit by con men. None of these reasons involve a mother giving up a child simply because she cannot afford to keep it or has been coerced. None of these children would find out that they were stolen from biological mothers who wanted to keep them. Children eligible for international adoption may also be adoptable for legitimate reasons listed above, but as many stories have revealed, it is easy to fabricate such a reason to get away with it when a child is taken halfway across the world. I don't know. Yeah, Gloria, I posted that video. We've watched it at least twice already. The contractor, the interview, I posted it on the backup channel. Yeah, I recommend you guys check it out. The link for that video is also in the description of this video. So there's 2 links. There's one for Andy, he's in the hospital, and then the other one is the video with the contractor and some clips from the trial if you want to check that out. It's a short video. It's like, I think 11 minutes or something. PL said exactly. And in most cases, they don't help. They make it worse. This case is proof of it. Oh, Lotus Flower is interesting. Lotus says people like Tim get a little sexual gratification from it too. The control and sadism is a bit of a turn on. Carly said they didn't want to get therapy because if he did, he would tell them the truth. Each therapist was just 3 visits for a diagnosis, but no therapy. That's true. Maybe he would have said something, and they would have had to do some sort of intervention. They would have had to report it. Okay. Is this a new article? Oh, no, it's an old article. Oh yeah, this has pictures of the place. I mean, that camera thing was, it was kind of weird too. I guess they wanted to monitor him 24/7. I mean, I wonder how often they just stared at the screen. Like, did they just like? Shanda says, I grew up in foster homes one after another. Some messed up stuff here in the United States. I've been through severe abuse, and this is too. Oh, that's true. JD Wells says some people won't qualify for adoption in the USA, so they go overseas where all it takes is money. Is it? I wonder. It's probably cheaper too, right? Maybe overseas. I wonder. I don't know. Toxic says if he was adopted from an orphanage, that is a common issue among children, sadly. April says, I don't think they adopted them with ill intentions. I believe he was just too much to handle. They had no experience or knowledge how to cope. So they treated him like an animal. Let's see what else is going on in the world. Completely unrelated, Drake's album came out today. I listened a little bit this morning. I was kind of like, eh. I didn't get to listen to the whole thing. I got like more than halfway through. I started skimming. I was kind of like, eh. I was expecting more. I was kind of like, maybe I'll have to listen to it again. So that was trending. Let me see what else. Going on in the news. Glad it's Friday. Blondie says, how is she allowed to be in court since she hasn't been to court yet? I don't know. And I guess she's not testifying then. She must not be testifying. Or I don't know if she can. Or she can't, I guess, right? Because they're married. I don't think you can testify against them. Or it depends what state. Because they sequestered the witnesses, I believe. And so that's like, they don't want the witnesses watching the trial unless they've already finished their testimony and they're not going to be called back. Some trials, they'll let the witnesses sit there, they're watching the whole thing, and then they come in and testify after watching everything. Some cases, they don't want the witnesses watching. How the abuse came to light, basically, he had run away. I think he ran away twice, and the mother reported him missing. I think they found him at school, but the police eventually came inside, and they found that structure inside the house. And then when police spoke with Roden, he told them about the abuse. Not much more expensive overseas. You should look into the. Christina says you should look into the recent motions in the Melly trial. Some serious allegations about prosecutorial misconduct. I checked. I haven't seen that yet. I mean, I saw they're charging him now with witness tampering. Melly, and he's having there's another trial's coming up for him, right? Prosecutors accuse rapper YNW Melly of witness tampering.
All right, everyone may be seated.
Your Honor, there's a minor issue, and I'm asking for just a few additional minutes.
No, you can work it out during another break. I have some stuff I need to address on the court, and I want to get this jury back in here.
So the issue is discovery related as to the videos, and we're trying to cross-reference the—
We're in the middle of trial. Both sides should know what's been provided and what's been received. And unless you're able to tell me that you know right now that something wasn't provided, I'm going to move on with the conduct of this trial. I won't.
There were 21,000 videos, and the state provided me what they're playing, which amounts to 5 hours, which is fine, 7 o'clock the night before, which is fine. I understand that we're all trying to rush and get it done, but we're all only one person. So, Ooh. Yes, there might have been things that were missed.
I understand, but we're in the middle of trial, and trial is not the time to be preparing or making sure you have what you have. You either have it or you don't at this point. If you're able to tell me that there's discovery and videos that have been shown that have not ever been provided to the defense in discovery, I'll listen to you. But until you're able to tell me that, I'm not going to delay the proceedings. That's really—
I don't want to make that representation to the court.
All right, so when you're ready to make that representation, I'll give you all the hearing time that you need when you're ready to make that representation. But what I'm not going to do is in the middle of trial give you additional time to determine whether you've had discovery provided to you or not. That's not what a trial is for, and that's not what the utilization of trial time is going to be used by me for, because we have a jury waiting. Where's your client and Mr.
Working on this issue.
All right, they need to come on in. We're going to get started.
Ooh. Yo, judge is not playing. Holy moly.
All right, Dana, I'll deal with the issue you raised with me as soon as everybody—
I saw on Twitter from a lawyer that she is in person because of the public and out of bond. So she's out of bond, and that's why she's there. Okay, thank you, Brandy. That's from Christina. Wow, judge. Woo. This stuff is probably— they should have been— I guess they should have been prepared for this. That's what he's trying to say. They want time to review this stuff. This was already supposed to be reviewed, I guess. You think— so if she didn't get video— well, that's true too. But if she didn't get the videos, that's an issue. The bigger case for appeal. This stuff is hitting, man. The audio, the video is looking bad. Looking bad. What do you guys have in your corner? What is the defense gonna do? You guys are gonna pull a rabbit out of a hat. I mean, judge, say no. Oh,
no, it's denied. You can do it during a break. All right. As I said, Ms. Marabi, while Mr. Wahid was out, when you're at the point where you can tell me if you're able to make a representation that there was discovery not provided to you, I will listen to you, but I'm not going to provide additional time during this proceeding for you to investigate and make any determination as to whether the discovery was provided or not. So you'll need to, once you reach that decision, let me know, and then I'll give you your hearing time. Before we get started, I do want to note on the record that a request has been made of the media. Everyone can be seated, by the way.
Please, video.
A request has been made of the media to review the evidence in this case during lunch. And the court's response is that the evidence and the exhibits and the videos and all of that is to remain in this courtroom during the entirety of this proceedings, and there is no procedure for checking out evidence. However, if the media, or quite frankly any member of the public, wants to make a proper public records request, they can do so with the clerk, and the clerk will follow the law in doing whatever it's reasonably required to do to respond to public records request in a timely fashion. I will say that we're in the middle of a trial, obviously, so the clerk's ability to quickly and immediately respond to a public records request may be in some part impeded by the court's requirement that any public records request not disrupt the orderly administration of justice and the conduct of this trial, which I will not permit. No one, including the media, is entitled to any special privileges in that regard. But if the clerk is able to respond timely to a public records request and also comply with the court's requirement that all evidence remain in the courtroom during the conduct of the trial, then the clerk can leave it to its own devices as to how they provide a copy of any of the evidence that's been submitted. None of the evidence that's been submitted, to my knowledge, in this case is under seal or anything like that. So there's no requirement or prohibition against access to it. It is available as long as the proper channels are utilized in doing the public records request. So that's the court's position on that. So Dana, no one can come up to you during the proceedings except the attorneys and ask to review the evidence. However, if a public records request is made through the clerk's office and during periods of time when this trial is not in process, the clerk wants to respond to a public records request, it's free to do so. And that will be the conduit for which not only the media, but any outside parties who request copies of any documents or exhibits that have been introduced into this trial as evidence can receive them. So any questions from any of the attorneys with respect to the court's response to that inquiry from the media? Defense? Okay. All right. Are you ready to proceed with continued publication of the state's evidence? Yes, Your Honor. Okay. You may go ahead and have the jurors brought out.
I mean, if if they get it, for sure we'll watch it. I don't know. We'll see if they even let them or respond to it. That would be interesting to see. Yeah, we could actually get a visual. I mean, we're not gonna be able to see it on the live feed, but if the media requests it and the clerk, of course, wants to, or they can't respond in time, maybe they'll drop some videos. That would be super
All
interesting.
right.
Or photos.
You're entering.
I don't know what they're willing to release. I guess it depends on the still a minor, so I don't know what they're gonna do. But
all right, everyone may be seated. Ms. Copeland, Ms. Black, you may continue with your publication of the evidence.
We are still publishing State's Exhibit 17, and we are on January 14th, 2022.
the defense shaken up. They worried. Good morning, Kelly. Thank you for the 5 months. Good morning, Mel and Chad. Good to see you. Wendy, thank you for the super chat earlier. And Lita, Live. Thank you for the 16 months. Wow. Appreciate that. We are not jailers, but parents. Love you, Mel. Love you too. Thank you. Renee, thank you for the stars again on Facebook. I think we probably have how much?
Alright. Make this day great. Let's do it. What do we gotta do? How much work do you have? Alright, why don't you grab some clothes? Put your stuff down for the day. Put a bunch of new ones on there. Stuff. What do you do for homework? Math is in there? Alright, make your bed. Get your change and ready for a good day. Is this stuff dirty right here? Yes, okay. Where's all that glass? Yeah, what are you doing with it? Nothing. Get your shoes on. Lying. That's that nice award you got. You got all mad you broke the glass, huh? Right? Yes? Admit you do. Let's go. We're not done out here. You gotta get all that stuff out. Garbage is coming out. video.
Got the judge when you hear the breathing like that. So yeah, I think we still have like 2 hours left of video that they're supposed to be playing.
How'd it go? How'd it go not want to talk to anyone or be a part of the family and just deal with your own stuff? Good? Yeah.
She let out for your handbooks? Ah, let's go. That's nice. Let's go. Do you piss in a bucket? No. Let's go. Go to the bathroom. air conditioning, okay? You have to say that again and again and again and again. Don't ever touch it.
Now publishing January 15th, 2022.
Let's go. Get up. Is it dirty?
Yeah.
Let's go. Get up. When's peeing it?
Last night.
What time?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Like when you first fell asleep, or just this morning? When? So you don't have to go to the bathroom right now. Put it down. Get dressed. Hmm?
No, I feel like
Right. I don't care. Put your shoes on.
Oh, we got some interesting stuff we can go over. There.
Let's go pick your bucket out here. Neighbors don't need to see a piss bucket.
Neighbors only see a piss
Am
bucket.
I? Here, take your food.
thank you.
Is this dirty? The way you're sitting?
It's clean. Okay. 10:30?
No.
Now publishing January 16th, 2022.
That's my 10:16.
Morning.
Morning.
Okay, get your clothes for church. I want you to go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom first, and I get clothes for church.
Alright, okay.
Go back.
I guess that's the judge. Oh, love. Put up the video.
bucket?
Yeah.
Of course, they go to church. Ashley. Church time. I believe they're actually Christian. Oh, Catholic? Oh, I thought I heard Christian. There's an article that referred to them as Christian. But I did see that with that Catholic guy, the Catholic priest. So maybe, probably. I believe all the kids are with the state. All the kids were removed from the house, and they're in the custody of the state. I don't know if I don't know if they have a foster or family. They were definitely removed, though, for sure.
Yeah.
Very close.
Yeah, except yeah, in socks. Yeah, thank you.
Small little courtroom. Throw it down in the bin behind him. I wonder, baby. I was wondering. She said the lady sitting next to the mother. Could be family. I don't know.
What are you reading?
Miss Rosie and the Priest. It's short. These are short stories.
Any of them good?
Some of them, yeah.
Alright, let me do some yard work.
Alright.
Food.
What'd you say happened with that bike? Remember you told me what happened with that bike?
Yeah, I think it popped off when we were doing moving things from the pot.
Did you say Baba saw that? Did you remember it? That's what you need, right?
I already did it. I don't know why I have 2 copies of that.
So you don't need those?
No.
You have pencils, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you going?
I don't know.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Okay, say your prayers. Let's go take a shower. Is it clean? Drink bucket clean?
Yes.
Uh, mi chiesa, chiesa. No
Now
audio.
publishing January 17th, 2022.
Hopefully we get some type of...
Go in. And whenever you get up and go to the bathroom, let it go so long, and then do it. And wherever you need to go in, and I'm working the side.
Oh.
We'll take that in a minute when you do your shower. I did this morning.
You done? What's the deal?
Okay.
Now publishing January 18th, 2022.
Morning. Let's get to the bathroom. Okay, go to the bathroom. Are you lunch? There, no, let this in. Just make sure it's full. So that it's easy to grab stuff that you're, and you can never find anything. Okay. There's like, yes. Okay. There's like, you have no, right, you have 3 spots here, and you can never find anything. So organize it nice, so that it's easy to grab stuff that you use all the time, right? Yeah.
Get up.
I have a mock trial today, serving as prosecutor.
Okay. You send me the tie?
Yeah. This one, it isn't fully go around. I mean, you probably need one that goes around to look nice.
Alright, let's take out the garbage first. Take that out. Come on, buddy, want help?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, hold on, I'll get it.
Yeah. You get all done?
Yeah.
Okay, close it up, get your stuff you need for school. You don't have any books or anything?
No. You should.
Okay, turn on the light, brush your teeth really quick.
Anything in here that I should be concerned about?
No.
All you need?
Yeah.
You have your, the charger for your Chromebook?
No.
What is it? I had it there to charge it. Remember this morning?
Yeah. I didn't touch it.
You didn't take the charger?
No.
Did you have it all today, like to charge it?
Yeah. Well, I charged mine in the morning when you gave it to me. I charged mine at school a little.
So you took it this morning?
No. I didn't take it.
How'd you get the charge at school?
They have some chargers in the room.
Okay. I didn't give it to you to charge. I had it charged over there.
Yeah.
What do you mean I gave it to you to charge?
No, they have some chargers in the room at school.
No, you just said to me, I gave it to you to charge. It was right there. Wait. It's not over here, is it?
No.
Okay, let me go check then. So you're saying you didn't touch it?
No.
Sleeping?
No.
Alright, some little stuff on here. Done with your homework, right?
Yeah.
What was the homework you had?
Alright, so.
What? Hey, you told me other stuff to do, right?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What was it they had to do?
I finished all my math.
What math?
And I did my
What math?
math over here. I finished it.
This is out here.
It was the math and then
Yeah, I just moved it. It was out here. You say, what was the homework you were just doing?
I got to finish English.
With what?
With the stuff I had.
With what? You weren't doing anything. You were playing with a calculator. So you're just totally lying?
No.
You just totally lied. Okay, go to bed. Did you read some of this book? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do this again. This works for you. You can't talk because you just lied and you get caught. Okay. Yeah, that's a good solution. We'll go with that.
Where's the charger for the Chromebook? I didn't ask if you had it. What did I ask you?
The Chromebook for the charger?
Yeah. I didn't ask if you had it. I said, where is it?
I didn't take it. I never did.
I didn't ask if you took it. What bathroom?
So they're going on and on about the charger.
Now publishing January 19th, 2022.
Morning. What's going on? Nothing. You say good morning, right? I did. Okay. Well, be nice. What's wrong with you? Good morning. You just woke up, right? Yeah. Okay. Go to the bathroom, come back, get your clothes. He's already chose not to be there. Why? Why did you do that? Why did you choose to not have a good day? Doesn't seem right, does it? Okay. Alright, you gonna dump your bucket? Yeah. Okay. Do it. Okay, go ahead. Go address the other stuff, right? Is it dirty? Okay, put them in dirty laundry. What are those socks for?
Should be a little less than, or I don't know when they're taking break. I don't know if they're taking break at 12 or 1, but the prosecution should have like an hour left of video to play, and then it's the defense. They should be resting their case after that. Thank you, Izzy, for the super chat. Says, hi, Mel. Thoughts on the way the mom was tripping about the charger, calculator, saying good morning, etc. She pisses me off. Kind of weird. I mean, the kind of harping on the charger thing. I mean, the worst person to me seems like the father, and she kind of just went along with things.
Come here, you can take them off.
I'll talk more often.
Look at that book right now.
Okay, can you try to find my calculator? Because I'm not letting that happen again. Because if I don't have a calculator, you fail that class.
Why are you looking at me like you had it, right, this morning?
No, I didn't have it this morning.
You just said you had it when I just asked you.
I said I had it in my portfolio.
Right, so you had it.
I had it last night, and I put it back in the portfolio when you took it.
You kept your portfolio here.
I did not. I remember you took it outside the room.
Your stuff is not going to be in here when you get at night. Just put it in here in the bin that we're,
That's interesting, Nancy. They pick on you because you were biological, I wonder?
So, quick question, just really quick. Who's Mr. Marshall?
I ISS teacher.
Who is it?
ISS teacher.
Do you know that teacher?
Yeah.
How do you know that teacher?
You know something?
When?
Is it for holding one day?
You're sent there for what?
Holding for testing. It was last week.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah.
Do you know him?
I don't know.
Like you just know him from in that spot. But you don't talk, you just sit there.
Yeah.
For holding.
Yeah, for holding last week. Wednesday.
Is he's a teacher or he's what?
He's some sort of teacher, yeah, I think.
Dirty?
No.
Let's go. What did you put down? Change. We'll go to that.
The thing with the mom too, it's like, you know, the trial's for the dad, so I don't think, I mean, right now there's kind of somewhat of a focus a bit on her, but when her trial comes, you know, they're probably, I guess that's when they're gonna really focus on her stuff.
Can we get her?
No. Yeah.
Done?
Yeah.
Stand up real quick, I have a question for you. So what class was it recently that you had, they split the class in two?
Really?
Yeah. What was that?
Yesterday.
And what happened?
Did you have a mock trial yesterday?
You had a mock trial. So the whole dinner conversation was a lie. Yeah.
So you didn't remember a tampering yet?
Okay. So what happened when the classroom split?
What?
The two classrooms. The classroom split in two. What happened next?
I went to the other class.
Hmm?
I went to the other class.
Okay. What happened in there?
I was doing work.
What work?
For science.
The whole class?
Yeah.
Just doing science.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go out to kill one and get ice cream. Oh, let's go here. Well, let's do this. You have all these things, right?
Yeah.
And obviously, it's like you don't realize you have some amazing things, and lying gets you nothing. So I don't understand.
Is there some other, like, person in your mind talking to you? So why would you make all that up? Why do all the lies? Who would you steal all these from? that's the school.
So does Alistair know that you did this to the teacher and his family know this? So do they know how disrespectful that you are to the school? Do they know? Does Alistair, this friend, this kid that
You're just things wrong. You're not as privileged as people are.
what? Yeah, it's privileged? Wear a tie?
No. You put things in your own head, and when you say enough to yourself, you believe it. And they're not true. There's no reason. There's no reason.
You're gonna go make up a huge mock trial, lie to your family, and lie to the teacher. It's like, what else are you lying about?
Yeah. You're just lying to yourself.
That's the sad thing.
Right? Why are you lying to yourself? You lie to yourself when you think that I wouldn't let you use a
Anything under
tie.
there? You see anything under there?
Is there anything under there?
I ain't even looking at that like maybe there was something, so I mean, I can't ask you the truth, so.
It's a double check.
Like,
So we'll take it away, Ron. This is open. Did you stick anything in there?
I'm scared of me as much as you want. You just, I mean, I keep giving you chances. It's just like lie.
Ready to rip that apart? You can live in your own lives to yourself. When you tell yourself something enough,
You just lose everybody around you.
Yeah.
You lose the teachers. I don't lose all the, look, the kids find this out with teachers. It's like you want to push
Put it on
people
there.
away.
Yeah. So why would you think I wouldn't let you have a tie again? You're so smart. You got all these stories to tell a teacher that you're in academies and you're there to monitor teachers. Of course, I would let you wear a tie. I let you wear a tie for this mock trial.
You need to ask me about putting it on. I mean, it's like,
Put it up. Put it up.
unless, at some point, it's got to eat you up, all these lies. Because you just lied all day. You're out there talking about it, outside playing with peers, talking to your family about it. I have nothing else to say because I don't believe anything. So, are you going to keep that big one or leave it in?
He pretended
Next time,
to
give you all these hats.
Yeah, I gave him a lot. I gave him some shirts. I gave him a lot of stuff. He doesn't care about
I want to give
anything.
him a tie though, and then you give him a bunch of hats, a bunch of shirts, and all this other stuff.
Does it make you feel good to get to this point? Is this what you're always searching for? Do you always want to get, let me ask you this, do you always want to get back to this situation? You know, because you get here every time.
All right, Ms. Black, we're going to break in 5 minutes for lunch, so just keep that in mind as you play. Yep.
So at some point, Ronan had pretended to be, I don't know if it was a teacher, but like some type of somebody at the school. I don't know, like one of the staff or something. And so he got caught. And so I guess that was his parents confronting him about that. The mother so far, I haven't seen too crazy stuff. It feels like she kind of went along with the dad. But like I said, that they literally have, I think they said like thousands of videos. Of course, they're not showing everything. They're only picking a select amount. So we're not really seeing the mother's stuff beyond, besides what we're hearing now, some of this stuff. I'm sure when her trial comes, I wonder if they'll offer her a plea deal, because this guy turned down a 2-year plea deal. I wonder if she'll even get offered one. I'm sure there's more stuff, but to me, even hearing from the testimony from the alleged victim and the sibling, that it was the father that was like the one that like made the rules and was in charge and did all this stuff, and you know, so I don't know how much.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long morning for you, so we're going to break a little bit earlier for lunch today at noontime. We'll go from, I'm going to give you an hour and 15 minutes from now. It's approximately noontime now, to 1:15. So be out at the elevators at 10 after 1 to meet with Mark, and he'll bring you in here for 1:15 sharp start time. All right, thank you. I won't give you the instruction that you know so well by now.
So there's still about, I think, a little bit, maybe 30, 40 minutes left, I think. Maybe 30, 40 minutes left of video that they have to play. We can't see it, so audio for us.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, anything I need to address before we recess? All right, court will be in recess. Daniel, you do not need to stay. You will process any FOIA or.
So I'm looking forward to the prosecution being done, and which is going to be today, which should be after lunch break, maybe an hour after lunch break. And I'm curious to see what the defense is going to bring. I really am curious to see what they're going to bring, man, because I gotta say, I don't see him getting like big time. I don't, the father, especially if you guys haven't heard of like the alleged victim, which I'm just being legal and saying it like that, but because you know the trial process, but he had said that, like, what was he said? He said he forgives his parents, and that and you could argue that from multiple ways. Stockholm syndrome, maybe he doesn't want to deal with this stuff, maybe he feels guilty, you know, but he had said that like people should forgive and move on, which you could look at that from multiple ways. You could look at that as in favor of the parents and the father's sentencing and guilty or not guilty, or you could look at that as Stockholm syndrome, or he's just a child, and so of course he's going to try to still say some nice things about his parents, or he doesn't know any better. So, and also, if you didn't hear, there was this nice, well, this interesting exchange between the defense and judge, where the judge kind of got snippy. I'm going to clip all this stuff. I'm going to do a highlight video probably sometime tonight. This weekend, we'll watch the pretrial. I'm still trying to decide whether we're going to do that Saturday or Sunday. Saturday, we're going to go do something with Maddie, but I could do it before I go with the baby. I don't know. I'm not sure Saturday or Sunday yet. It's just about an hour long, but I think it'll give us some insight. Also, I have some stuff we can look at. I don't know if I should save this for a video, though, or... I feel like anytime I do something in these live streams, it gets lost in the live stream. So the next live streams, people don't know what we're talking about. So I try to do the clips. This is a probable cause affidavit. I mean, we can go over that now. I can clip that for the backup channel. And there's a playlist too, so make sure, let's see here, hold on. Playlist on the main page, okay? iCkEdMeL on YouTube. Okay, you just go to my front page. You can find everything you need with this trial, like on my front page. You can find, obviously, the current live that we're doing now. The clips channel, I'm always referencing it. If you're not sure where to go, just type in iCkEdMeL, go to my page. It's right there on top. There is a playlist here that we have going on. So this playlist has the trials, plus it has the clips in there. I'm working on adding the clips to it as well. Missing a clip for some reason. Oh, here it is. Here it is. This is a clip from last night. So you can literally, even though I'm telling you, oh, go to the clips channel, go to the backup page, and some people are saying they're a little confused. Just type in iCkEdMeL. I set it up so my front page, you can literally find the backup channel right there. And there's a playlist where you will see the videos that are posted. So if it's a little confusing for you, just go to my main page. It's right there anyway. And you can find it there in front. So like this one here is a good one if you guys have not kind of new to the story. Because this is the guy. I'm not going to play the whole thing now because I've already played it on stream and we've done it on. I put it on the backup channel. But it's exclusive. What's really loud right now? But this is the guy that constructed tonight the contract. Sorry, the structure, the 8x8 where Ronan was kept in. So he did an interview with the news. I also did some highlight clips of the trial, some audio that I thought was pretty interesting from both the testimonies. And where did I put it? A lot. I saw people asking today, because I guess people are new to the case. We haven't seen any video. This is the only thing that we saw, and I don't even know if they were really supposed to show this or not. This is maybe they allowed it. I don't know. This is the only thing that we saw, and people were asking, like, where's the video? What's going on? The dad installed a Ring camera in the room, the 8x8. So police subpoenaed, I guess, Amazon, and they literally got like thousands of videos. And I don't know if those videos, they might be in short bursts. I don't know how the Ring doorbell records. And I've had a camera too. I think the camera, I still have them at the other place. Well, but I think they record in bursts. I don't know how it works. So you pay for the membership and you can, I don't know how it works. But they have thousands and thousands of videos and stuff. And so, like, I think most of the stuff we're hearing is literally from this room. Like, they're literally, because this guy decided to set up a camera, now they are using this as evidence. You know, he kind of his own downfall putting this in there. You know, without that video, how much would they have, really? You know, I don't know. Mandy's, oh, they made a mistake. Okay. Well, that's the only thing we got to see then. So, what am I thinking here? I'm thinking, oh, so you guys want to do the affidavit? I can read it with you guys. It's I think I am going to take a break, but I can do the affidavit first so we can hang out for a little bit. I'm going to leave the stream up, but I think I should take a little break because I'm a little sleepy. I think if I take a little break, then when I come back, I'll be fresh, and I have to go pick up the baby later too. Because today's going to be a long day. It's supposed to be. The way they said it yesterday, they kind of left space. They were saying we might go until 6 today, but might go until 6, but they might end at 5. It just depends where everything falls. And then there's no trial until Tuesday. We'll find out today what time Tuesday. I don't think it's going to be in the morning. They said possibly afternoon. Tuesday, Wednesday. They're trying to be done by Wednesday. All right, so yeah, let's take a look at this then. I haven't looked at this yet. Mandy sent me this. I didn't realize it was at the bottom of an article. Let me see what looks better. No, I think I like the full screen. Okay, so Ferriter Timothy. Let me just take a sip here. Probable cause affidavit. This is February 2022, February 6, 1900, which is 7 p.m. military. On Sunday, January 30th. So let me see here. Probable cause. So the probable cause was written on February 6th, but the incident, I guess, is the 30th. January 30th, 2022. I was on a call. Detective from the Jupiter Police Department Criminal Investigation Division at approximately 1900 hours. I was notified by Criminal Investigation Division supervisor to respond to the Jupiter Police Department regarding a missing person investigation. Upon arrival, I made contact with Officer Rock 384, who advised the following information. In late December 2021, an Officer Hurak responded to police service call at the Jupiter Police Department. The complainant, only identified as Jack, advised that he was contacted by the owner of redacted in Jupiter to build an office in the garage of the residence. So that's the guy we saw on video. That's the clip that's on my backup channel. Jack advised he agreed to the job, but after receiving the instructions for the bill, he began thinking it was very strange. Jack advised the room was built as an 8-foot by 8-foot space in the garage with its own ceiling and door. Jack further advised the door had a deadbolt lock and a knob only on the outside, no knob on the inside. So if someone were inside the office, they would not be able to exit unless someone opened the door for them from the outside. Jack said he was also instructed to build this space with electricity and install a window air conditioning unit as well as a camera in the ceiling, and stated the entire project was to be completed within 2 days. Wow. And I think he got paid $3,000 or something like that, right? Something like that. On Friday, January 28th, 2022, at approximately 20:43 hours, 8:43 p.m., Officer Kolnich and Officer Picard responded to redacted landing regarding, I think this is the home, a missing person investigation. Upon arrival, officers made contact with a reporting party, white female, which this is the mother, who advised the following, who will be referred to throughout the report as, and this must be Ronan, was missing and has run away from home on several occasions before stated. He has several behavioral disorders and advised he was in trouble at school the day prior, which is why she believed he ran away. Blank stated the school contacted her approximately at 3:45 p.m. this day to advise her Blank was not present in his last class. Advised she waited in the pickup line, but he never showed up. Officer Picard and Officer Kolnich checked the surrounding areas, including St. Peter's Church and neighboring parks, where Blank advised Blank may have gone with negative results. On Sunday, January 30th, Officer Smith, 365, and Officer Collins traveled to the Faraday residence in an attempt to make contact with Blank to see if Blank had returned home. Officers attempted to knock on the door with negative results. Officers made a phone call to Blank, who advised she was not home currently and stated Blank had not returned home either. Officer Collins asked if she and Officer Smith could enter the home to check for Ronan, probably, and she advised that she did not want anyone to enter her residence. Probably because they got this 8x8 thing there, right? I didn't account for this. Okay. At approximately 2200 hours, 10 p.m. on Sunday, January 30th, 2022, Sergeant Kim Bark, 212, and I traveled to the Faraday residence, and I made contact with and asked if Blank had returned home yet. She advised that he had not. I asked if I could enter the residence to check for Ronan or for clues in his bedroom regarding where he may have be, and she denied me entry, stating that she did not feel comfortable with officers inside her residence without Blank present. After a long conversation, Blank, I need to make this, sorry. I need to do this here for a second. That's better. Okay, so she didn't want to come inside. And after a long conversation, Blank agreed to allow me into the residence only and stated Sergeant Kim Bark needed to wait outside, brought me inside of the residence and directed me to a room immediately inside of the home. And to the right of the front door, the room is described as a small office. Blank stated had been converted into a bedroom. Inside of a room was a small crib. To the left and on the floor was a small plaid blanket and a pillow. Wow. That Blank advised Blank used, stating he and Blank share the room together. The inside of the room was vibrant and painted with several small toys and belongings seeming to belong to Blank, as the toys were designed for younger ages. When asked where Blank belongings were, then took me through the kitchen and advised me he had toys and some belongings in the Florida room. Blank stated further there was no structure there was a structure the family had built for Blank in the garage. Blank brought me to the garage, and so there's a crib inside the room. Inside of the room was a small crib. To the left on the floor was a small plaid blanket and a pillow that Blank advised used, stating he and Blank shared the room together. The inside of the room was vibrant, painted, several small toys. Okay. Brought me inside of the residence and directed me to a room immediately inside of the home. And to the right of the front door, the room is described as a small office. They had been converted to it. So they were sharing a room with a baby or a child? Or did she take him to a different room? I'm not confused with that one. All right, let's see. Showed me the structure. The structure is described as a small room with a plain white door. The door was open and had a doorknob and deadbolt. This must be the thing. Both locking from the exterior of the room. Okay, so it's the 8x8. So, I don't know. According to this, there was a crib in there. To the left of the door was a light switch, also on the exterior of the room. Inside of the room to the right was a small plain box spring. Oh, she was lying, you guys. And on the top of that, a mattress with a gray sheet and pillow. Straight in the room was a small dark colored desk with school books and small children's books, along with a foldable chair. Above the bed in the room was a black Ring brand camera. It should be noted the room was a small plain white structure with no paint or color on the walls and appeared to be bare drywall. The floor was a bare garage floor and was part of an indoor-outdoor rug covering it. With part of an indoor-outdoor rug covering it. While showing me the space, Blank had several different explanations for the room, stating first the room was built as an office for Blank. When questioned regarding the exterior lock, Blank stated the room was used as a storage for the family and then advised it was a space used by all the children. When asked why there was a bed and box spring inside, and Blank finally advised the space was sometimes used by probably Ronan. After speaking with Blank, I checked the surrounding areas for with negative results. That's what crazy is. Imagine you're a cop responding to a place for a missing child, and you walk in there. Let's see. When mom was asking if he was signing in on his computer and stuff, dad asked if he turned on the AC, and it sounded really close to the mic. That was mom and dad talking to him through the camera. They moved the mattress into the baby's room to pretend he shared the baby's room. I wonder why they did that, though. They moved the mattress. Okay. Was that it? No. Maybe you sent that to me before I even read this part. I don't know. I'm confused now. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Well, I'm still confused about the mattress thing. Is that what it was, or we're gonna have to look at that first part again? I'm a little. But imagine you're a cop and you're responding to a missing person, and you go into the house and they show you their room, and it's like these deadbolts on the outside of the room, bro. Like that's sus as hell. On Monday, January 31st, 2022, I traveled to Blank School, Independence Middle School, where I made contact with teachers and staff along with Palm Beach School District Police Officer Demmer. All staff members advised Blank had not returned to school and stated they would advise me if he did return. At approximately 11 a.m., Officer Demmer called me and advised he believed Blank was somewhere on campus. So this is what I said, he was found on campus, stating he believed he saw Ronan on a security camera. Detective Jordan 405 and I, along with members of the Jupiter Police Department SUAS team, responded to the school. Members of the SUAS team deployed a drone, and we were able to locate Ronan running near the front of the campus. Officer Demmer and Detective Jordan made contact with Ronan near the front of the campus, and he was subsequently transferred to the Jupiter Police Department. Once back to the Jupiter Police Department, I conducted an initial fact-finding recorded interview with Blank and advised he knew the difference between the truth and a lie, and he promised to tell me the truth during the interview. Blank advised he resides at the home. Timothy Ferriter, typical day for him. And he stated in the morning he is woken up by Blank because the door is locked. Advised Blank would wake him up in the morning, tell him to go to the bathroom, and then he would have to go back to his room. Blank stated that Blank would lock the door and usually turn the lights off. Blank advised that he would be in his room until Blank would return from dropping his other siblings off at school. Blank advised once Blank was home, she would feed him breakfast consisting of a banana and a piece of bread and peanut butter. Blank stated that after he was finished eating, Blank would come back into the room. He would get dressed and go to school. After school, Blank stated that Blank would pick him and his siblings up and return home, and he would go back to his room. I asked to describe his room, and he stated it was an 8x8. Blank further stated that the room had a lockable door knob and a deadbolt lock that both locked from the outside, and there was a light switch on the outside of the room as well. Blank stated Blank would always look him in there, stating usually the bottom knob was the one locked. Blank said that he has to stay in his room when blank are not home, I guess his parents were, and or when they want him to be in there. When asked how often he's in the room, he said a lot. I asked him if he was home, if he would be playing with his friends or family, and he said no, that he would be reading books in his room, and said that he was not allowed to go anywhere else in the house. I asked if he would like to be in his current room or a different room, and he stated a different room. I asked blank why he ran away, and he stated because I feel like no one loves me. I asked blank if he felt safe at home, and he stated he did not because blank gets really aggressive with him. When asked to describe how his dad gets aggressive, he stated once blank slammed him against the wall by his neck and struck him in the face with an open hand. When asked how often blank has been physical with him, and he stated it happened a lot in Arizona. I asked blank to describe the discipline he receives, and he stated blank gets profane and angry, and that he sometimes spits in my face. Further stated his discipline consists of spanking with a belt. I asked blank if he ever sleeps in the room with blank, and he stated he does not. Which I'm wondering if that's the whole thing where they claim he was sharing a room. Blank advised the longest he could remember being locked inside of the room was approximately 16 to 18 hours. Blank advised blank provided him with a bucket to go to the bathroom and stating that he used the bucket several times in the past. Blank advised when he uses the bucket, he is made to dump it out in the backyard of the residence and clean it out. Blank stated he eats most of his meals in his bedroom, which is usually consists of leftovers after the rest of the family eats. Blank advised if he is not in the room or at school, he is outside in the yard doing yard work. Blank makes him do until being locked back inside of his room. Blank stated blank is very physically abusive to him and is fearful blank may knock him out. Blank advised that he had a room in Arizona similar to the room he has now, stating that the room was approximately 8 foot by 10 foot. Near the end of the interview, blank advised he did not want to return to his family and pleaded with me to arrest him, stating he would rather be in prison than to be back at home. Holy crap. Blank further stated that he has suicidal thoughts. Based on blank's statements, he was placed under a law enforcement Baker Act and transported to JFK North for evaluation. On Tuesday, February 1st, 2022, members of the Special Victims Unit of the Florida Department of Children and Families and I removed blank from her school, while other members removed blank and blank from these other schools and the residents. Both blank were brought to Child Protection Team in West Palm Beach for forensic interviews. This kind of explains some of the things about, because people kept asking about the kids. Oops. Okay. Was interviewed first by Child Protection Coordinator Shelby Hallas. While speaking with blank, she confirmed the allegations made by blank, stating his room is in the garage and he gets put into his room when he is either misbehaving or in trouble, and stated blank is in trouble a lot. Blank advised blank door has a lock on it that is locked from the outside, and stated blank is in his room. The door is locked. When discussing the room, blank began crying and became emotional, advising she wanted to do the right thing for blank. Blank further stated that there's a camera in the room. Blank monitor blank with blank. Describe the punishments. Describe the punishments blank receives as are extremely different from the ones she and her other sibling receive, advising when either her or blank are in trouble, they get their phone taken away or other restrictions. However, when blank is in trouble, he gets locked into his room, made to do yard work or write sentences. Blank advised that she has seen blank grab blank by the neck, but has not otherwise seen him be physically abusive, but stated that she has heard blank through the walls of the bedrooms and hers. Blank stated blank has told her he has been hit with a belt and a jump rope. Blank advised that blank has been locked in his room for hours at a time and uses a bucket to go to the bathroom in, and stated he has used the bathroom on the floor before. Let me read that again. Blank has been locked in his room for hours at a time and uses a bucket to go to the bathroom and stated he has used the bathroom on the floor before. I don't know if that means like on the floor in the house or like on the floor, like actually had to just use the bathroom on the floor. After blank interview, blank had an interview during blank interview. Sorry for all the blanks. She confirmed all the statements blank and blank made. Blank advised that she does not know exactly what blank room looks like, as she has not seen in it for some time, but stated she knows the room is in the garage and has a lock on the exterior to keep blank inside. Blank stated she missed blank and wished he were not in trouble, as she has not been able to play with him lately. Blank stated over the weekend, while blank was missing, blank took her and blank to Tampa for a softball tournament. Based on the information gained from the forensic interviews of the children, a search warrant for the Ring device located in blank's room, Ronan's room, was sought, received, and executed. Thousands of videos were obtained which showed Ronan being repeatedly locked in his room daily. Each day Ronan was placed in the room, you could hear the door close and the deadbolt lock. In several videos, you could hear and see both blank and Timothy yelling at blank, which I guess that's Tracy probably. In one video in particular, blank was locked in his room after being found to have stolen some chocolate and cookies from the kitchen, despite being told he was not allowed to have them. This behavior resulted in blank having the covers removed from his mattress picked up and tossed against the wall, and Timothy grabbing against the arm and yelling at him. Each morning when Timothy greets blank, he asked him, "Is it dirty?" and points to the bucket. Wow. I mean, really, really, to read this kind of, I don't know, it makes me feel, even though I heard the testimony and stuff, to actually read these details, it's like this guy, Timothy, is a piece of crap. And the mother is too. I know they're adopted, but to see somebody in that kind of condition, to treat them differently, to treat them like dirt. And this not only affects Ronan, clearly it affects the other siblings in the house. I have a story to tell after this, after I'm done reading this. So, where do we leave off at? Okay. So he asks him, "Is it dirty?" and points to the bucket. Blank has to use to relieve himself that is kept in the corner of the bedroom. In one video, blank advises the bucket is dirty. Timothy yells at him to clean it, and blank goes off the camera. Completely demeaning. I really wonder about this guy, Tim. That's a piece. I don't know. I'm not cursing now. We're doing better. We're doing better. But this guy, it just reminds me of those people that like you pick on people you feel are weaker, that can't help, that can't defend themselves. I don't know, man. That's okay. So on Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022, Detective Jordan 405 and I traveled to the previous Ferriter residence located at blank in an attempt to make contact with the current owner. While there, we made contact with Sherry Lynch of blank, who advised the following. Although she knew the Fairdays, she had never been inside of their residence, but stated the current owners had noted a creepy room in the garage. So this must be, I'm thinking the Arizona place, right? When asked to expound further, Lynch stated the room was only able to be locked from the outside and she only saw the walls, but stated the current owners had it removed. Lynch provided me with the current owner's name and phone number. After speaking with Lynch, I called the current owner, later identified as Anthony Tanoa. I conducted a sworn recorded interview with Tanoa, who confirmed there was a room in the garage. He had removed it because the room could only be locked from the outside, and he believed the room was made to keep someone inside. That is so crazy. I mean, I just can't imagine moving into a place and you see this room. It's like, I don't know, like, what the, like, okay. So Tanoa advised the realtor that the Fairdays described the room as a bonus room. However, they were here trying to put it as a sales pitch too. However, when he was shown the room, it had a small child-sized bed inside. That is, with a comforter. Tanoa provided me with the inspection documents for the residence, which showed photographs of the room. Although the Faradays purchased the residence at blank in 2014, it is unknown when the room in the garage was built and for how long blank was locked inside. On February 4th, 2022, blank was released from the JFK North Medical Center and transported to the Child Protection Team for a forensic interview. Case coordinator Shelby Hollis of the Child Protection Team conducted the interview. During the interview, blank confirmed that he is made to stay locked inside his room in the garage, and further confirmed it's an 8x8 space with a door that has a deadbolt and door knob lock that are both locked from the outside. Blank said that the longest he can recall he was locked inside was 18 hours. Blank advised he does not have a bathroom in his room, but stated he uses an orange Home Depot brand bucket to urinate and defecate in. Blank was asked about the discipline during the interview, and he advised that he has received spankings before, both with a leather belt and jump rope. Blank stated that the spankings would take place in his bedroom and he would be naked. That is weird. Why naked? He would be naked, bent over. Blank stated he could recall one spanking was so painful he fell off his bed in pain. He must have been like terrified of this guy. Based above the described investigation, there is probable cause to believe the defendant Timothy Ferriter willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully and unlawfully caged Ronan child. I don't know. Reading this, it hits me harder. I don't know why. Compared to the testimony, I feel like this is more detailed. I feel like there's like a lot that's not being said in this trial. I don't know if there was like a whole bunch of like, you can't bring this and you can't bring that in, because the prosecution is pretty much done already. And it also feels like this trial, maybe this is considered open and shut, so maybe they don't need to go through hoops and bounds, I guess. But like, I even thought like maybe they could have brought in for a little bit. Maybe they couldn't get him, or even if they get a recorded video, like the previous homeowner, like, hey, this structure was here. Just to have these people come in, they don't have to take a long time and be like, yo, yeah, we moved in here. There was this weird, creepy structure, and we had to have it demolished. Oh, the other story I was going to tell you. So I remember, so I used to, again, the corporal punishment thing. It's been a hot button topic. When I first started YouTube, like that's what I was doing. It was like I was covering parenting stuff, even though I had no real idea what I was doing. I was just learning, but I was just sharing my experiences. And I would come across these forums online and these videos and all this kind of stuff. And the corporal punishment was always a topic. And so that's the thing too. People can disagree. I feel like most people would probably agree, like this locked deadbolt thing is problematic and it is abusive in nature. I mean, even if this kid had trouble, but they said that this had worsened it, I guess. But anyway, the story that I was going to share, because to the whole thing of like that it can affect the other kids in the house as well. I always remember, because I used to catch the belt. Most of the time it was just like a belt. A few times when I got a little bit bigger, I remember one time like I was like, my mother like pressed me against the wall or something like that. Kind of. But I remember one time, because I did do some bad, like I skipped school. I think it was middle school. We were doing it before the other kids were really doing it. We were like early on in. I skipped school one day. Pretty sure it was middle school. My friend Albert, we just felt like leaving. I don't know. We just left, walked off. And anyway, later that day when I got home, the school called, and I knew it once because I could hear my mother pick up the phone. I could kind of hear the automated thing saying I missed the day, and I was like, oh, ish. And she looked at me like these crazy eyes. I was like, oh my God. And I was in my sister's room at the time. She was really, really younger, like really, really, but old enough though. She was younger, and so my mother was getting ready to hit me, to discipline me. And as soon as my mother raised her hand, my sister like yelled, like stop, like it was just like. I was shocked. My mother was shocked. We kind of looked at it because I was already used to it. I was like, oh, here we go again. We looked at each other and my mother didn't hit me. Like she just stopped and I was just like taken back. And I didn't realize that my sister was even noticing or seeing that, you know? So, I mean, the Ronin thing is way more extreme, but just an example that like it could affect the other kids too, watching and being involved in that. So I don't know, man. If this guy, he might have been better taking the plea deal. He might have been taking, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, and that whole belt stuff and the belt and whatever else, that's kind of how we grew up, I guess, the old school people, right? I remember my stepbrother and stepsister, my stepfather used to really beat the crap, like really take a belt. It was like a ritual for him or something. It was kind of weird. He's calmed down now. He's like older and stuff, but like back then, it's like this thing. I think he even poured water on the belt, like hot water or something. Something's wrong with that guy. It's so crazy to me, like just, I remember they would be getting hit and I was like, and they're really smart, good ass kids. Lilac, thank you for the super chat. It says, hashtag everyone knows someone. October's domestic violence awareness month. Thank you. I also think it's isn't it breast cancer month too or something, or did I miss that? I think it's breast cancer month too, right? Yeah. Sunshine and Tan Lines, thank you for the 6-month membership. Says hello, Mel and chat. What's up? Welcome, Kelly. Thank you for the 5 months. Says good morning, Mel and chat. Good to see you. Izzy, I got that already. Thank you so much. Yeah, I always remember that. I always remember that. I don't think, to me, I don't think the corporal punishment, I don't think there's any benefit in it. But that's just my opinion and thoughts on it. I don't think it made me any better or help me out or anything like that. But I don't know. I mean, I do feel too for parents that are dealing with like kids that have issues, like whether it's behavioral or like autism or anything like that. Like that stuff. Like, I mean, I don't know. I see my aunt dealing with my cousin autistic, and it's a lot. It looks like a whole lot of work. Even I've watched them for a little bit. Like if there's like a family event, and like I'll just sometimes like keep an eye on him. Just even a couple of minutes of keeping an eye on him, it's draining. I can imagine like 24/7. That can really wear on somebody, and you're kind of like on your own. They have resources, but they always say that you have resources, but you're really like on your own. Rumple Feet says breast cancer awareness month. Make sure ladies go get your mammograms. They're found early, very treatable tumor last year. My partner get it done. Oh wow, they found a very treatable tumor last year. My partner. Imagine a kid broke into a store and came home with a TV in the 70s or 80s. I listen. I really don't know what it's like to deal with like a hard kid. I do believe that stuff comes home too, but like comes from the home, but also like there's certain things that probably child can be born with. Like I mean. The only thing, I don't know, defense, they said they're going to bring a teacher. I guess they're going to bring that doctor too. I forgot the doctor's name. Ricochet or Rick or something. I think they might bring some doctor. Let's see what they got for the defense. They're going to bring a teacher, which the prosecution was trying to fight that. One of his teachers. I think a doctor. Their own video that they're going to highlight from the thousands to pick, I guess. Their own video. Which, I don't know what they're going to highlight in those videos. Here's what do you guys thinking they're going to highlight in those videos? I'm thinking, I mean, if they're really desperate, they might be. They'll probably try to highlight, I'm thinking maybe Ronan's behavior. Which I feel like at this point, given the horrible circumstances he was in, I like I said, I would lash out myself if I was in some type of container. But maybe they'll highlight the outburst. They'll try to do that. Or maybe they'll try to highlight some type of nice moments. I saw you guys mention that earlier too, because in the beginning of the trial, they were trying to get like this collage video entered in, and the judge was like, the prosecution didn't want it, and the judge was kind of like not really having it. I don't know if they're still going to do it during closing. They might, and I feel like I've seen that happen sometimes in closing arguments or statements. That like they'll show some type of video or whatever. Because I feel like, did they do it with Alec? I don't remember if they did that with Alec Murdoch. Show nice pictures of the family and stuff like that. So I think either they'll show Ronan's outbursts or they'll show some nice moments where they walked him there and gave him some food or something. Nice moments. Maybe they'll try to show some trips that they took him on. And that's interesting that teacher, I guess she's just willing to come on and talk about it. That's very, I wonder how they pulled that off. It's not, I guess it's not going to be a hostile witness, right? Isn't it interesting? The whole hostile witness thing is so interesting. I forgot what thing we watched where it was like a hostile witness. Like, oh, it was Melly. Melly was another hostile witness. She didn't want to be there, but they forced her to be there. Like the subpoena. So the hostile witness, the audio from inside the box. I like the way they titled this. Hostile witness. Oh, this was so gangster. We watched this deposition. I don't know if you guys seen this. This should go on the backup channel. This was. We gotta watch this. Videotape deposition of Sheldon G. Alderson. September 21st, 2006. Jones versus Las Vegas Sands. Hostile witness. They don't even have a choice.
Could you come in, please?
How
did that door open by itself?
Bods, I don't got time for this.
Mr. Adelson, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I've been for 20-some-odd minutes.
Well, regrettably, we were kept outside. We were here in time. In fact, we actually saw you come in. So
Let the record reflect that we were ready to proceed at the time designated at 9:30.
that
It looks like 1986.
that is not accurate. We were not allowed in, sir. Okay.
Okay.
So the time is, I guess, almost 10 minutes up. But you are ready to proceed now, sir?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
This is hoax. That's me when I'm at that age.
I do.
Thank you. And that's
Are
what he was working on?
are you aware that when we make proposals for tender commissions, that there are documents that you should or that you have to submit?
Move to strike as non-responsive. And it was that he was working
Well,
on?
I'll make a positive statement. When one applies when one is a candidate, one has to make. Bring me in the total box of application we made for Singapore, please. The box. Ask Patty to bring the whole box in, please. The 30 pounds of box. I'll show you what an application looks like.
And was that the first and last time he was a vendor for outside services?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Did you know what Dax Turok's background was at or about the time that he...
Well,
Mr. Adelson, I'm again
I'll
going to
tell
ask
you, I stopped myself. You're right.
Were you familiar generally with what Mr. Turok's background was at or about the time that you met with him in Mr. Widener's office in late January, early February?
30
That's our
pounds.
application. That's our application for Singapore.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
You can't take it with you.
No, I'm not.
Showed it
I'm
to
just
you.
going to put it on the floor if you don't mind.
No, put it on the table over there.
No, I don't think I will, Mr. Adelson.
This also makes me think of The Matrix. Mr. Anderson. No, Mr. Anderson. No, I will not. Mr. Smith. Is it Smith? Smith?
I think we'll put a stop to this deposition. If the man wants to be discourteous and he wants to throw documents on the floor, I think he ought to behave himself in a more...
Yo, Turok N64. That was gangster.
manner. If he doesn't want to pick it up, I'm stopping this deposition.
You're free to do whatever you want to do, Mr. Adelson. I can't keep you here.
I'm not going to allow it. I'm not going to let you abuse our property.
All right, Mr. Adelson.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break?
We're going off the record. The time is 11:29 a.m.
It's like a deposition.
Is he your bodyguard?
Yes.
What's his name?
Daron Bitan.
But he brings up, he has a, I don't know if he just brought him in or he's been sitting there the whole time. He got a bodyguard.
Is he carrying a weapon?
Yes.
What kind of weapon is he carrying?
You'll have to ask him. I don't know.
Why?
Why are you asking?
What kind of weapon are you carrying? Carrying an automatic weapon?
Why do you ask him?
Are you asking?
Yo, what is it, like Russian or Vladimir?
Are you carrying a
Well,
gun?
you don't have to answer.
He's carrying a gun?
What you worry about that? Don't worry.
I'm not answering that any further.
Mr. Harden, I don't know if this is the
Whatever he's doing, he's entitled, he's licensed to carry whatever weapons that he's licensed to carry.
What do you want to do?
I'm not going to be mistreated and abused by an attorney wanting to question me.
Mr. Adelson.
If you want to go into court with your behavior on tape, I think the judge will welcome that.
I think he will too. Mr. Harden, I'm not going to sit next to a guy who's got a weapon on him. Now, I don't know how they handle it in Houston, but let me tell you.
How they handle it in Houston.
They don't require lawyers to have a bodyguard sitting between him and the deponent.
I don't think this
They
is
don't
a matter
prohibit
of
it.
Houston.
They don't prohibit it.
Okay, well, let me tell you what my position is here.
Gangster, you got a cup of, is that tea or coffee? What are you sipping on? Or vodka or some whiskey thing in there mixed with coffee? I don't know.
We put off his deposition, I think, 5 separate times. We accommodated you, Mr. Adelson, and Mr. Lionel. You wanted to take it here, and I was hesitant to do that for just this sort of reason. We're here. The first thing he does when he walks in is he starts chewing us out for being late when we've been kept waiting out there, as you well know, Mr. Hart. During the course of this deposition, I ask him what time it was, and he tells me how to make a Rolex. Nevertheless, I've been very, very patient. I'd like to continue with this deposition, but I'm not going to continue it under these ground rules.
I'll continue it if you bend down and pick up the papers you threw on the floor.
Mr. Adelson.
So you evidence to me that you are not as violent as you appeared to be.
Mr. Adelson, I didn't throw anything on the
Yes,
floor.
you did.
You put things in front of me, I removed them to the floor.
No, you didn't remove them. You can hear the sound on the tape.
And here's
It sounds like you threw it. I don't know, but sometimes sounds can be deceiving, but it does sound like you threw it.
a news flash. I'm not a busboy, and I don't work for you. I work for
Ooh! Yo, where are these aggressive ass attorneys? I don't know. Where's Maven? I gotta send Maven this clip. Maven gotta see this ish.
anything on the
Yes,
floor.
you did.
You
I'm not your bus boy.
put things in front of me, I removed them to the floor.
No, you didn't remove them. You can hear the sound on the tape.
And here's a news flash. I'm not a busboy, and I don't work for you. I work for them.
Bruh.
So I'm not taking orders or directions from you.
Well, I don't have to take orders or directions from you.
No, you
I want to know, is this guy still alive, this lawyer? Is he still alive till this day? Is something happened to him?
don't, and I'm not asking you to. But I think we're at an end here. So I'm going to move for sanctions.
I'm going to suggest that you take a break for lunch. No, my lunch break is at 12:30. I have something to do.
Oh.
You want to take another break? Take another break.
Give me a couple minutes.
Sure.
Okay, we're going off the record. The time is 11:42 a.m.
Bruh.
Mr. Adelson is indisposed at the moment. He's in the bathroom, and we're just going to take a break until
That boy dipped out.
12:30 until what time?
Make it 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we're going off the record. The time is approximately 12:20 p.m.
Don, you've been a perfect gentleman. Someday I'll be able to repay you.
Not a problem.
Hostile witness. I saw that clip of, I don't know, we watched this before previously. I don't know when, months ago or something. I was just so, to me, it's so funny to see that. I wonder what happened. What happened to the guy? They look like a deposition to me. Oh, the busboy episode is funny. Is that where he got the guy fired or something like that? He feels really guilty and like the guy's life is like destroyed or something. That was funny, man. That's how they used to do it back in the day, I guess. You don't see shit like that anymore. Billionaire Sheldon Alderson takes shots at ex-CEO in court. What happened to this guy? Oh, he got sanctioned.
In tonight's casino report, Las Vegas Sands CEO Sheldon Adelson testified today in the wrongful termination case of Stephen Jacobs, a former president of Sands Macau. Adelson says the company was legally justified in firing Jacobs because of several issues with the operations in Macau and said he didn't trust Jacobs to do his job. Jacobs sued the company after he was fired in 2010.
Oh, this was 8 years ago. He might not even be alive anymore. Let's see. I want to see that trial. He testified in his own. I want to see that. What happened to him? He got a wiki page. Oh, he died in 2021, January 11th, 2021. I wonder how he died. Natural causes or something happened? That was gangster, man. Well, when that deposition video reminded me of this guy I used to work with, Fred, at CVS back in the day. I wonder if I have a picture. I used to work with Fred. It's a hothead Jewish guy. Hilarious though. He always took good care of me. Humble guy. I think I have a picture of him somewhere. Oh, by the way, they're coming back at 1:15, guys. They're on lunch break. I said I was gonna leave, but look, I'm here. I don't know why. Time flew by. Fred. I'll picture this guy somewhere. Buried somewhere. I think Fred passed away too. It was Fred Kushner. He's a good guy. I don't know where it's at. Oh, it's somewhere on my Facebook, but I rarely use this thing. Yeah, can't find it. A lot of pictures here. Oh, there it is. This is back in the day. Just show it to you guys. This was my first pharmacy job. I was making like, oh no, that wasn't my first job. This was my first pharmacy job, but before this job, I had worked at where was that? I think I worked. Damn, look at me, yo! Holy crap, doesn't even look like me. That's fair right there. This guy was a hothead. He was a really good guy though, but hilarious. He could at the time he said he could just not work at all. Like he had enough money and stuff. He could retire, but he's like he didn't want to be at home all the time with his wife, so he just subjected himself to working. But they had a really good relationship. But he was just really funny. Back in the day, I used to work at the job I had before that pharmacy one was Winn-Dixie, where I was getting paid like $5.15. These kids days don't know what it's like. They start these kids off like $25 now an hour. I was making $5 something an hour, $5.15, something like that. And then when I started CVS, I think it was like $5.20, $5.50, something like that. That hearing that is going on with Melly trial is wild. There's a hearing? When did it have what? It's today? See if I can find. See what we got going on. Melly. Oh, I didn't know they had a hearing going on. Oh wait, it's been going on for 3 hours. What's so loud? Is that just me? Really loud for everybody. I turned off the sound effects.
An unfair advantage to have the.
I think Law and Crime's trying to boost their sound up now. I guess it's really loud. Let me play a different video. Is it Law and Crime or is it me? Let's see. And I don't know if you ever guys seen this. This is on the backup channel. This is the legendary. There's a lot of new people, so you might have never seen this. The affidavit. This call was so funny. Hi, how you doing?
Hey, this is Joe from Texas.
Joe from Texas. Welcome, man.
I also think people have been talking about this guy David who's going to come out on Tuesday, Alpha David, and I think he knows something too.
So what's that? What's affidavit? Oh, the affidavit. I thought you said Alpha David. You said affidavit?
That's who it is, right? It's Alpha David.
Affidavit. I guess maybe I just heard
Who's
it.
that?
Are you talking about the document that's coming out?
Well, I thought there was a guy named David that was coming out to say something on Tuesday.
I never heard of that. Explain it to me. What's that? Alpha David?
Well, that's what the chief said, right? Is that Alpha David would come out and explain the probable cause.
I think.
And I don't know who he is, but he sounds important.
That sounds like you're trolling. Hi, how you doing? That was so freaking funny back then. Oh wait, oh no, this is Millie. Yeah, I didn't know they had a Millie hearing today. I wonder what's going on. What is it about? The new charges or the next trial? Lori said my first job was $2.50 an hour. Wow. Melissa said my first was $5.25. My first job. Then my son has a job watering flowers for $15. Oh, I do have an Alpha Davis shirt, right? Or something. I do have an Alpha Davis shirt. I gotta find that shirt. It's definitely here somewhere. Let me see what's happening with Millie. Let me just look at an article because they've been streaming for 3 hours, so I wouldn't even know where to start or anything. But let me just see. And I don't think I was really bored out of my mind with the other trial. I think I lasted 1 day or 2 days. I don't know why. I just wasn't that into it. Some people were really into it. I just wasn't. I don't know. Millie. Murder on my mind. Melly used Rihanna codename to tamper with witnesses, officials claim. Melly and Bortland both facing witness tampering charges now, and officials say some tampering involved with invoking Rihanna's name as part of their system of codes. Officials claim Melly is said to have used the phone privileges of another inmate to pass the word around outside, sometimes in calls to Bortland, who was out on bond at the time. According to the documents, Melly had apparently lost phone privileges due to disciplinary violations. The doc said during some of the calls there were references made to Rihanna and ASAP Rocky's baby mama staying behind the Maybach, which prosecutors believe was code for instructing a particular female witness to not appear at the trial. Docs note that the woman, in fact, did not show up. Which I really wouldn't be surprised, because that one hostile witness that they had, it looked like she was a fan and she was all in support of this guy, which there was a lot of things, but like people thought They were in cahoots or something. I don't know. The trial starts Monday? Yeah. Babysitter's making good money too. Jory Johnson says my teen's making $20 an hour babysitting. They have jobs too. I have a friend that like she just makes a little cash on the side. She does. They have apps now. I guess you can just go walk people's dogs, and you make some money. Like I don't know how much, maybe a decent amount, but a little extra cash or whatever. People got these apps. People walk people's dogs while they're at work or away. They're alleging prosecutorial misconduct. I can't pronounce that. Prosecutorial. So we got the melee thing. I don't know if that's interesting or not. We could probably check that out at some point. Maybe. Yeah, murder. Did they do opening statements? We got about 15 minutes. Melee. Let's see if they started with like some kind of opening.
And obviously, everything they can not to go forward on any hearings. Ms. Bradley is here. Ms. Boutros is here. The other state attorneys are in the office. We can have this hearing if the court will just basically say, I set the hearing for today. I want these witnesses here. Let's move on.
We'd like to call Mr. Keller. So, I mean, just like they found Ms. Bradley in a couple of minutes, let's let them come down and ask them questions and then see where we are.
I did send her. You didn't fill it, and we filed a motion to quash and Ryder and Paul.
I didn't. Regardless, Ms. Bradley's here. I want to hear from her. She's the lead attorney in this case. She needs to be. All right. So, Ms. Bradley, what we're going to do is I want you to step outside. You just wait outside. They're going to go through the rules of the procedure. I'm going to give them a little leeway. I'm going to hear what they have to say, what the other witnesses are. Before we get started, I wasn't aware that you were ill, and I apologize. Have a seat. Raise your right hand, be sworn.
Yes.
Where are you currently employed?
The Broward County State Attorney's Office.
In what unit?
In the Public Corrections Unit.
Okay, and what is the public corrections unit?
We investigate public officials who are engaged in
prosecutorial.
We investigate law enforcement that are engaged in criminal conduct, which would be a public official.
And how about if somebody in your office is engaged in unlawful or suspected unlawful conduct? Do you investigate that, or is that sent to an outside agency?
That would be a decision that administration would need to make. We wouldn't be part of that decision. I would assume so, but I can't say for sure. You'd have to ask them.
Okay. How long have you been a state attorney?
20 years.
And what units have you been in?
I started off, as everyone did, in misdemeanor, and then I moved on to felony trial unit, and then I spent 8 years in the gun unit, and then I spent another 7 years in...
This is kind of... I want to find more hostile witnesses. Hostile witness in court. Oh, what's this? Attorney calls for mistrial after witness says this. Let me see.
There was a call for a mistrial today in the involuntary manslaughter trial of Dr. Daniel Baldy, who was accused of recklessly prescribing painkillers to patients who later died. KCCI's Cynthia Fodor has the latest on that from the newsroom. Cynthia.
Well, Kevin, just 1 hour into the testimony this morning, the defense attorney called for a mistrial. That was after the brother of patient Fred Pritchard testified that he had never seen his brother in pain, but admitted Pritchard was a drug addict who would do whatever he had to do, including lying to get the meds he needed. Jeff Thiel said he tried to call Dr. Baldy several times to ask him to stop prescribing the painkillers. Defense attorney Guy Cook called for a mistrial after Thiel made this statement.
All over the streets everywhere, that's all you hear was, if you need pills, you can get a hold of Dr. Baldy. And I heard that from so many people.
Your Honor, I move to strike this testimony. It's outrageous, it's hearsay, it's designed to inflame and prejudice this case. Move to strike. I move on behalf of Dr. Baldy at this time for a mistrial of this case with prejudice. As the court's aware, the defendant filed a pretrial motion asking the court to exclude certain irrelevant, prejudicial, inflammatory, non-medical language.
Now, Judge Greg Brandt denied that mistrial. Prosecutors claim Dr. Baldy should not have been recklessly prescribing drugs to patients with addictions and mental health issues. The judge sent the jury home right after the lunch break when the defense filed a motion to exclude the state's expert testimony on toxicology this afternoon. We'll have more from the patient's son coming up on KCCI 8 News at 6. Kevin?
Thanks for the update, Cynthia.
Disgusting. Following video evidence shows Martin physically attacked me during a deposition 2016. The video also shows attorney Joseph A. Pisada filing a false police report on me during the deposition. So this music, just play the video. Shortly after the deposition was interrupted by the police, Dave was searched on suspicion of having guns and knives.
I don't have it with me. I'll go to you. Mr. Reed, are you intending to record this on your phone? Mr. Reed?
Just pretend like I'm not here.
No, I'm not going to pretend like I'm not here. Are you intending to record this on your phone?
You have a deposition. I'm just here.
Okay. Put your phone away. Put it down or put it in your pocket. Mr. Reed, put the phone away.
Sorry, I'm not going to be intimidated by you.
Well, you have to obey the law. I'm sorry.
Get off of me. Don't touch my stuff.
Don't break the law. You can't.
Don't
break the law. Don't break the law. Don't break the law.
Yeah, he called security. We got it.
Don't break.
Don't touch my personal property.
Fine. Put it away. I
Leave
won't.
me alone.
No.
Leave me alone.
No.
Don't get aggressive with me.
Who's getting aggressive?
Leave me alone.
Put that away and you'll be fine.
Get away from me.
Put
Get
that away.
out of my face.
Put that away
What
and
is
you'll
your
be fine.
problem?
My problem is you. Put that
You
away
have
and
a
you'll be
camera
fine.
in the room. I want a camera
You don't.
in here.
You're not allowed to have
Listen,
a camera in the room.
You people have financially wrecked me. I can't afford a deposition.
You're not allowed
and let me
to
tell
have
you,
a camera
there's
in the room.
evidence missing, all right?
Fine.
There's things
That's
that
not
are
my
not
problem.
stated correctly.
Put that away.
But
and
this
we're
is an
fine.
accurate representation.
Put that away. You're not allowed to proceed.
You broke my glasses.
I didn't break your glasses. You broke your glasses. If you want to proceed, will you do that for me?
Why did you cut it out then?
Oh, excuse me. Do you, Joe, can I see that?
Sure. I'll keep on going.
What you two were doing, I was like, boy, do I wish I had a camera.
Well, I think
It
yes.
is so hot, to be on a audio call like this.
I'll bet.
That type of stuff happening.
Yeah. If you want to take a break, or
Can we go off the record for a moment? Santa Rosa police are here.
okay, let's go off the record.
Off the record at 2:30.
David,
Yes.
can I talk to you real quick?
Where are you heading?
Sally Gold, thank you for the super chat. Says love the best chat. Love to the best chat on YouTube, XX, the best streamer, and of course, iCkEdMeL mods. Chase, thank you so much, Sally. Appreciate that. Very nice of you. They're supposed to be coming back in a couple of minutes, guys. 1:15. Around 1:40, I'm going to leave, but I'll leave the stream up. Let's go get the baby. Oh, my God. I'm glad it's Friday, man. I'm glad it's Friday. I am. Around 1:40, I'll leave to go get the baby. Hopefully, I don't miss the defense too much. I'm really curious to see what the defense is what they're gonna do, man. Y'all need to do something. Last ditch effort. What are you gonna? They need to bring the Chihuahua, the lady, the attack dog. They need to bring her on. This guy lost it. I don't know what his name is. The male defense attorney. They need to bring the other one, Caliente, and burn it up. Still a witness. Star witness contradicts herself.
Anderson Cooper 360, weeknights at 8 and 10 on CNN.
Her name is Rachel Gentile, and she's the girl Trayvon Martin was talking to on the phone the night he and George Zimmerman crossed paths. On the witness stand, she said Trayvon told her he was being followed.
I had asked him how the man looked like. He looked like a creepy ass cracker.
Gentile says over the phone she heard Zimmerman approach and confront Martin.
And I say, Trayvon, and then he said, why are you following me for? And then I heard a hard breath man come and say, what you doing around here?
Moments later, Gentile said she heard a struggle and describes Zimmerman as the attacker.
Trayvon, I kind of heard Trayvon saying, get off, get off.
Then what did you hear?
Then a second later, the phone hung up.
Her testimony flies in the face of Zimmerman's claim of self-defense, which is why her cross-examination was crucial.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gentile.
Good afternoon.
Defense attorney Don West went after her credibility, specifically a claim she made to authorities about why she didn't go to Trayvon's funeral. She originally said it was because she was in the hospital, but that was a lie.
You got to understand what I'm trying to tell you. I'm the last person. You don't know how I felt. You think I really want to go see the body?
The defense also focused on inconsistencies between what she said in her earlier deposition and what she said on the stand.
Do you admit, then, that you were asked who was screaming for help, and your answer was, it could be Trayvon?
Yes. I told her it sounded like Trayvon, because Trayvon have a kind of baby voice.
So the question is, well, who is screaming for help? It's not Trayvon, is it? And your answer, it could be Trayvon. And the question, you know his voice so well. Was that Trayvon screaming for help, or wasn't it? Your answer, it could be. Like I said, I don't know, but it could be. The dude sound kind of like Trayvon. Trayvon do got that soft voice and that baby voice sometimes. So it could be, I don't know, you know it's not.
The longer she was questioned, the more agitated the teen witness appeared, at times even defiant, like when she was told she'd have to return the next day.
What?
Speak quiet.
Until then, it's hard to say how much the state's star witness actually helped or hurt their case.
And I'll be happy to talk to you about
That's
that
fine.
later.
Okay. Have you ever had a claim brought against you before like this one, a legal claim?
No, sir.
Okay. So your jurisprudential hymen is being ruptured?
We promised y'all a treat. You got it.
Isn't that what you just told me?
I would.
Hey, I just thought of that.
I would.
Wait just a second.
I would.
Check the form.
No,
I gotta check the form.
I would characterize it more as my jurisprudence rectum being stretched.
He wins. Dr. Watson wins that round.
The hell is going on? I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what that is. wreck them.
Would council present please introduce themselves and state their affiliations for the record?
Tony Busby for the injured worker. Introduce yourself to us, please.
Name's Wendell McMillan.
And I understand you're from Texas?
Yeah.
And have you lived in Texas your whole life?
All 52 years.
So you were a barge foreman for Beso Marine in 2010?
Yes, sir.
And was that the only year you had ever been a barge foreman?
Yes, sir.
And you're no longer a barge foreman?
They busted me back down. That's right, sir.
What'd they bust you for?
When I cut my finger off.
What do you show me your finger? And they demoted you for that?
Yes, sir.
Help me understand that.
I don't know. I can't explain it. That's all they told me.
So there was an accident, obviously. Your finger got cut off, right?
Yes, sir.
And you got demoted.
Yes, sir.
What's a JSA, Mr. McMillan?
Job safety analysis.
Atlantis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and tell me what it means.
It takes over the job steps for the job.
Okay.
Safety-wise.
You're supposed to talk through it?
Yes, sir.
And you're supposed to try to eliminate the hazards?
Yes, sir.
How do you go about doing that?
Filling out all the paperwork, all the proper, where it says many girls hazards can happen, and how you eliminate it.
Mm-hmm. And everybody signs off on it?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever look into that situation once you found out that a shackle had been dropped on somebody's head?
Yes, sir.
What'd you figure out? What'd you find out?
That it didn't happen.
Who said that? Who said it didn't happen?
Well, my guys told me it never happened.
Which ones told you that?
All the regulars.
Well, which ones? Who said that?
But I looked into it, but it didn't happen.
Well, who told you that?
Who told me that?
That's what I've been asking you for just a
the ones
second.
who signed that non-witness report. They was up there too.
Okay, just a second. Who specifically told you that the accident never happened?
Because Arnell was up there. He didn't drop nothing. I was supervising. That's how come I know it didn't happen. I was up there.
You were up on the helipad when the rigging was taking place?
Mm-hmm.
You were?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I helped rig it up.
You were help rigging it up?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't see anybody drop anything?
No, sir.
Did you see the guys down below?
I made sure there was nobody down there before I went up there. I was the last one up the stairs.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, sir.
Which time are you talking about exactly?
When we rigged it up, when we started rigging it up. I sent them up to catch the rigging, and then I waited to make sure everybody was out before I went up.
Where do you keep the shackles and shackle pins?
I take the shackle and the shackle pin out, and I put the sling in there, then I put the shackle back in and I pin it.
Have you ever dropped one of those before?
Not on purpose.
Well, not suggesting you did it on purpose. I'm just asking, sometimes those can be dropped, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And those things are heavy as a devil, aren't they?
No, sir.
Would you want to be hit on the head with one from 10 feet above?
No, sir.
Okay. It'd knock the devil out of you, wouldn't it? Assuming you got any devil in you, it would knock it out of you, wouldn't it?
They take a lot of knocking.
You got that much in you?
I got plenty. It would be a 1 inch shackle. That's the 1.25 inches or 1.1 inch shackle pin.
Okay, so it's a little bit different.
Yeah, a little bit smaller.
But just a small amount smaller.
About 1 inch, 1/4 inch.
Okay, 1/4 inch smaller.
Yeah.
You ever dropped one that's a 1/4 inch smaller?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
Slipped out of my fingers, but it was over the side.
People make small mistakes, right?
Yes, sir.
That's why the sequencing of the job is so important, right?
Yes, sir.
You were relying on your welding foreman to make sure that he didn't put his people in there until y'all got done.
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether he sent those guys over there to cut before he was supposed to?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you believe he probably did, right?
I just don't remember.
Well, I know you don't remember, but you didn't send them over there to do it, did you?
No, sir.
The only other person it could be would be RC, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you being a common sense guy that tells the truth, know that that's what he did, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you found out he had done that, didn't you?
No, sir.
When did you find out he did it?
2 days later.
So you found out 2 days later that RC had jumped the gun, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And that son of a gun was not supposed to send those men over there to do that cutting until you guys were done, right?
Yes, sir.
But he did anyway, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Don't give me the line.
I mean, did you talk to him and say, hey, man, you know better than that? You put those men in jeopardy. Did you talk to him?
He don't talk. He never talked to me after that.
He just wouldn't even talk to you about it?
No, sir.
You were pretty well pissed, weren't you?
Pretty much.
I figured you were, because you knew that was really unsafe.
Yes, sir.
And that guy sent those two workers and put them in jeopardy, and you had no idea because there was no way for you to know it. Isn't that right? Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Right. But you understand that job one is don't put your people in jeopardy.
Yes, sir.
But he did that anyway, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know who Ronnie Tooker is?
He was the bars clerk at that time.
Where is he now?
I have no idea.
All right, move on from that. Oh, inappropriate. Damn. I don't want to get the whole video, the stream flag. Oh, the uploader did it? Why?
The first full week of testimony, Marcella Poular and Why
admitted Deputy Chief first the court with making false statements earlier this year.
Oh, why they flag themselves? Nothing on there.
Thanks for telling me the questions I should ask. You will have your opportunity at the end.
Just
of
shut up and move on with your questions, okay?
Mr. Curry.
Just shut up, or I'll adjourn this deposition, and you can tell it to the judge, or I'll get you some tissues and you can cry.
Mr. Curry.
All right?
Please don't tell me what to do.
You asked him.
Yeah, this guy just smirked. So this is the guy's attorney?
If he ever spoke with Farsh about anything, he said no. Now you're asking him to tell you what Farsh told him. It is a bullshit question. It is absolutely speculative, no foundation or anything else. Now, he's entitled to a fair question. You told him
things I need to just address. There's been a question raised to the court from the media with respect to the showing of the recordings of the videos that are being played to the jury in evidence. My understanding was that the only thing that was supposed to be blurred out was the minor witnesses when they're on the stand testifying. Does the state take any position with respect to publication or the media showing the videos?
I would want him to be blurred out on the videos, just if his likeness is visible.
And they've been, as far as I know, they haven't even been showing the videos yet, because there was some question on their part as to whether
I think there's some way that they can show. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, there was some question on their part as to whether they could even show the evidence being presented, and I've never restricted the showing of any of the evidence that's being presented to the jury. The only thing I've done with respect to minors is requested their face or image be blurred out in whatever they're showing. So I don't think there's any restriction. I have not intended to impose a restriction as long as they take measures to protect the identity of the minor, but they otherwise can show the videos and show what's in there as long as the image of the minor is blurred out so that he can't be identified. How about from defendant's side, any contrary position as to court's understanding of what we've imposed previously with respect to this matter? All right, so for those members of the press that are here and the media, in response to the inquiry that's been made to the court, if you wish or desire to show the videos that are being played to the jury during the trial itself, you're free to do so, but just please take whatever measures or technology you have to blur out the image.
Let me see if I can get a blur thing in
that
case.
would depict who the minor actually is. So other than that, there's no restriction.
I wonder if there's like an app
on
I can
showing
download
anything
for
that's
this.
put up on the TV.
I think I can do something.
Or any other evidence is presented in the case. Okay, anything else that I need to address?
It's about time, guys.
No, I'm going to admit a business record into evidence, Your Honor. It states 22. I don't think there's an objection, so I was just going to do that in front of the jury.
Okay, yeah, 22 is your next exhibit number. So while there's a juror eating right now, so I have a little bit of time. While we're doing that, has there been any additional effort on your part, Ms. Murad, to get with Ms. Coakley to deal with the inquiry we had this morning regarding discovery issues? You know, Mark, let's get them the mic so that she's picked up.
Ms. Coakley is providing us with a copy of the video that she is playing, and the police officer provided us with a video. No, it's on.
I could just put like a thing on it after.
Thank you. Do you want to just do it? Okay. All right. Thanks.
You're doing fine, so go ahead.
So Ms. Coakley's providing me with what she's presenting, and should additional issues come up, we will raise them with the court. I just don't feel comfortable raising that without knowing for sure.
No, I understand, and I'm not comfortable having the jury wait any longer until I know there's actually an issue that I've got to deal with, that I need to put them back there. So that's why I said, work to find out if there's really an issue, and then I'll hear it at the appropriate time if there is one. We're still not certain there's an issue, right? This is the way.
There's just too many videos to be able to find.
That's what I thought. Okay, so all sides ready to proceed at this point?
Can we approach briefly, Judge?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna be able to see some stuff, and it's a little unfortunate that's like the trial's about to be almost done. I mean, we got the rest of today, Tuesday, possibly Wednesday. The prosecution's pretty much done. But I'm glad we still get something, man. I can't complain. And it seems like the media is probably going to they'll probably be able to get a hold of the other videos that were played. At some point, maybe they'll drop it. If they do, we can always come back and watch whatever stuff, or skim through it or whatever. Amazing. Amazing. Just go use the restroom real quick. Amazing.
All right, so Ms. Coakley, Ms. Black, is the state ready to continue with publishing? Mark, can you see if our juror is ready yet? My understanding is there was a late delivery of lunch. And Ms. Murad, you'd requested to go only to 5 today, right? Is that still on hold? You still want that if you need the time between 5 and 6 to call your witnesses, if we get to that point? You want to make a game time decision, see where you are closer to 5? So I won't make an announcement yet, because I told them yesterday we'd go to 6, and if that's holds, if anything, we'll end a little bit before that if you tell me you're done. Okay, all right, thank you. We're ready. All right, I'll rise. All right, everyone may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, The jury, welcome back. I trust that the jury who had to scarf down lunch doesn't get indigestion over the next couple hours. I apologize if you had to eat quickly on that. So in any event, I hope everybody had good lunch. We're ready to proceed with the continuation of the publishing of the state's evidence. And Ms. Coakley, you said you had an additional exhibit to go ahead and admit it this time?
Yes, at this time we move into evidence states 21, which is
21 is in evidence, so it'd be 22 if that.
22, Your Honor. I'm so sorry.
All right, and has the defense had a chance to look at it? Any objection? All right, court receives and accepts State's Exhibit 22 in evidence without objection.
And just for the record, it's independent of
Okay. All right. Ms. Black, you're handling the computer play of the exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
So
right,
we
you may.
will continue with State's Exhibit 17, and we are playing January 20th, 2022.
Okay, you may proceed.
Oh, wait.
Did you answer? No. Okay. What homework do you have to do? Homework.
Hamster, thank you for the super chat. Amazing.
What do you have to do from in here? Homework. Do you use, which books do you use? Okay. Well, that's good if you don't know. But I'm gonna let you have an opportunity to do so. And it looks like you have some homework. So by saying I don't know, it doesn't really help anybody. So, I'll let you go through this and see if you have some homework here. You know you don't know anything.
I think so, Mandy. We might have to wait. Tamps, I'm going to read your super chat when we get a pause. Thank you so much.
Dirty bucket? Okay, let's go bathroom. Where's that book from? Okay, keep going.
Who's the teacher that gave you this book? Carolyn. And that's English? Yeah. Is this something to do for class? No. So you just gave it to you? Yeah. Okay. Alright. Did you get your homework done? No. Why? I didn't have a black pen. You didn't ask for a black pen? Yeah, that was then you asked. You need a black pen to do your work? You have your work in there? Yeah. What'd you find? Detail. Here, get your clothes and get dressed while you're out here too. You're gonna find your calculator over on the floor by where your old backpack is. You got your stuff? Yeah. Go brush your teeth. Get your plate, get your dirty clothes. We can all do that. Did you have it on yesterday? Did you take it off? Put it. Put your finger in, you probably don't remember. Do you have something in one of these books you can do? Here, Fiona.
Stand up. Why are you giving people shit attitude? Fuck that. Don't say I don't know. Why are you giving a shit attitude?
I'm not thinking.
Fuck that! Why are you giving a shit attitude? Answer me! Before I get really fucking pissed off, answer me. Why are you giving her a shit attitude? We have your school today talking to your people to give you a better opportunity, and you got a fucking shit attitude? Now you got a shit attitude out of me, and it's gonna get to the next level. Why are you giving her a shit attitude? Fuck that! Stupid answer. You meant it, for sure you meant it. Why give her a shit attitude? You're goddamn right you're not being respectful. It's fucking unacceptable. You want to take this to the next level? You want to lose all of your opportunities? Those people think that you're talented and you can do well, and you can. But your fucking attitude is going to take your ass down. You're damn right it is. You lie to a teacher, give her some bullshit like I'm going to be an administrator, I'm observing you. Give me a fucking break. I've seen that shit before from you. You don't give shit attitude to your mother, though. I'm not going to accept that shit in this house. If you're going to fuck your life up like we talked about, you can. If you're going to have a good life, you can. But you can play the game with everybody at school like you're going to be smart and all this stuff. I don't give a shit how smart you might be. If you're an asshole, if you're being a jerk, no one cares how smart you are. No one gives a shit. You'll sit in the dark in some spot that no one will want to deal with you. So you change that fucking attitude, or you dive deeper. Which do you want? Yeah, sure. You say you change it, you say you're sorry. A couple days later, all that bullshit that I see goes back to this nonsense. Joke, right? It's a fucking joke. Give you an opportunity. How was the rest of your day?
Okay.
It was okay? Will you come back and give her a shit attitude? Still choosing shit attitude? Yeah. Okay, you got homework?
Yeah.
What do you got?
English and math.
That's these two? Huh?
No.
Here we need. You piss in the bucket? What's up with this stuff on my hair? Oh, you broke that. What was the glass you broke then? Is it? Look, I'm going to give you a chair. Wow. You're welcome. Do you hear me coming? Did you prepare? Now, what are you doing out here so much? Trying to reprogram it? Like, what are you trying to reprogram? You told me, like, last week that you were trying to reprogram stuff. What are you trying to reprogram?
Graphing.
The graphing?
Yeah.
Alright. You gonna go to the bathroom?
No.
Okay, don't pee in your bucket. You need the dinner?
Yeah.
Alright. You gonna change your attitude?
Yeah.
It's only gonna help you. And it's annoying to us. It sucks. Right? But it's gonna help you more. So change your shit attitude, right?
Yeah.
Eat your food.
Thank you.
Did you go in there?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
A while ago.
What? I thought I asked you if you had to go. You said no.
Yeah, I went before that when you said that.
I don't want you to go in there. I want you to hold it or call for us. Get it. Now we're gonna clear that bucket. We're not letting the neighbors see it. Let's go for your shower. Get your shower. You be the best athlete, you be the worst athlete, you be the smartest person, the dumbest person. The thing that kills it all is being a jerk. It's easy to not be a jerk. You control that. When you wake up and say, I'm going to have a bad day. No, you're choosing to be a jerk. And here's the tool. You ready for the tool? Like a screwdriver to take the screw out? The tool is this. Continually think about things you're grateful for. Here's one. You have a school that thinks you have opportunity. Think about that. You can't be angry and happy at the same time. Angry and happy at the same time. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Can't be what?
Angry and happy at the same time.
Yeah. So if you are angry, now if you think you're strong and you're mentally smart, well then control your thoughts. Challenge yourself for one day. When you get angry, get frustrated, see if you can beat that, because your emotional self is different than your intellectual self. Those are two different people. And if you let the emotion... Understand?
Yeah.
You have more work to do?
Yeah.
Keep doing it. What's going on now? What are you reading? What is this book anyway? Where did you get it from?
Teacher in English.
Why did you get it from him?
He was supposed to have a book for you.
Why don't you read Anne Frank?
Yeah, it's like, it's like a literary book where there's a bunch of stories in it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This is a good book?
Yeah.
What's it about?
It's about a kid, named Michael, who is in...
Who what?
Kid named Michael.
Yeah, what's he doing?
He is trying to avoid bad people.
Yeah.
And he is a Catholic and he befriends a...
Befriends?
Yeah.
Be what?
A Jewish man.
Is he a Catholic altar boy?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I've heard about this book. It's like you. You're a Catholic altar boy. And he befriends a Jewish man?
Yeah.
Okay, what happens next?
His friends... the city is mostly anti-Semitic.
City is New York?
Yes.
Yeah? What year? 50s?
1947.
Yeah, okay.
The city is mostly anti-Semitic.
What year is 47 after? It's close to what?
1945.
Well, it's close to World War II, the end of World War II, right?
Yeah. That's from Wilfred Owen's Anti-Producer.
It's from what?
Those are excerpts from notes for Wilfred Owen's Anti-Producer.
Was that the author?
No, it's another book.
Where's that book?
At school. It's with the Anne Frank book.
Anne Frank. So in her home, her dad would call her Annie, right?
Yeah.
And some people call her Annie, but in the American world stage, this is known as Anne Frank. But you can call her either way, just to give you a context. Yeah, go ahead. So what about the world? What?
What?
What's this?
It's Wilfred, excerpts from...
What's in your pants? No. Excerpts from what?
Wilfred Owen and the Producers.
Who's Wilfred Owen? Author of what?
Author of a World War I poem.
Poem, okay. Where'd you learn that? In here? In those books I gave you?
At school, because it's we're learning about war materials.
Same author from one of these?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of good authors there. Okay. This is a good book. Who gave you that?
English teacher.
Who's that?
Mr. Fairley.
Is it a nice teacher?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so what else do you have to do tonight?
Nothing else.
So, books like this, we have those books too. This is the kind of stuff. Mr. Fairley is a nice teacher. He gives you an extra book, right?
Yeah.
This is the kind of relationship you can have with your family too. I give Fiona books like this all the time. There's another really good book called author Carlos Ruiz is from Spain. You lived in Spain. You lived in Barcelona. There was a civil war in Barcelona right around the time of World War II. Did you know that? Why did Spain not get in World War II?
Because they were doing internal problems.
Franco is fighting with his own people, right? Mm-hmm. And he's doing a lot of bad stuff. So there's a war about the fight against Franco and doing the right thing in Barcelona. Shadow of the Wind. You could get more stuff. It's a good book. I think it's a book bestseller, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of good books like that. You learn from reading those books, right?
Yeah.
Catholic altar boy aligned with a Jewish. What's the guy's thing? He's
it's a rabbi.
A rabbi. Know what a rabbi is?
Yeah.
What's a rabbi?
Jewish teacher.
Yeah, and they kind of like the priest. Jesus was a rabbi. High rabbi. Jewish rabbi. Right?
Yeah.
Back then. Anything else?
No.
What time is it?
Nothing.
All right, keep reading.
Good night.
Now publishing January 21st, 2022.
The 30? Yeah. Let's go back to What do you got to do on your Chromebook?
Excel.
Let's go get dressed for school. Where's your charger? This thing charged?
Yes.
good. Sit where I can see you.
Mom has me know that. What? Because she's considered a big mess.
Why do you need to jump there?
We need to ice out now.
Well, whatever. That's fine. Sit there, but I need to be able to see both.
Okay.
Why don't you make your bed first?
Okay.
Am I with you?
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go with him. Come on. How's it going?
Good.
I'll let me eat your food.
Yeah, thank you. Boy.
Back forward. It's still bleeding or just getting better blood? I guess it's dried up. This stinks, man. Oh.
You know why that is?
What?
Do you know why I check that? We understand you get frustrated, but do you understand why?
Because you don't want me to have anything?
Oh yeah, that's the reason. Good, that's a good line, you're right. Let's go with that. You're trying to fool, Lauren, but it's not. Being unkind is not going to get you anything. If you're not kind, you're not going to get anything. So I don't know what you're trying or what's going to make the change for you, but I got a bunch of other kids who are. So I don't know what you don't understand about that, but that's the truth.
How's this day?
Good?
Good?
Yeah.
You get in trouble?
No.
Why is that unplugged?
It was unplugged when I came in.
So did you give Mama a better attitude?
Yeah.
Did she put you in here?
Yeah.
Is that dirty?
No.
You want to come out?
Yeah.
What are you reading?
Maybe I read it with you.
What's it about?
Oh, it's his artistic life, like the commissions that he did for the kings and stuff.
Hey, come on here. Let's go. Come on. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll show you what to do. piss in the bucket?
No.
Let's go to the bathroom.
I go to the bathroom.
No, just run. I think so.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bathroom? Yeah. Sure.
The state will now publish January 22nd, 2022.
Morning. Clean?
Yeah.
You gonna be respectful today?
Yeah.
Good. All right, let's go to the bathroom. Okay? You ready? Yeah. Let's get that. Yeah, let me know what you learn. Yeah. How's the book? You good? You good? Yeah. So did that battery die when you were cutting? No, when I was blowing. So you got it all cut? Yeah. Alright, so next time probably could use a lawnmower. Alright.
Here, I have to phone. You're sleeping?
No, I was reading the book. Thank you.
Alright,
Good night.
Statement now published January 23rd, 2022.
All right, and after this one, we'll take a mid-afternoon break.
Yes, Your Honor, this one is 11 minutes and 32 seconds.
Perfect time.
Morning. Wait. To the bathroom. Did you do homework there? Did you pencil in there?
No.
What? I'm doing it now. Work? You're gonna make all those breakfast, right?
Can I get my calculator?
Your what?
Calculator. It's in the portfolio. First pocket.
Actually, I think it's not.
So what else about that guy? Oh, he's working as a marijuana runner now.
Did you go to jail?
No.
Change for what?
I don't want to wear this to the. Yeah, but where did I go?
Hi there, how'd it go? It was good? Yeah. Is that fun? Yeah. Are you gonna play outside? Ride your scooter? You ride your scooter out there? So you're just sitting there reading? You're not doing anything else? I have homework to do.
Yeah, but it's a company.
What?
I have to do Excel and Reading Plus.
So why do you ask to do that?
I do Excel and Reading Plus.
I'll show you exactly where you have to sit. Sit right there, sit facing. You have IXL?
Mm-hmm.
And what's the other one?
Reading Plus.
What teacher is that?
So they're still going, huh? Wow. Rabbit ears.
Let's go. Where'd you go? Alright, put the hose on. Go on. Where's the dog leash?
I don't. Go. Let's go. That's what we can do. Oh yeah, they're in the back. Right here.
Hold on. Nothing in here, right? That.
No.
We'll go check it out before we have you just come in here, since you've had and all and your fun stuff.
Care to shower?
Yeah.
So did you get mad when she checked your pockets?
No.
So don't get right into that because you earned that. Okay? It's a nail there. It's in the ground there.
That's what I know.
Go ahead. Where do you think you're shooting at? Have a fun life, just like your sisters. Okay? Alright, you need air on tonight. We can read it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I listened to a little bit of the freaking out in the car. I didn't get to hear it all of it. I might check it out during the break. But I'll listen to it again.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, I'll replay it on the break.
Your Honor, we can take the break now.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 2:40. We're going to take a 15-minute break, so just shortly before 3, we'll reconvene. Thank you. All right, everyone can be seated, and the court will be in recess for 15 minutes.
Okay. Shirley, if you're watching, I'm going to drop a little video for you later after the stream on the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Let's go back to
I want to re-listen to the part that I missed. Some people were asking for me to replay it as well. Let's see here. Okay. After I left. So it was over here. I left over here.
Talking to your people to get.
I turn it down because I already have the audio maxed out on my thing.
Give you a better opportunity. You got a fucking shit attitude. Now you got a shit attitude out of me, and it's gonna get to the next level. Why are you giving her a shit attitude? Fuck that. Stupid answer. You meant it. For sure you meant it. Why give her a shit attitude? You're goddamn right you're not being respectful. It's fucking unacceptable. You want to take this to the next level? You want to lose all of your opportunities? Those people think that you're talented and you can do well, and you can. But your fucking attitude is going to take your ass down.
The crazy thing to me too, and I've been noticing this, I don't even hear this Ronin child's kid screaming back, arguing. Me and my mother, we used to argue a lot when I was younger. Well, not really too much when I was young, but I got a little bit older, kind of somewhat. We'd have like a big intense. I'd never put my hands on her or anything like that. Of course, she did to me though. But we'd have arguments and stuff. If I was going through something like this kid, from the videos that I've seen so far, he's just been like quiet, just yes, okay, no, yes, no, you know. And the only thing this guy does, Tim, is just scream, get louder, completely out of control, no control of his emotions. Something's really weird about this guy to me. I almost wonder, like, did he grow up? Did he grow up like somebody doing this to him or something? Or was he bullied or something?
You lie to a teacher, give her some bullshit.
And I don't even know how he can stay here like with a straight face the entire time. That'd be really hard for me to do. To just no emotion, no facial expression, nothing, just stone cold. Or like, I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't know how he would or supposed to react. But like, if this was out for the world to see, I mean, I'd be embarrassed. I don't know, like something.
Shit, like I'm gonna be an administrator. I'm observing you. Give me a fucking break. I've seen that shit before from you. You don't give shit attitude to your mother, though. I'm not going to accept that shit in this house. If you're going to fuck your life up like we talked about, you can. If you're going to have a good life, you can. But you can play the game with everybody at school like you're going to be smart and all this stuff. I don't give a shit how smart you might be. If you're an asshole, if you're being a jerk, no one cares how smart you are. No one gives
That's exactly what this guy is.
shit. You'll sit in the dark in some spot that no one will want to deal with you. So you change that fucking attitude, or you dive deeper. Which do you want? Yeah, sure. You say you change it, you say you're sorry. A couple days later, all that bullshit, but I see it goes back to this nonsense. Joke, right? It's a fucking joke. Give you an opportunity. How was the rest of your day? Okay. It was okay? But you come back and give her a shit attitude.
And that's the thing too. He adopted in some other country, so he has like this thing that like he's just holding over. I gave you these opportunities. You're nothing without me. You're indebted to me forever. It's that whole like ego thing I was talking about. And I've seen that with some parents. They have like this ego about them, that they're the God's gift to earth. And this guy, it's like you'd be nothing without me type of thing. And he's also positioning himself front row seat. Like he has to have a better angle. That's just for what though? I mean, I guess he wants to see he's taking over, but like kind of smug too. I must get past a little when it's quiet.
Shouldn't shit attitude? Okay, you got homework? What do you got?
Beautific Vision says, but he went to confession, so it's okay, right? Well, Mormons have that thing too. They you could do whatever, and you go and confess your thing, and it's all good. It's forgiven. I forgot what they have. I thought they have like a specific name, but it's kind of like confession. You can do the craziest shit. And you go admit it or something in some chamber. I guess to throw water on you or something, and good to go.
That's these two? Huh? Here we eat. You piss in the bucket?
That's why if he pissed in the bucket, I think. I gotta get the super chats too. Thank you guys for the.
What was the glass you broke down? Is it? Look, I'm gonna give you a chair. Wow. You're welcome.
I knew the Mormons would be upset. I gotta skip forward. According to Mormonism, forgiveness of sins is available to those who repent and then are completely obedient to the covenants made at baptism, in sacrament services, and at the temple. Which is almost like confession, I guess, but it's a little different. But I said it a little tongue in cheek, but that's what I've heard they have. Wendy, thank you so much for the super chat. It says White Savior Complex. Melanie, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. Kumi B, thank you for the super chat. Says Mel, I've been crying since I heard of him screaming. This is heartbreaking. I can't imagine the jurors aren't crying. I don't know. I'm kind of curious about the jurors' facial expressions. Usually we have somebody in there that can kind of give a little feedback, but no idea. Tamara Paras, thank you so much for the super chat as well. It says, thank you, Mel. I appreciate you. I wonder if the defense will find a video clip of someone hugging this child. Just one. I wonder. I don't know. Maybe that's what they're trying to show. Hamster, thank you so much for the super chat as well. Earlier says these two should never be allowed within 100 yards of any other child. Not one kind word or action ever. The mom makes him feel guilty for getting breakfast. The dad needs a firing squad. So sarcastic, the mom. What would the kid be happy about? Oh, and Mandy, you remind me, thank you for the super chat. Says, do we have to wait for a law and crime to edit the video? On Twitter, Brandy has said Kathy Russo. I think Brandy's also streaming the trial. Kathy, what's her name? Kathy Russo, the law and crime person. Right, but see, Kathy Roussan. She was talking about it. I'm gonna try to pull it up as well. Mass Mercat, thank you for the super chat. Says you're a star, my liver channel. Thank you, Kathy. I'm having so much trouble typing her name. Kathy says, I don't even know. Or she's talking about multiple things. Maybe I'll keep it moving. I'll find it for later. Yeah, I'll find it for later. Talk about Millie.
Now, what are you doing? Do you hear me coming? Did you prepare? Now, what are you doing out here so much? Trying to reprogram it? Like, what are you trying to reprogram? You told me, like, last week that you were trying to reprogram stuff.
Ooh.
What are you trying to reprogram? The graphing? Yeah. Alright. You gonna go to the bathroom? No. Okay, don't pee in your bucket. You gonna eat the dinner? Yeah. Alright. You gonna change your attitude? Yeah. It's only gonna help you. And it's annoying to us. It sucks. Right? But it's gonna help you more. So change your shit attitude, right? Yeah. Eat your food. There you go.
So I'm eligible to monetize now on the backup channel, which is cool. So I'm applying right now. Yay.
There? Did you go in there? Yeah. Where'd you go? Well, what? I thought I asked you if you could go. You said no. Yeah, I went before that when you said that. I don't want you to go in there. I want you to hold it or call for us. Get it. Now we gotta clear that bucket.
Wow.
Or I don't need the neighbors seeing.
Don't let the neighbors see it. Keeping an eye on the trial, too. Let's skip ahead a little bit.
To not. You be the best athlete, you be the worst athlete, you be the smartest person, the dumbest person. The thing that kills it all is being a jerk. It's easy to not be a jerk. You control that. When you wake up and say, I'm going to have a bad day. No, you're choosing to be a jerk. And here's the tool. You ready for the tool? Like a screwdriver to take the screw out? The tool is this. Continually think about things you're grateful for. Here's one. You have a school that thinks you have opportunity. Think about that. You can't be angry and happy at the same time. Angry and happy at the same time. Do you hear me? Yeah. Can't be what? Angry and happy at the same time. Yeah. So if you are angry, now if you think you're strong and you're mentally smart, well then control your thoughts. Challenge yourself for one day. When you get angry, get frustrated, see if you can beat that, because your emotional self is different than your intellectual self. Those are two different people. And if you let the emotion... Understand? Yeah. You have more work to do? Yeah. Keep doing it.
Thank you, Mustard Mama, for the gift. Membership. Amazing. This is crazy, dude. I mean, I don't know. It's just... Let me fast forward a little bit.
What are you reading? What is this book anyway? Where did you get it from? Why did you get it from him? Weren't you reading Anne Frank?
Yeah, it's like, it's like a literary book where there's a bunch of stories in it.
Yeah? Yeah. This is a good book?
Yeah.
What's it about?
It's about a kid named Michael, who is in...
Who what?
A kid named Michael.
Yeah, what's he doing?
He is trying to avoid bad people.
Yeah.
And he is a Catholic and he befriends a...
Befriends?
Yeah.
Do what?
A Jewish man.
Is he a Catholic altar boy?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I've heard about this book. It's like you. You're a Catholic altar boy. And he befriends a Jewish man?
Yeah.
Okay, what happens next?
His friends... the city is mostly anti-Semitic.
The city is New York?
Yes.
Yeah? What year? 50s?
1947.
Yeah. Okay.
The city is mostly anti-Semitic.
What year is 47 after? It's close to what?
1945.
Well, it's close to World War II, the end of World War II, right?
Yeah. That's from Wilfred Owen's Anti-Producer.
It's from what?
Those are excerpts from notes for Wilfred Owen's Anti-Producer.
Was that the author?
No, it's another book.
Where's that book?
At school. It's with Anne Frank book.
Anne Frank. So in her home, her dad would call her Annie, right?
Yeah.
And some people call her Annie, but in the American world stage, this is known as Anne Frank. But you can call her either way, just to give you a context. Yeah, go ahead. So what about the world? What? What's this?
It's Wilfred, excerpts from...
What's in your pants?
Nothing.
No. Excerpts from what?
Wilfred Owen and Imprisoned.
Who's Wilfred Owen? Author of what?
Author of a World War I poem.
Poem, okay. Where'd you learn that? In here? In those books I gave you?
At school, because it's we're learning about war materials.
Same author in one of these?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of good authors there. Okay. This is a good book. Who gave you that?
English teacher.
Who's that?
Mr. Family.
Is it a nice teacher?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so what else do you have to do tonight?
Nothing else.
So, books like this, we have those books too. This is the kind of stuff. Mr. Farrell is a nice teacher. He gives you an extra book, right?
Yeah.
This is the kind of relationship you can have with your family too. I give Fiona books like this all the time. There's another really good book called author Carlos Ruiz is from Spain. You lived in Spain. You lived in Barcelona. There was a civil war in Barcelona right around the time of World War II. Did you know that? Why did Spain not get in World War II?
because they were doing some internal problems.
Franco, he's fighting with his own people, right? And he's doing a lot of bad stuff. So there's a war about the fight against Franco and doing the right thing in Barcelona. Shadow of the Wind. You could get more stuff. It's a good book. I think it's a book bestseller, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of good books like that. You learn from reading those books, right?
Yeah.
Catholic altar boy aligned with a Jewish. What's the guy's thing? He's
it's rabbi.
A rabbi.
Sure.
A rabbi is?
Yeah.
What's a rabbi?
Jewish teacher.
Yeah, and they kind of like the priest. Jesus was a rabbi. High rabbi. Jewish rabbi. Right?
Yeah.
Back then. Anything else?
Yeah.
What time is it?
Nothing.
Alright, keep reading. Alright.
Good night.
What do you got to do on your Chromebook?
Excel.
Let's go get dressed for school. Where's your charger? This thing charged?
Yes.
The Honorable Judge Howard Coates presiding. All right, good afternoon. You may be seated. All right, you ready to continue, Ms. Black? Defense ready? All right, Mark, you may go ahead and bring the jurors out.
Good, sit where I can see you.
Mom has me know that.
What?
Because she's like this.
Why didn't you come there?
We need ice out now.
Well, whatever, that's fine. Sit
there, but I need to be able to see both. I have to make you vote first.
All rise.
Am I with you?
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's back. I can never step away for like a second.
All right, everyone may be seated. Ms. Black, you may continue with the publishing of the evidence.
We are going to continue publishing State's Exhibit 17. We are on January 24th, 2022.
Go back to the mic. Finish that book?
Yes.
You good?
Yes.
Grab your clothes here. Are you gonna wear for school?
Yeah.
Are you still using this belt?
No, I think that's not. I use this one.
Well, you don't use that one.
No.
Like your bed? Good socks and everything? Okay. Neat. Exactly my bed.
Here, give me your plate.
Yeah.
And then you shove IXL on there?
Yeah.
Everything else you can do on there?
Pardon?
Everything else you can do in there? English, everything else you're talking about?
Yeah.
give you all this because I'm just in different times here. And that's up dirty for later?
These are pajamas. These are clean.
Okay. So, when you get done eating, then you have Excel and that's it?
Yeah.
You finished English, you finished everything else. Finished math?
Yeah.
What else did you finish?
7.
Finished it all. Okay.
Yeah.
So you just have Excel in here for what? English or
math?
Keep that there when you get done eating.
Thank you, Mom, for dinner.
Hopefully tomorrow or the next day we'll all sit and have dinner together. Okay? Why are we playing games?
You're not.
You are. You're not. I'm trying to give you a chance, Ronan. I'm trying to let you have an opportunity, right? To be honest, to be trustworthy, to do what you're supposed to do, right? Right? If you don't want that and you don't want all these things, well then that's fine. But if you want to have all these amazing opportunities and things like that, then at least be honest. Be honest to yourself, be honest to me, and do what you're supposed to do. If every time you have homework on your Chromebook, and I give you a chance, and you lie about it, and you're being sneaky, I'm not going to continue to do it. But I'm giving you a chance. Look at me in the eyes. And you're caught, and you're mad. It's the same thing, but a different day. So that's fine. So you can just do your same stuff like every other day.
The prosecution.
Take your clothes, take your pajamas. What do you need? Do you have pajamas? Are those them right there? Do you hear me? Oh, here we go. We're back to this, Ronan. Where you can't talk, you're a middle school boy, you want to do all these things, you want to do chess, you want to do things, but you can't talk because you got caught being dishonest. Okay, well, that's fine. Guess I'll just keep giving you more chances, Ronan. Every day, it's a new chance for Ronan. Even though Ronan doesn't care, he doesn't want to be nice to anyone. Oh, let's let Ronan do this. Oh, let me bring Ronan some food because I think he's going to have a good night. Oh, let me do everything for Ronan. Okay. Oh, but Ronan can't talk because he got in trouble because he got caught. It's like, give me a break. Start owning up to what you're doing, and then try to fix the problem, like we keep telling you.
Now publishing January 25th, 2022.
Okay.
Morning. In the bathroom.
Prosecution took way longer than they said they were going to. So like more behind, I guess.
Jordan's a new day, right? Right? New day. Mad at yourself because you get caught. You get done with it. Move on with your day. You have another good day. Just trying to give you what's right for you, right? Clothes. There's some breakfast. Are those dirty? What? Are they dirty or not? They're what? I know, you didn't wear them. Are they dirty or they're clean? Now let's go back over here. Grab clothes. Today's a new day, right? Right? Okay? You gonna make it a good one? Yeah.
Murdoch tears purple. All right, I'm good now. I ate. I got some snacks. The baby's good. I'm fully here now. I guess the prosecution added more videos, I guess, what it seems like. Crazy old.
Did you see I found those face wipes? I found them where the toothbrush. Yeah. Did you use them? Yes, I used them last night.
Oh, Kelly, yeah, you should be good. Let's see. Kelly, you've been riding for a long. Oh, you're not blocked, Kelly. I'll see you blocked on the channel. Let me refresh.
Now publishing January 26th, 2022.
You have to go to the bathroom and then you can divide it out, right? Yeah. So you got the other chest today.
This is still the prosecution. They're playing videos. We can't watch the videos yet. Well, they don't want to see the victim, so. Pronouns are now available on YouTube. You can add pronouns to your page. What?
Yes. Let's go. No, I'm take those. Okay, you get over here. Okay, I'm gonna give you those.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that. No. That's nice. Can I make up whatever I want? Can I put? Or can you put whatever you want?
Actually working on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you searching up other stuff while you're supposed to be doing this?
No.
Okay. This is going to be it. I'm going to come get it right before we go. Is that the only one you have to do?
I have to do a couple more after this.
Can I do a couple more? Okay, what percentage?
78.
Alright, really tough one?
No.
Alright, look at my plate. How are we doing? Make the bed?
Oh, no.
Clean up your room? No?
I clean up over.
Make sure all that was nice, got your stuff together. And we'll brush your teeth, and then I'm gonna let the dog come ahead of you. So,
Alright.
Eric, wait! No, wait! You're wet! Okay, go the other way. You're done.
Can you get me that?
Okay. Alright, let's go. You're over there. Let's go. Let's go. You know the girls.
They're good because, as a cover-up, they said the person is taking diagnostics.
Yeah.
Because it's a cover-up because they don't want to embarrass
It
the
doesn't
person.
matter, yeah. It doesn't matter. Everybody's probably gonna, you could be out. Like, if we decided, we could say you're not going back to school.
Yeah.
So, like, there could be a lot of people now being out.
Alright.
So, hey, don't put your feet down. No. No. How's it going?
Good. Alright, thank you.
Spoon, soup, and
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Good sleep. Good night.
Now publishing January 27th, 2022.
Morning.
Good sleep?
I slept okay.
Yeah. Want to go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Let's clean your bucket out. Let's put these in here. So it should be together like that.
Yeah.
Did you go back in your bucket at all?
Full crime. Thank you for the super chat. Big fan from the UK. I'm going to read the super chats when they pause. Oh, that's awesome. Because of you, I started my own channel, so I want to say a huge thanks. Get a beer on me. Thank you. Maybe I get a shot. I fell out of keto and I gained like a couple pounds. Probably just water. But I'm going to get back on keto, so maybe I'll take a shot on you then. Try to avoid the carbs. Even though some liquor has carbs, you got to watch what you drink. But why is the church supporting her? Church. Forgiveness. I'm gonna check it out. Old crime. I can heart super chats? What? The thumbs up, Lord. Oh, look, I can heart super chats. That's new. I've never seen that before. What does that do? Does the person, does it tell them, iCkEdMeL hearted your thing? That's really cool.
You ready?
Yeah.
You done?
Yeah, I was doing editing class for English.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Get your stuff.
No.
I see. Just man. Just man. I see you doing stories too. That's good.
You need to make your bed in the morning, okay? Because you got plenty of time, right?
Yeah.
Me too, Melanie. I'm hoping that the media is going to be able to get some access to the videos, and maybe they'll have to censor it.
Welcome to your homicide. Not yet. Pajama? Yeah. You just change it and go to bed? Yep, you do that. Anything else over there in Signore? No. What's this? Somewhere. Two bookmarks for you.
Now publishing January 28th, 2022.
Renee, do you read? We should go to the bathroom. Do you need to take a shower today, or you can do it tonight? I can do it tonight. Okay, let's go to the bathroom. Because you do it, can you make your bed first? Yeah. Clean up like your space here. You don't have too much, so cleaned up, right? So if you make it look nice, it's a good thing, right? You have a good day? Friday, right? Having fun on Fridays?
PE in the morning. For last time until another 6 weeks because it rotates every week.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so what are you working on right now? Because you said you were finishing the IXL, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you working on right now?
See if it shows up.
What?
See if it shows up.
You're doing IXL or you're not?
I am.
So what percentage are you on then?
46.
What's going on? Bad. Why?
The pounds are not. I don't know.
Almost done. 66, right?
Yeah.
It's dirty.
Yeah.
Alright. Why don't you grab your clothes really quick so that you have them on? What's wrong with the problem?
Nothing wrong with this. Hard to go through.
Keep working?
Yeah.
You're done now, right?
Yeah, no thanks. I'll be blessed.
Okay, how much do you have of that?
I have 2 vocabularies.
Okay, I'm gonna come in and grab that in a couple minutes and have you get some of those shells.
Okay.
Good. Alright, why don't you leave the stuff in here? I'm gonna have you your shoes.
No.
Your shoes are right there.
Yeah, I need to change my shirt because I brought this one.
Can you tuck them in?
No, it's not gonna be big enough.
Okay. So.
This is Megaton's room.
Megaphone room.
Megaton room. Yeah.
Oh, you not do bucket.
This compares.
Okay.
Maybe later you can see my class. Yeah, I'm trying to. Maybe you can see my class later.
All right, thank you. Does the state have any additional items to publish?
We don't, Your Honor. At this time, the state would rest its case.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the state's portion of the case. The state has rested. There are some things that the court needs to address outside of the presence of the jury. So, Mark, if you could escort the jurors into the jury room, and I'll let you know when we're ready for you.
Okay, so they rested. The thing is, if we could actually see, it would be a lot more bearable. But because we can't see nothing and the audio is not that great, it makes it rough, you know.
All right, everyone may be seated. Does the defense have any motions?
Be way more interesting. We could see, but may I understand why? Though the judge didn't like. I guess the orders were.
Judge, at this time, we're going to move for our first judgment of acquittal. Essentially, obviously there's 3 counts here. The aggravated child abuse count has 5 different ways that it can be proven by the state. Either aggravated battery, willful torture, maliciously punished, willfully or unlawfully caged, finally knowingly, willfully committed child abuse, and in doing so caused great bodily harm, disfigurement, or permanent disfigurement. The state in this case, I think, has failed to prove that Mr. Ferriter willfully, intentionally inflicted any physical, mental injury that resulted in great bodily harm. The terms great bodily harm, permanent disfigurement, these come from the aggravated battery statute. There has been, as far as I can recall, no testimony that the child suffered great bodily harm, which means distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises, which were also not presented. Likewise, there's no testimony that this child was in any way disfigured. Aggravated child abuse is committed through other ways as well, of course. Malicious punishment is reserved for certain types of cases. In Florida, Wheeler v. State controls in this district. It's 203 Southern 3rd 1007. In that case, the rule that comes from that case is that great bodily harm or permanent disabilities or disfigurements are what demonstrate actual malice on the part of a parent and not merely a momentary anger or frustration. So the state, I think, has failed to prove actual malice. Malicious, there's a definition for malicious in the jury instructions. Wrongfully, intentionally, without legal justification or excuse. Maliciousness can be established through circumstances, and one could conclude that a reasonable parent could have engaged or not engaged in that conduct, depending on those circumstances.
I think in a motion for JOA at this stage, doesn't the state get the benefit of all favorable inferences? And so if I were to buy your argument there, at this stage, I would have to conclude that they have established malice.
Well, I do think that I think actual malice, though, under Wheeler, is that it's not any sort of a momentary anger or frustration. It's discipline that results in great bodily or permanent disabilities and or disfigurements, or demonstrates that the actual malice on the part of the parent was not momentary anger or frustration. So I don't know that we have any evidence of that. I haven't seen any evidence of that. What the state is essentially relying upon factually from that perspective is moments where he comes in, he's yelling at Ronan, and those interactions that we saw this afternoon on the video, those fit more frustration and anger, if anything, but not great bodily harm.
But we're talking about malice, and we're talking about intent, right? I mean, that's the purpose that you're making this argument at this stage, right?
No, well, I'm going under the 5 ways to prove child abuse. Of them, I'm going through them. So I'm saying it's not aggravated battery. I'm saying it's not malicious, because we don't have great bodily harm. I also believe it's not torturous. I don't think there's any facts to go to torturous. And I think that the closest call here would be for the state is caged.
So you're trying to convince the court at this point that no jury could ever find that being confined in a 8x8 room or box, however you want to refer to it, that no jury on earth could find that to be torturous? Because I really have to find that no reasonable jury could conclude that that was torturous under the facts that have been presented. Again, which is why at this stage the state gets the benefit of all favorable inferences. Is that the leap you're asking the court to make at this point?
So torture involves extreme or sadistic conduct, which is absent here.
Well, I'm going to push back on that. I don't know that it's absent. What I believe is that there's certainly enough for a jury to determine whether it's torturous, evil, or sadistic. I mean, the video displayed many repetitive instances of the father coming into the room, his son snapping to attention in demonstrable fear, a repetitive, consistent berating of the child. it seems to me, and I'm not judging the facts one way or the other, I'm just merely determining whether they meet the standard at this point so that they can be passed along to the jury to make that determination. And it seems to me that a jury could conclude that this is torturous and it is something done with evil intent and malice. So move on from that, because you're not going to convince me that no reasonable jury could conclude that this is a torturous event here in the life of this child.
Well, in terms of the other elements, you have the argument was malicious, and in that I want to also draw the court's attention to Wheeler, which I gave the court the cite, but there is a clear difference between a parent's discipline and something that goes beyond and results in great bodily harm to the child. So I don't believe we have that here.
Okay, so let me read to you a provision that comes out of the case of Slocum versus State. That's at 757 Southern 2nd, 1246. And I'm quoting from that case because I think the part that I'm going to read is apropos to this. And just bear with me for just a second, Mr. Wahid, while I get to it. The court said, and this is out of the 4th District Court of Appeal, which is the court that obviously handles direct appeals from this circuit, regarding another conduct element of aggravated child abuse, the dividing line between permissible punishment and malicious punishment is not always easy to draw. A defendant maliciously punishes a child if the punishment is imposed wrongfully, intentionally, without legal justification or excuse. The element of malice requires evidence that the defendant acted with ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. And then the court cites the Gaylord decision where that court made this statement: the determination that a parent or one standing in the position of a parent has overstepped the bounds of permissible conduct in the discipline of a child presupposes either that the punishment was motivated by malice and not by an educational purpose, and that is, was inflicted upon frivolous pretenses, that it was excessive, cruel, or merciless, or that it has resulted in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. And I think that recognizes that the great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement is only one aspect of how you get to ultimately a conviction in an aggravated child abuse case. But the point I want to make here, and then I'm going to switch to one other case, and I'll let you have the floor back. And this is the Tate versus State decision. And I'll give you that site. That's at 136 Southern 3rd, 624. And this is what the court said in Tate, which gives me great pause in terms of the motion for judgment of acquittal here. And it says, Tate suggests that the state failed to prove that Tate intentionally abused HR, which is similar to what's being argued here. Because direct evidence of intent is rare, and intent is usually proven through inference, a trial court should rarely, if ever, grant a motion for judgment of acquittal on the issue of intent. And they cite a number of cases holding that intent is rarely susceptible of direct proof and is almost always shown solely by circumstantial evidence. And this picks up with what you said. Where reasonable persons may differ as to the existence of facts tending to prove ultimate facts or inferences to be drawn from the facts, the case should be submitted to the jury. So that's why I asked the question the way I did, is because if you concede that reasonable jurors and reasonable persons can disagree about what they've seen on the videos and what those videos mean, then that presupposes or actually mandates that I deny your motion for judgment of acquittal at this point. Do you at least agree with that argument?
Well, generally, yes. My only pushback on that would be that, unlike, I think, in some of the other cases that you've cited, and I've read Tate, just reading the case, what I think is different is here the jury has, and the court has, not just the video, but the audio. And the audio has the words from Mr. Ferriter himself. And you can see and hear in that there isn't it isn't malicious, that in the sense that ill will and no educational purpose. It's quite frankly the exact opposite. What you see and hear is that he's saying to Ronan that you did something wrong, and I'm trying to raise you to be somebody who's a good kid, not someone who is out there doing things that aren't good for himself or others, and you're not going to, you're going to go nowhere in life, and I want you to go somewhere in life. And there was some clips shown today where he's actually in the room going over homework with Ronan, and there's a lot of conversation about doing homework, and it's every time you see on the video that there is something that Ronan did wrong, whether it was impersonating a teacher at school or lying to somebody or lying to a teacher or those types of things, then the consequence you see on the video is that's when he got something taken away from him or he got in some way punished. And then he acts out again, of course, as a result of that punishment. And it's very sad to see how he reacts to that, of course, but that doesn't change the fact that the jury and the court has the evidence in terms of the audio as to why that conduct happened. It was not for no purpose or malicious purpose. It was for an educational purpose.
All right, so with respect to the aggravated child abuse count, without justification, is it your position that applies to each and all of the different avenues which can be traversed in order to arrive at a conclusion of aggravated child abuse? Because the reason I ask it the way I'm asking it is, a couple of the avenues require great bodily harm. And I do have the question for both sides to address as to what, because there was evidence of mental injury. I don't believe there was any evidence of any great bodily harm. So the question does any kind of mental injury rise to the level of where under the law it is considered to be great bodily harm? That's the first question. But this is the part of the information in terms of one of the prongs or one of the avenues that I want you to address specifically, and that is willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully and unlawfully caged. And that does not require great bodily harm. And what I've just stated to you are the elements of aggravated child abuse following that avenue. And address that, because it seems to me that on that basis alone, I should be denying your motion for a JOA on count one, because there's at least one avenue that jumps out at the court that clearly a jury would be the proper entity to decide, the issues in this case because of where the evidence stands at this point.
So interestingly, the jury instructions don't give us a definition of caged and whether it's temporal or not. And two things I would point out factually to the court. One is many, many times when the door closed in the video, you don't hear a lock. So the door isn't locked on many occasions. So Ronan could open the door and walk out, just like anyone can in any room. And therefore, those definitely would not fit the term of that level of confinement that one would say would be synonymous with the Webster's dictionary version of caged. There are times where he is, but there's a temporal aspect to that. And we heard it from, I believe it was Officer Lowe.
Let me ask, was there one time in any video that was played by the state where the victim walked out of the room without the parents opening the door first? I don't recall seeing a single instance of where that occurred.
That is true, but that's different because the door not being locked would not, in the terms of confinement under the law, in terms of like other types of cases or kidnapping cases or people being cuffed to things, you can decide not to go out. You can decide not to go out because there might be a consequence to going out and that you get in trouble because you weren't supposed to go out. But
why wouldn't that be a basis for confinement under the law where you have great fear that if you come out, bad things will happen to you? To me, is there anything in the case law that gives guidance on, because I'm not sure I agree with your argument that it wasn't locked, but that'd be up for the jury to decide. But the legal point that you're raising for me is whether confinement actually requires a lock or confinement be achieved by virtue of the inducement of fear in the victim. So the victim is scared to death to come out.
So the difference in this particular set of circumstances, and the case law does say, I mean, not on cage per se, but on child abuses, and you just read it, Judge, it's very fact specific. So we're dealing with the facts here, which is parent-child, right? Parent-child in a situation where at times children get punished. If I send my daughter to her room and say, you're confined, you're not going anywhere tonight, you're staying in your room all night, I'll see you in the morning. It's not that she is confined in terms of caged under the law. She's not supposed to come out. Doesn't mean she can't come out. That is not a crime. That is not something where this court would find I committed child abuse. So I think there's a difference because of the circumstances between the two parties here, father, son. And clearly, as you can see in the video, it is every instance is tied to something that Ronan has done. He's admitted that on the stand.
But are you making the argument there that just because there might have been a legitimate purpose in the punishment, that a parent can never exceed, going back to the language used in the Tucker case, the Tate case, that where the punishment exceeds the permissible bounds of what is proper? To me, that presupposes there can be a motivation or a legitimate reason that started the punishment per se, but that punishment can go off the rails and exceed what is permissible in any reasonable society. I mean, you're not making that argument, are you?
No.
All right.
Of course, it could. And again, and as the court.
All right. So you just accepted that.
Yes.
So if you accept that, do you not agree then it becomes a jury question as to determine whether the punishment here, the specific punishment, crossed the bounds of what is proper in a society such that it could be aggravated child abuse? Because, I believe there's enough that they could define that the victim was unlawfully caged. And so if you concede that, doesn't it have to go to the jury to decide it?
So again, then we would say in every case that it would go to, every case would then go to the jury, because it's a question of, do the facts meet the elements, right? And that's what I'm getting at, is that this specific set of facts.
Well, it is that is the question, but it also comes with a big proviso, provided at this stage, the state gets the benefit of all favorable inferences. So when you want to refer to that room as a structure, a box, or a cage, they get the inference that, hey, it's a cage, and it demonstrates caging at this point, don't they?
Well, I think caging, so the issue is that since my reading of the jury instructions, that there isn't a definition of the word cage. So, what we're really looking at is, and by all accounts, it's a room, correct? The caging aspect, is my understanding, would be, just from Webster's version, is that it's locked and confined and you can't get out. The only sort of caging case that I think I found in the fourth was Blow versus State. Doesn't really apply because it's handcuffed and chained to something, kind of a case. And quite frankly, in that case, they said the district court held that the plain meaning of the term cage does not include the act of chaining or handcuffing, and therefore the state did not present a prima facie case. And that's Blow versus State, 993 Southern 2nd 540. I'm sorry, that's a second DCA case, not a fourth. I didn't find one in the fourth.
Right. So, Mr. Wade, because I do think you might have a meritorious argument that there are some aspects of count one that should be narrowed. And so I want to focus on that, because that to me is where the real legal issue here is. In all of the avenues that are available for aggravated child abuse under count one, you agree that there's some that do not require great bodily injury, correct? The one I just talked about does not require great bodily injury.
Correct.
All right. So is your motion such that you're moving for a JOA on certain aspects of count one where great bodily injury is a requirement, and in your view, the evidence has been presented by the state fails to demonstrate great bodily harm? Because if that's your motion, there may be parts that I need to have a conversation with the state about, because I have questions and they will need to explain to me where the evidence is of great bodily harm, if great bodily harm does not include PTSD or any mental injury. And if it doesn't, then there may be a basis to narrow count one.
So it would be both. Obviously, I'm moving for all counts, but as I made the argument, it includes what.
Yeah, you're going to lose on. I'm just going to tell you up front. You can make your argument for the record. You're going to lose on the willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully or unlawfully caged. I would be denying that because I think it jumps out at me that there's enough evidence for that. But the others, I'm not so sure, which is why I want to focus on that, because that's where the bigger part of my effort needs to be focused on at this point, is if I have to narrow count one.
Fair. So my position on that, and obviously then I'll turn it over to the state, is that great bodily harm and permanent disfigurement, they are defined. Defined as great means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate, and as such does not include mere bruises.
But it's got to be bodily harm, right? Physical
bodily harm
to the tissue, to the bones, to the skin,
Correct.
Those kinds of things. Mental injury does not fall within that category.
Not on reading of cases that I've been looking at.
Okay, so let me take you to the second avenue. It's kind of in the information as well. I marked it as number 2, the avenue. And that is that the defendant did an intentional act or actively encouraged another to do an act that resulted or could have reasonably been expected to result in physical or mental injury. Now, that standing alone, you would lose because I think there's evidence of mental injury. But it looks to me like in that particular avenue that it carries with it the conjunction and that it still has to have or result in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. Let me hear your comment on that as well, because I think you're making the argument that it applies, but I want to hear you say it so I can properly register it.
Yeah, it's a conjunctive. It's an and not an or. Yes, I agree with the court on that.
All right. Do you have any case law to where it's been interpreted that way? I mean, I think reading it makes me understand it that way, but it won't be the first time I've read a statute and there is an appellate case out there that interprets it in a way that I might not always have interpreted it. Were any case?
I focused on the fourth, and I used Wheeler versus State. It's a 2016 case, 203 Southern 3rd 1007.
All right, and so the last avenue that's in the information, and that is did commit an aggravated battery upon RTF, a child contrary to Florida statute 827.03. By virtue of the aggravated battery, that presupposes and subsumes great bodily injury, doesn't it?
Yes, Judge.
And so just mental injury would not be enough to sustain that prong. You agree with that?
Yes.
All right. So I'm in agreement with a substantial portion of what your argument here is. I haven't heard the state yet, but I see where you're going with your argument. I've told you that I already disagree with you on the one avenue that talks about willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully and unlawfully caged. Are you going to address count 2 or count 3 at this point, or is your motion only to address count 1?
Count 1, Judge. Okay.
All right. So let me turn it over to the state. And who's going to argue, Ms. Black? All right, so I've given you kind of a roadmap of some of the issues that I've already looked at, and I want you to address. And I saw you shaking your head back there when I was talking about the mental injury. You concede that mental injury does not constitute great bodily harm under the statute?
Yes, under the statute is not. We are not proceeding under 1A or 1E. We are going under the theories of 1B, 1C, and 1D.
Okay, so let me go through the information, and then you can address it. The information says that, Christine and Timothy Ferriter are about December 28, 2021 to January 28, 2022. And I'm going to cut through what I don't have to read. Did knowingly, and this is what I consider the first avenue, did knowingly or willfully intentionally inflict physical or mental injury that resulted in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement to RTF a child. Okay. That presupposes the infliction of physical or mental injury. I think you have both of those here. There was physical injury and there was mental injury. The physical injury doesn't necessarily mean great bodily injury, but there was physical injury and there was mental injury based on the evidence that I've received. But that carries with it the additional requirement under that avenue that it has to result in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. So my question to you is the state pursuing a conviction under that prong? All right, so that settles that. The motion for JOA on that prong is granted. So that won't be presented to the jury. So let's go to the second avenue. Did an intentional act or actively encouraged another to do an act that resulted or could have reasonably been expected to result in physical or mental injury? Again, it's just like the first avenue. You've got the physical injury and you've got the mental injury, but you have that little word there, and it says did result in great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement to RTF. Is the state pursuing a conviction under that avenue?
Can you give me 1 minute, Your Honor?
What just that
And you may
little
want to address the word and what you think it means.
they're not the great bodily harm not going?
Your Honor, it seems like you are going off of the information, the charging document. We're going over the jury instructions as far as each of the elements.
Well, but the information tracks the statute, doesn't it?
Yeah, Your Honor, we're not proceeding under that prong. However, as to the great bodily harm, however, the lesser of child abuse includes the portion of that without great bodily harm.
Without great, so,
you would be asking going forward on that.
Right. Right. I'm only dealing with the top level offense. And I'm ruling the way I am because of the absence of great bodily harm, but that does not negate the lesser included offense of child abuse, which doesn't require great bodily harm. So let me be clear on that. So based on that, deal with the and did result. Do you agree with at least the court's initial interpretation of that and Mr. Wahid's conclusion as well, that in that avenue it requires that there also be great bodily injury?
Yes, if it says and, then it.
All right. So you're not pursuing that. Based on the evidence that the court received thus far. And then the third avenue, I've already ruled in your favor on that: willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully and unlawfully caged, RTF a child. That one you are pursuing, and I would think that that's the major brunt of the state's case in regard to count one. Am I correct on that?
Yes, Your Honor. And just to kind of address what defense said in their argument as far as Blow versus State, in that case, it did not, that they said that caging does not include chaining a child, but they did talk about how the caging aspect is a wire or bar box-like structure or a small restrictive.
Yeah, you don't need to spend any real time on that because I've sat through the hours of video as well. It can be up to these folks to determine if that's a cage or not. What I'm concluding is there's enough evidence for them to determine that it could be. So it's going to be up to them. And then the last one, which I consider to be the fourth avenue, is did commit an aggravated battery upon RTF. Do you agree that that presupposes great bodily harm, so you would not be pursuing the charges or a conviction under that avenue?
Correct.
Okay, so here's where we are with what will be presented to the jury if we get there after the presentation of the defense case in that in this matter. So count one, the motion for JOA is granted as to count one with respect to everything except the requirements in the avenue of willfully tortured, maliciously punished, or willfully and unlawfully caged, which based on the court's conclusions as to the evidence up to this point, that would be presented to the jury to determine. That does not mean that the lesser included offense of child abuse will not be presented, because it will, because that does not include the element of great bodily harm, which is the primary impetus behind my rulings in narrowing down count one. So everybody with me on my rulings on count one? So I think I've covered everything I need to cover in terms of my rulings. Is there anything else, Mr. Wahid, that you would need me to address from the standpoint of your motion for JOA? Okay. Any clarification? Okay. All right. And the court will reiterate and reconfirm its prior rulings in regard to all of the motions and objections that Mr. Wahid and the defense have made during this proceeding. If that's what we're just renewing all of that so that they're the same ruling as before. Ms. Black, anything that you ask or need clarification from the court on as far as my ruling?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So at this time, Mr. Wahid, it's appropriate for me to ask before I bring the jury out is, do you intend to put on a defense? All right. And have you made a decision at this stage as to whether your client intends to testify so that I can conduct the necessary colloquy?
I have some civilian witnesses and a doctor.
All right. So you want to do those witnesses before you make a decision as to whether your client will testify or not? Okay, all right. So that just means that I'll defer the colloquy for you, Mr. Ferriter, until such time as we're at that point where you have to make a decision whether you're going to testify or not in your own behalf. You understand all that, sir? Okay, good. All right. So, Mr. Wahid, I don't see Ms. Murad. You want to take 10-minute recess before we start? All right, so we're going to be in recess for 10 minutes.
To remind you, I renewed my objection to, in light of the testimony to Kellen McCoy, who is the teacher, about the incident where he embarrassed his sister, as that is not an issue in dispute. It was disclosed by the child during his testimony, fully admitted to it, and to have an additional witness testify to the same event that is not in dispute would be cumulative, especially when it's a prior bad act of the victim.
Mr. Wahid, do you want to address that, or is that for Ms. Murad?
No, I can.
Let's get you mic'd up over there. You're good.
Yes. So that incident results in a response from Ferriters, which goes to part of our case, which is that they engaged the school. They took the time to listen and understand what happened and gather all the facts before doing any sort of response with Ronan. So going through that process that the Ferriters went through goes to all of what we're saying, that their conduct is not malicious, that it is educational, that it is parental, and it drives directly to a parental defense.
Is she going to testify to anything else other than what was admitted by the victim on the stand?
Yes, she's going to testify to the fact that the Ferriters engaged with her in the school and exactly what I just said.
And she's a teacher?
She's a teacher.
And Your Honor, if you'll recall, the child testified to those specifics, that there was a meeting, that his mom had a meeting, and that his dad came, and that he went into the room with the teacher with the dad. All of the facts in which he's going to elicit have already been elicited without dispute.
Yeah, I'm going to deny the motion. I think the defense is entitled to call the witness because she may have a flavor that the victim himself didn't present, and so you're entitled to present your defense, and I'm going to allow that witness to testify. Consistent with the scope and the parameters that I've already set out many times already with my in limine rulings.
Understood.
Okay. All right. Can you let the jury know it'll be 10 minutes and then we'll start back up with the defense case? All right. Court's in recess for 10 minutes.
Yeah, they're entitled.
Witnesses that will testify by Zoom. We're going to do them first. So if you could just make sure they're there.
Let me pull up my email here.
Thank you.
Are they going to do a 10-minute break?
I emailed Miss White directly, so it may not be there.
Well, she would send it to me, so let me just see if I've got it here.
A little pony, a little pony. So
you sent it to division.
Oh, they cut it. You got to cut it. You got to cut it. All right. I don't even know what happened there, honestly. Did they are they going to have to change the jury instruction? Or are they just leaving out great bodily harm? Because at first it's like the defense was trying to put he was trying to say that since there was no great bodily harm, there was like no malice, but malice has other. Great bodily harm is just one aspect, and I don't think you need great bodily harm to prove malice. There's other things like he mentioned being evil or torturous or whatever. And then he was talking about intent, and he was referencing another case where they said that a lot of times intent is circumstantial evidence. Trying to like prove intent. It's hard to prove intent. I think they should let the teacher come in. I want to see this teacher. Let the teacher come in. I guess they have some witnesses by Zoom, and they haven't decided whether the father's going to testify. It's getting interesting. Carly says, no, the jury instruction won't change. The state was pursuing that charge, so it doesn't matter. So what was this all? That's what I'm trying to understand. What would they? I know he was trying to. It seemed like something happened, right? Something changed or no? MH says, excuse my ignorance, but didn't the other woman YouTuber and her partner get arrested also for being so strict and abusing their kid? They got arrested, yeah, but they were I believe it's alleged that they were holding kids in the basement. The kids escaped. They had like these, what they had, a rope or something around their hands, and like, or this markings and stuff. They're held against the will for a long time, like punished or abused, and I think food withheld allegedly, all that kind of stuff. I want to see the teacher. I want to see the other witnesses they got. I want to see the father testify. And if he testifies, the prosecution, they better rip him up. They better go all in. It's an opportunity of a lifetime. Well, yeah, I agree with that. They were trying to remove the charges and they didn't, but it still seemed like they just took out the wording of great bodily harm. Thank you, BL. Makes sense. Which actually benefits the defense a bit, right? That actually benefits the defense, I think. Or does it benefit? I don't know. Who does that benefit? Suzanne, thank you for the super chat earlier. I'm sorry I missed it. It says, hi, Mel. Please cover Dan Markle case. Murder for hire. Going to be huge. Think it's somewhere late in October. You don't want to miss it. Your subs will love it. Okay, I want to make a note of that. I pulled up an article earlier when you sent that super chat, and I'll check it out. There's a hearing coming up next week, and then the trial's in late October, like you said. TT Cross, thank you for the 6 months. Says, hey, Mel and beautiful people. Love y'all. Love you too. Kelly E, thank you for the super chat. Let me make sure I got everybody. Nancy Jennings, thank you for the super chat. Says, if this child had an emergency or a fire broke out in the house, he is trapped. Seconds can mean life versus unlife. I'm so angry. Well, they have some laws too, certain states, about the way things are locked up. There was one story where this person was like, I thought they were like doing their own nursing home or something like that, but they kept somebody in the basement. But that person supposedly didn't have the keys to get out or something like that. And that person, I think the owner or whatever, they're in trouble. There's some sort of law. You have to have a way to get out. You can't just. I forgot what story that was. So at least it's getting interesting. And this is what I was thinking. I think we should do the pre-trial Monday. I was going to say this weekend, but I think we do it Monday around the normal time that a trial starts. Even though there's no trial Monday, it's Tuesday. I think Monday, in place of the trial, we watch the pre-trial. Since there's no trial Monday, it starts Tuesday. I think we could do that Monday. And then the weekend, we'll see what happens. Whatever comes out. If another story comes out, or if they release pictures and video or anything else, we'll cover that. But I think we can leave that for Monday, so we have something to do Monday. Keep the rhythm of waking up in the morning and watching it. Yeah, I think Monday morning. Let's do Monday morning. People be working. Bill says the wording did not bother the state much. They're more focused on the confinements as torture, etc. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna set up that stream for Monday. I'd like to be able to post some clips and highlights too for the people that missed the stuff on the backup channel. Maybe today we can do that. Play for you says, iCkEdMeL, I'm in my apartment building here where I live. We're not allowed to play / book our or block our windows or doorways due to fire hazards. Makes sense. Makes sense. I'm gonna schedule a stream now for Monday, and also maybe schedule a Tuesday stream as well, just to have him sitting in. Well, the Tuesday we have to wait because I don't know what time the trial starts that day. Ferriter. And today it's supposed to go till 6. They said, and it seems like the defense has some people there ready to go. It's supposed to go till 6, so we may get in some time because they're trying to catch up. A lot of people are off Monday. Are they? Probably, I guess. The holiday? Somewhat. I mean, well, I guess because I used to work in the hospital for years, so like, we're always working. Did anybody have did they get a screenshot of the room? Yeah, I know there's no court Monday. I know. We're going to do the pretrial hearing Monday. Tuesday we'll come back to the trial. This is day 5. So schedule. Pretrial. Mm. Yeah, I hope they do release the pictures and videos. If it comes out today or over the weekend and stuff, I'll definitely set up a stream and come on. See if I can show. They were showing a different view of the room when they were on break. There it is. Here it is. Okay. Take a screenshot. Run it on fumes. All right.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have now, as you know, completed the state's portion of the case. The state has rested. And as I advised you at the very beginning, the defense has an opportunity to put on a defense if they wish. They will be calling witnesses, so we are now in that portion of the case called the defense's case. And with that, Mr. Waheed, does the defense have a witness to call?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
This time, the defense calls Kellen McCoy.
Okay. All right, before we administer the oath to Ms. McCoy, this testimony is being conducted via Zoom. by agreement of the parties. The witness will be sworn in. And again, you are to view and consider and listen to the testimony the same as you would if this person was sitting right here on the witness stand here. Everybody understand that? Okay. All right. So, ma'am, I'm going to go ahead and administer the oath. If you could raise your right hand, please.
You guys ready?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. All right, Mr. Waheed, you may proceed.
All right. So, and it's a little weird. I'm not facing anywhere, but I'm actually facing the
Oh, we get to see?
So hopefully Ms. McCoy is looking at me as I ask the questions. Ms. McCoy, if for some reason through technology you don't hear what I say, please, ask me to repeat it. And of course, if I ask a question that doesn't make sense, which happens a lot, just go ahead and tell me to repeat that as well. Ms. McCoy, can you?
I think I'm going to make it easier on you. I'm going to switch the video for her so she just look right at that video there.
Okay, great.
All right, you have to proceed.
Can you please state your full name?
Kellen Marie Hynum.
And what was your maiden name?
McCoy.
Okay. So currently, are you working?
No.
You're home with a fairly young child, correct?
A couple, yes.
Okay. Back in 2018-19, were you working as a teacher?
A teacher.
Yes.
Okay. How long were you teaching?
At that point in time, maybe four or so years.
And what city did you live in at that time?
Tucson, Arizona.
What school did you teach at?
Immaculate Heart Academy.
Was Immaculate Heart is that a private school? Public school?
Private.
Okay. And what grades did you teach back then?
I taught second grade, third grade, and fourth grade consecutively.
And do you recall in 2018-19 school year, what grade were you teaching?
I'm not certain. It was either third or fourth grade.
All right. So, do you know the name Nola Ferriter?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know her?
She was a student of mine.
And do you remember when that was?
2019.
In 2019?
I believe 2019.
Okay. Was there ever some moment where Nola's brother comes into your classroom and asks you to make an announcement? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was, approximately?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Do you recall when, approximately, what month and year that happened?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember for sure. Maybe February of 2019 or March.
All right. And would it help to refresh your recollection if you had something to look at from that time?
Yes.
So earlier today, my office should have emailed you a document. If you take a look at that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to the time frame we're talking about.
Yes. 1 second.
I'm sorry?
March of 2019.
All right, so March of 2019. All right. And tell me what you recall happening between Ronan and Nola in your class.
Ronan came into my classroom and asked if he could make an announcement to my class, which at that point in time, it was a regular thing for teachers to send students to other classrooms to make announcements. So I said, yes, you can make an announcement to the class. So he walked to the front of the class and started to say things where I quickly realized he was not sent by another teacher. He said some things to Nola to humiliate her in front of the whole class. He made her cry. And once I caught on to the fact that he was not making an announcement sent by another teacher, I stopped him and I asked him to go back to his own classroom.
And did he leave?
Yes, he did.
Did you notice any response from Nola?
Yes, she was very, very upset. She was crying, and it took a while for her to gain her composure.
What was your impression of that whole incident? I'm sure.
Sustained.
Had you? I'll ask another question. Had you ever had something like that happen in your class before?
Sustained.
Based on what happened, did you do anything next? Did you reach out to the parents?
Yes, I did.
And
I sent them an email.
Generally stating what had happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, was their response to you notifying them of this action?
They came in immediately, I believe later that day, to talk about it. They had requested that they meet separately. So first I met with mom and talked to mom about what had happened. And then after that, I met with dad separately to talk about it. And while I was talking to each parent, the kids were waiting by themselves, either in the hallway or in their car. I believe Nola may have been in the car while mom was having a meeting with me, or in the hallway. And Ronan was in the hallway while I met with dad.
So let me talk to you about the dad response, Tim Ferriter's response. When he met with you, when you conveyed, so let me ask you, what is it generally he wanted to know about? Trying to avoid the hearsay, just generally.
I'm going to overrule the question as phrased, but ma'am, you're not to say what Mr. Ferriter said. You're only supposed to state what your understanding was that he wanted to know. You can answer subject to that limitation.
So what did he want to know?
Can I continue?
Yes.
Yes, you can state what was your understanding of what he wanted to know.
My understanding is that he wanted to know the facts of what happened. He seemed concerned and wanted to just understand what the situation was. And he was very...
Go ahead.
He seemed very receptive and understanding of what had happened.
Did he, in your presence, ask you any follow-up questions regarding trying to determine if there was any punishment from the school, detention, or if the school was taking any action against Ronan?
Not that I can recall.
And did he give you some indication that they would handle it as a family at home?
That was my impression, although he didn't. I don't remember him stating anything directly saying what they were or weren't going to do at home.
Was there any impression you got from that interaction as to what, if anything, he was going to do next?
Objection to speculation.
Sustained.
No.
Based on that interaction, So you had a separate interaction.
Mr. Wade, let me just make sure the witness knows. When I sustain an objection, ma'am, that means you're not to answer it, okay? Do you understand that? And I sustain the objection to the last question, so the answer is stricken. Jury is instructed to disregard it. You may continue now, Mr. Wahid.
Sure. You had a similar conversation with the mother, correct?
Yes.
Did the mother also inquire of you as to essentially facts of what happened?
Yes.
Based on that interaction, did the mother give you any impression as to, or ask you if there were any consequences at the school that were going to take place?
Not that I can recall.
And Nola continued to be a student in your class, correct?
Yes.
One moment.
Granted.
No other questions.
That's it?
All right, any cross by the state? All right, Ms. Coakley, you may proceed.
You were Nola's fourth grade teacher, right?
I believe so, yes.
And Ronan, at the time that this happened, was also in elementary school, correct?
Yes.
So, like, he was one grade above Nola, so he was a fifth grader at the time that this happened?
Yes, I believe he was in fifth grade.
So he was approximately 11 years old when this happened, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
And the date that it happened is March 22nd, 2019, right?
Yes.
And you sent an email to the parents, correct?
Can you repeat that?
You sent an email to the parents to notify them of the incident involving their children, correct?
Yes.
And you told the parents that what occurred is that Ronan came into your classroom and asked to make an announcement.
Let me stop you there. Ma'am, it looks like you're typing on a keyboard and you cannot be reading anything or typing anything while you're testifying. So just please acknowledge to me that you're not reading. Yes, it looks to me like your hands are moving.
She has a kid there.
I just want to make sure. Anytime I'm doing remote testimony, I just need to make sure the witnesses understand the restrictions that you cannot be reading anything or typing anything or communicating with anyone else. You understand that?
I understand that. I'm just watching my kids.
Okay, perfectly understood. But anytime the eyes start darting away, I have to be careful that you're not getting improper influences. So you may proceed. I just want to make sure you understand the instructions.
And what Ronan said in front of the class was, I've gotten several reports from Dylan and Blake about stealing in this class. Nola, stop. Just because I'm your brother doesn't mean you can do that. And then he asked Nola to stand up, correct?
Yes.
And that made Nola cry, correct?
Yes.
That's all that he said, correct? Before you stopped him.
No, that's not all that he said. Those are just the specific words that I remembered as I was typing that email.
Okay, that's all the information that you provided to the parents, right? That he came into class and he accused his little sister of stealing, correct?
That is all the information I provided in the email. Yes.
Now, you did speak with the parents, correct?
Yes.
You were not aware at the time how Ronan was being treated by his parents at home, correct?
Correct.
You also are not aware of how the parents chose to punish their 11-year-old son for this infraction, or are you?
Correct, I was not aware.
They didn't tell you what they were going to do with this information, correct?
They did not tell me.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, any redirect, Mr. Wahid? All right, you may proceed.
Ma'am, the state referred to this as an infraction at At the time when it happened, is it, in your mind, was this an infraction or a prank or something like that?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled. You can answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The state, just when they asked you, referred to this incident as an infraction by Ronan, and I'm asking you, at the time when you were there, was it your perception this was an infraction or a prank or something minimal like that?
What's the definition of an infraction?
Sure. So, did you think this was just a prank between siblings? Did it come across to you as that, as something in play?
No, it didn't seem like a simple sibling prank to me.
And why?
Sustained.
No other questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Waheed. All right, ma'am, that concludes your testimony. That means that you may sign off and your testimony is concluded. She's excused from further proceedings, correct?
Yes.
All right, you may sign off, counsel.
I thought there was going to be more. That's all they have with that. Wow. Okay.
All right, Mr. Waheed, your next witness.
I'd like to call Steve Johnson.
It's so funny. People were like looking to the side. So like, hey, yo, who are you looking at? I had a feeling from the very beginning when she said she had multiple kids. That's what it was. She was looking at a kid. But I understand the judge has to be sure also, you know?
Steve's phone is sideways, apparently.
All right, Mr. Johnson, can you hear me?
I know. That teacher there was nothing there. I mean, we don't know all the details that happened that day either. They're not saying for whatever reason, but you know. I thought they had something with that. I thought there was more.
Corner there, Judge.
All right, Mr. Johnson, this is Judge Coates in Palm Beach County, Florida. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay, all right, you've been called as a witness in the matter of State versus Ferriter. First order of business is for me to go ahead and administer the oath. If you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, all right, Mr. Waheed, you may begin.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, can you state your name and what city you currently reside in?
Sure. My name is Stephen Johnson. I live in Tucson, Arizona.
And how long have you lived there?
My entire life, 40 years.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
Generally, what type of work do you do?
Director of business development for a pain clinic.
Do you have any children?
I do.
How many children do you have, sir?
9.
9 children. You're busy.
Correct. Yeah, apparently.
Do you know someone named Tim Ferriter?
I do.
And how do you know him?
I met Tim back in 2017 at a basketball camp for our daughters when he first moved here.
Here being Tucson, Arizona, correct?
Correct, here being Tucson, Arizona. And then subsequently learned that his children were going to attend the same school as mine, Immaculate Heart in Tucson.
And what would you say was the frequency of contact between you and Tim Ferriter back in those years?
At first, not much, but he and I coached basketball together for 2 seasons. We coached our daughters. And so that would have mean I would see him probably 3 or 4 times a week.
And do you recall his son, Ronan?
I do.
And do you recall when you, approximately when or how you first met Ronan?
I met Ronan at one of the practices. His dad introduced him, and he sat and watched the practice. And then he was also in my son's class at school.
So your son and his school went to school in the same class?
That is correct.
At any point, did you go to Tim's home
I did.
And can you tell me what those occasions were about? Why'd you go?
Initially, they were social. There were for some kids' birthdays and the baptism of their youngest, Pierce. And there were a few times that I was over there for business. Tim was a publisher of a magazine, and I was learning how that worked from him at his home during the day.
And so did you at any point see the inside of Tim's house?
Yes.
Did you ever were you ever shown Ronan's room?
I was. That is correct.
Who showed you that room?
I believe Tim would have given me a tour my first time there.
All right.
Did.
Did you at any point at that time, do you recall interacting with Ronan yourself directly?
Yes. I did interact with Ronan several times. He was always out with the family and the guests when we were over there.
Okay. In your interactions with Tim during that time, did he seem guarded or any way secretive about his family?
No.
No. He goes, yes.
Did you ever have occasion to see or interact with Ronan enough to get a gauge on his behavior?
I did. Ronan was always pleasant. He'd always have kind of a sly smile on his face. He was talkative. So we connected pretty easily.
And did you and Tim and your son and Ronan ever collectively engage in anything?
Perhaps within those social settings, we never had anything particular for the four of us.
And I know you guys were teaching, we're coaching girls basketball.
Yep.
And do you know if either did you ever see or know that Ronan was engaged in any extracurricular activities back then?
No, I know that he didn't play any sports.
Right.
That I do know.
Did you on any occasion see the interaction between Tim and Ronan?
Yes.
How would you describe that interaction?
Oftentimes, because Ronan would sit and watch the practices, there would be some times when Tim would go over to help him with homework or something that he needed, common if a kid is near a parent. There were times when we would be at a game and I'd show up and I'd notice that Ronan had a notebook out and he would be writing, "I will not hit my sister," like 50 times or whatever the number was. And the reason that's
Mr. Johnson, there's been an objection. You cannot say what someone said or what they wrote. That's hearsay. That part of the answer is stricken. The jury is instructed to disregard it. All right, you may continue with your next question, Mr. Waheed.
Without saying what he was writing, you saw him writing things at the practice, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have any understanding of why he was doing those writings?
I did.
And what was your understanding?
I'm going to sustain it, but let approach, because you may have an exception you're going to rely on.
The whole thing of like hearsay and stuff, I guess I get that, but I mean, if he saw something that was written by Ronan, how is that hearsay if he saw it himself? Is it because, I don't know, what's the possibility somebody else wrote it for him or something, or planted there or whatever? His word, no proof. Okay. Okay, I see what you guys are saying. That was kind of funny when some people still think that lady was texting somebody. Brandy said she think that lady was like texting or something. I was kind of joking. I was like, maybe somebody's holding up cue cards for her right there on the side. Like, sure. Okay. All right, so they're pulling up friends from like 20 years ago to not 2017. I really expected more with the teacher. I mean, doing that to a child, like a sibling doing that to another sibling, yeah, that's pretty crappy, you know. But I would just expect more from the defense. That was their, you know, I don't know. I thought, but there was gonna be way more with the teacher. And the Zoom thing doesn't seem that great as far as when the witnesses, when there's objections going on. I guess they can't really hear it. I don't even know if that lady's mic'd up. She's calling it. Sounds like a whisper. Objection. Can't even hear the thing. So the witness is saying things, and yeah, sure, it's crossed out, but it's still there. You know, the jurors still heard it, even though they're supposed to disregard it. That's true. So it seems too like he looked kind of angry now or something. He looking serious, scowling a little bit. Scowling. He's trying to play it cool, a little smile. Appearing to be confident. Then realizing the camera's on him. But it seems like they got an uphill battle for sure. They're getting stopped in every little thing. Their witnesses are getting stopped every step of the way. Let's see. Maybe they have. I wonder if they have any more for today that we can still listen to. Nola, I'm not sure. I think that is the bio child. You guys can tell me in the chat because Fiona. That's not the same kid, right? Yeah, that's different. Fiona. She was from China, adopted from China. Let's see. Crashing over here. Yeah. So different. Yeah, Fiona, Nola, and Pierce is the youngest. I don't know if it was Pierce that was the Nola and Pierce are bio kids. Okay, so 2 bio kids, Nola and Pierce, and then you have Fiona and Ronan. Ronan's from Vietnam, and Fiona is from China. Both have testified already. Well, Fiona and Ronan. No way she was not getting some assistance. Oh Lord, with her answers. I took courses online when tested. Literally had to scan the room with her cell phone to show there was no cheating. Oh, I did see a crib back there, but Fiona testified the first day, I believe.
All right, so the objection is sustained. Next question, Mr. Waheed.
Sir, did you observe Tim be affectionate to Ronan?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Did you ever observe Tim disciplining Roland?
Yes.
Did you observe an interaction between them where Tim was not disciplining Ronan?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that they, in your mind, that strike that?
She's getting ready. Look, she laughed. She's getting ready to object.
Did Ronan show affection for Tim?
Objection relevant.
Yes.
Oh.
I overruled. I'll allow that question.
Yes.
Did you ever observe Tim disciplining the other children in his family?
Yes. Yes.
And so we're clear, you knew Tim and you were interacting with Tim during 2017, correct?
Correct. Yes.
2018?
Yes.
And into 2019?
Yes.
Until his child Ronan left Immaculate Heart and went to another school?
Until they left for Florida, I believe.
Okay, so even when Ronan switched schools, you were still interacting with Tim and his family, correct?
Correct.
No other questions.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Waheed. Any cross? All right, Ms. Black, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
So you stated that you kind of became friends with Mr. Ferriter back in 2017?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and you both coached your daughters in basketball?
Yes.
Okay, you stated on direct that you had seen Ronan's room, right?
Yes.
And that was inside of the house?
Correct.
And that was before Pierce had been born, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so you don't know where he was living after Pierce was born?
That is correct.
You also stated that you did not see a structure in the garage, right?
That is right.
Okay, and you didn't really have any contact with Mr. Ferriter when he had decided to move to Florida?
Aside from a few text messages wishing things like Happy Thanksgiving, no.
Okay, so you never went to his house in Jupiter back in December of 2021?
That is correct.
You never saw where Ronan was living at that time, right?
That is correct.
You never saw the structure where Ronan was living in, right?
I'm sorry, one more time?
You never saw the structure that Ronan had been living in
2021? I did not.
And you weren't made aware of how the defendant had been disciplining him at that time, right?
I had not been made aware of any specifics.
1 minute, Your Honor.
Granted.
I have no further questions.
All right, any redirect, Mr. Waheed? All right, thank you, Mr. Waheed. Mr. Johnson, that concludes your testimony. Is this witness now excused? Yes. Okay. All right, sir, your testimony is concluded, so you can go ahead and sign off Zoom. Thank you for being here. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good. He needs to. Well, they're ripping him up though. If he takes that.
Ms. Murad, Mr. Waheed, call your next witness. And Mark, when you come in, you can go ahead and change the input on the screen so the jury's not burdened with the Zoom link.
Definitely not looking good for the guy. And I don't know, man. That plea deal, he had a 2-year plea deal opportunity, 2 years, but I think 5-year probation or something. Friday, guys.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, Mr. Waheed, you may begin at your convenience.
Sir, can you state your name and spell your last name for us?
Sev Debazati, D-E, B for Bob, O-R-Z-A-T-T-I.
W for the defense now.
And
British.
where do you live?
I live in Melbourne, Australia.
Oh.
And how do you know Tim Ferriter?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know him?
I met Tim when we were at seniors in high school in 1992. I was an exchange student. I met Tim then, and we've been friends ever since.
Where was that?
That was in Milford, Michigan.
Okay. And over the years, you and Tim have interacted continuously, correct?
Correct. We've probably seen each other on 9 or 10 occasions in person, and we've stayed in contact via phone and FaceTiming with our kids and so on and so forth.
And your children know his family, correct?
Correct.
And you actually visited his house in 2013, correct?
Correct.
And then again in 2019, correct?
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to take you to 2019. Mm-hmm. So in 2019, tell me if you remember approximately when in the year did you visit his house?
It would have been July.
Right.
Sir, move up to the mic just a little bit closer and speak a little bit louder. I want to make sure you're getting accurately recorded.
Sorry, July.
All right. And where was that home?
That was in Sedona.
The home was in Sedona?
Yes.
Was the home possibly in Tucson?
Tim's home was in Tucson, but when I first got there, we went to Sedona.
Understood.
Yep.
Okay, so let's start with Sedona. So you were with your family?
Correct.
And how many children do you have?
3 children.
Okay. When you went to Sedona, were you with Tim's family?
I went with Tim. Tim met us in Phoenix. We drove up to Sedona to meet Tracy, Nola, Ronan, and Fiona, and Pierce.
And what type of structure did you all stay in?
It was a 2-story home. Tim and his family stayed on the top level, and my wife and my kids stayed on the bottom level.
And do you know where did Ronan sleep during that time?
Ronan slept in the master room with Tim and Tracy.
And how long was that time that you guys were in that house in Sedona?
Approximately 5 days.
All right. It was just a vacation in Sedona?
Correct. We went there. Fiona had a softball tournament. So obviously Tim and Tracy took her around to all the softball tournaments that she could play, and it was a big one, and they invited us to come down and spend some time and do that. So we went down there for the softball tournament. Yep.
All right. Subsequent to Sedona, where did you all go?
We hired an Airbnb in Tucson, 2 or 3 minutes from where Tim and Tracy live.
Did you on that trip have occasion to go to Tim's house?
Yes, I did.
And when you went to Tim's house, did you look around the house?
Yes, I did. Tim showed me around.
And did you interact with Ronan on that day?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did Ronan do?
Just normal kid. He spoke to me and showed me around, showed me his room, as all the kids did, and was happy to show me and was excited and showed me his toys and books and so on and so forth.
And where was his room?
His room was in the garage.
All right. And did you have any occasion to see Ronan interacting with your children?
Yes, I did.
And one of your children is a special needs child, correct?
Correct.
And what's that issue, if you can tell us?
My younger son has autism.
All right. So in the interaction that you observed between Ronan and your children, did anything occur that concerned you?
There was an incident in the pool where, Ronan would be overly aggressive, duck the children underwater, and hold them down there for a little bit and so on and so forth. So yeah, but I mean, I was there, so I was there to protect and look after them, but I wouldn't have left my children alone if it was just Ronan and the kids.
So don't kids play like that, putting their heads underwater, that sort of thing?
Oh, I think when both of them
Hell no.
choose to do it together and they play, this was more just one pushing the other down against their will.
And with your special needs child, did that give you any extra cause to pause?
Just maybe keep an extra eye out, just to make sure everything was okay, and I kept an eye on where he was and where the rest were.
Were there decisions made about going out for dinner or things like that with the Ferriters that factored in Ronan in any way?
We always went out together, so we never left any of the kids behind. We're always as a group, as a family. We went out together, we ate together, we swam together, we played together, we did everything together as families.
All right. One moment.
The pool thing, I mean, I would take that very seriously. I'd either take my kid out of the pool, or I'd physically go in there, grab my child, or I don't care whose kid it is, I'd be having a talking to that kid, and if the parent were there, I'd be telling them, you need to do something, or else we're done. I don't play around with it.
Going back to Sedona for a moment, was there ever an incident there that happened with Ronan that caused you concern?
When we were leaving and we were packing up and I guess checking the house before we left, we noticed there were knives missing from the kitchen. So we started to look for those to make sure we put those back and find out where they were. We couldn't find them, and then Tracy went into Ronan's bag to have a look and found the knives and brought them back. And we put those away. So there was probably a handful of knives that were missing and found in Ronan's bag.
No other questions.
Andy Cross.
That's it.
All right, Ms. Black, you may proceed.
Oh.
I just want to get your last name right. It's Mr. Debrazzati?
Debrazzati, yep.
Debrazzati, okay. So when did you first meet Mr. Ferriter?
1992.
And you've been friends ever since?
Correct.
You stated that you visited his house back in 2019?
Yes.
And this was after the vacation you guys had taken to Sedona?
It was right after.
Okay. So you stated that you saw Ronan's room, right?
Correct.
And you stated that it was in the garage?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see if there was a bucket in there?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you see whether or not the door locked from the outside or the inside?
The door was open, so I was unaware of any lock.
Okay. Did you see if there was a light switch inside the room?
I didn't look.
Was there a bathroom inside of that structure?
There wasn't a bathroom in the structure, no.
Now, you stated about an incident with the kids in the pool?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it a fair assessment that they were just horse playing in the pool?
Yeah, like I said before, I would normally say that if there was two interacting together and playing, but this was more one imposing his will on the others. The girls didn't really want to play. They didn't want to be ducked or really horse played, but he continued to do it. So,
how old was Ronan at that time?
I think he was 11.
So he's basically being like the annoying older brother at that point.
Yeah, annoying and yeah.
But you were there to protect them if they needed to be protected.
Absolutely, I wouldn't have left.
You also talked about an incident with some knives.
Correct.
Okay, and the fact that Tracy had taken them from Ronan.
From his bag.
He didn't threaten you with those knives?
No.
He didn't threaten the kids with those knives?
Not that I'm aware of.
He didn't threaten Tracy with those knives?
Not that I'm aware of.
It's just that he had the knives and she took them out of the bag.
Correct. Yeah. So I don't even know if he knew how long he had them for.
Now, did you ever visit the Ferriters' house in Jupiter in 2021?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the living arrangement was at that time?
No.
You don't know if there was a similar room that there was in Arizona in Jupiter?
No.
Woman, Your Honor?
Granted.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Waid?
Oh, they did the other turn of the defense. Oof, they just tossed this thing.
All right, looks like you do, so you may proceed.
Yeah.
Sir, would you have left your kids with Ronan unsupervised?
Objection, relevance.
Absolutely not.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, sir?
Absolutely not.
And why not?
I would think it would be unsafe.
Thank you.
All right, is this witness testimony concluded at this point? Excused. All right, sir, that concludes your testimony. You may step down. Thank you for being here. Call your next witness, Ms. Murad or Mr. Wahid.
So might as well just rest today. Rumple Feet says my partner had to be revived.
Are you doing the direct,
when
Miss?
she was young.
Yes, sir.
And other kid was dunking her. I think it really depends. I understand where some people say horseplay. I really like with that type of thing of like pushing somebody like on the water or like trying to hold them down. Like I don't know. I mean, you can play that shit, but like I don't particularly. And I've seen people. There was one time Maddie was with some kid that was kind of being a bit like overly aggressive kind of shit. I'm not just gonna like, oh, no, you know, that's a problem. Like, you know, kind of like, it wasn't like reciprocal type of thing, you know, it was kind of like annoying and kind of pestering. But I mean, it wasn't a dunking thing. If it was like a dunking, maybe it depends on age too. Like a man is 6, you know.
All right, Ms. Murad, you may begin.
This is Mr. P-Dog.
No worries.
I've been watching too much cave diving videos gone wrong.
Sir, could you state your name for us, please?
Yes, is the microphone all right?
Yes,
it is. All right, all right.
Stuart Graham.
Who's the doctor?
Like the cracker. Graham.
Dr. Graham, could you take us through your educational experience?
I can. I have a baccalaureate degree from the University of Texas at Austin in microbiology. I have a medical degree from the University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston, Texas. I completed 2 years following medical school, postgraduate training in anatomic pathology at Case Western Reserve in Cleveland, Ohio. I am a pathologist by training. The one part of after medical school of training in pathology is called anatomic pathology. That's the specialty of pathology that most people think of as being real pathology, where you perform autopsies, you receive specimens, you look at those specimens under a microscope, and you then reach conclusions regarding disease. Following completion of 2 years in Cleveland, Ohio, in anatomic pathology, I then completed 2 additional years of training in clinical pathology at the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston, Texas.
Thank you, Dana.
Clinical pathology is another branch of pathology which deals with the study of disease in human beings. It differs, though, in anatomic pathology, in that rather than looking at portions of the body either with the naked eye or under a microscope, the disease processes rather are studied by the use of laboratory tests. And the part in clinical pathology deals with the implementation of laboratory tests and the interpretation of laboratory tests. Following those 2 years, so now we're 4 years following medical school, I completed a 5th year of training after some time in the subspecialty of forensic pathology. I completed that training at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in the city of New York. Forensic pathology, as you may know, is the area of pathology which deals primarily with the interaction of disease and injury in the human body. And as such, forensic pathologists are often asked to make determinations with regard to what natural disease did a person have, what injuries did they have, and what was the result of those natural diseases and or injuries. I would say that the injuries can be of a variety of sorts. They can be, of course, violent, either with a hammer, with a knife, or with a gun. But injuries can also be those of withholding things, such as food. It's possible to starve a person to death. Following completion of that fellowship, I then after that sat for the American Board of Pathology certifications and passed those my first time in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, cytopathology, and forensic pathology. After completion of and receipt of my certifications, I've been active for the past, gosh, I am old, 30 years in both the 30 years in the performance of surgical pathology, which involves the study of specimens from live patients, and for 13 years in forensic pathology, which, as I said, is a little bit different of a specialty, which involves the inclusion of injuries as well. At this time, I most recently now work as a forensic pathologist in a variety of capacities. I do per diem work. Most recently, last year, I was at the university. At the last year, I was in Webb County, Texas, on the Rio Grande, working as a medical examiner for 3 months, which, as you can guess, was quite busy. I also perform private postmortem exams on behalf of families and hospitals. And finally, I do consultations both in civil court and in criminal court, as we are here today.
And in this case, were you hired by my firm to review some records and come to an opinion regarding a particular issue?
I was.
Okay. Could you take this jury through the records that you reviewed?
I will. The records I reviewed were the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office of offense report, the Children Protection Services report. There were some photographs associated with the Children's Protective Services report. There were health records from JFK North. There were also pediatric records from Infants and Children's, which is a large group of pediatricians, which took care of Ronan. And I believe that's about it.
So I want to talk specifically about the Infants and Children's records. What years do those span?
Well, the records span. The records span from the time that Ronan is 8 years 8 months up until the time that Ronan is 13 years 3 months, or thereabout. In other words, approximately from June 1 of 2016 until December 21st of 2021.
Okay. Based on those records, what is your opinion regarding Ronan's nourishment, health, and weight?
Now, based upon those records, it's important to note that the records include within them a calculation which is endorsed by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC. And because the assessment of nourishment is a national of national importance in pediatrics, there's a standardized way of doing it. And for each child, for their particular sex and their particular age, a calculation is performed that's called a body mass index. Well, we can call it BMI for short. But the importance of the BMI is that it takes the person's height into account and their weight to give a calculation so that for a person's sex and age, you can compare an apple with an apple. And so that you're not comparing a child's weight without relationship to their height, which obviously would cause obvious problems. The BMI then, which is endorsed by the CDC, those records were included in the ones that I reviewed, and there's a chart, and the chart shows that in 2016, when he was 8 years, 8 months old, his BMI was had a numerical value of 40. Later, in December of 2021, his BMI had risen to a value of 56. Now, it's perfectly fair for you to ask me, well, what does 40 mean and what does 56 mean? It's actually quite simple. For a BMI of 40, it would mean that at least for boys of his age, which would be 8 years, 8 months, at least 39% of the boys would weigh less. For a BMI of 56, it would mean for his age at that time, which was in December of 2021, that at least 55% of the boys would have a BMI of less than 56. That clearly, by the definition of the Center for Disease Control, means that Ronan's BMI was completely normal. In fact, right smack in the middle.
What does that tell you about, I mean, is there any evidence of malnourishment in the record?
No, there is not. By the records that I reviewed, Ronan's most recent BMI of 56, he has a weight at that time of about 113 pounds, 4 ounces. In order to be judged to be not of a healthy weight, he would have to lose over 18% of his weight. So he's well outside the guidelines for being underweight.
Okay, and is it fair to say that there's no evidence in the record that he wasn't being fed?
Sustained, rephrase with a more specific period.
In the records that you viewed from 2016 to 2019, you said there's no evidence of malnourishment, correct?
Yes, I said there is no evidence of malnourishment as judged by the BMI charts. For the question that you just alluded to, when people are deprived of food, they lose weight, and that mathematically causes their BMI to decrease so that then it is no longer within normal range.
And based on the records that you reviewed, which again are from 2016 to 2019, is Ronan regularly being taken to the pediatrician?
Yes, although the records actually, I think, extend to 2021.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Any cross? All right. Is this witness excused, Ms. Moran?
No.
All right, sir. That concludes your testimony. Thank you. You may step down. Have a good weekend.
I guess I would have thought the prosecution would challenge, but I guess his BMI was normal range.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that means that we're going to conclude the proceedings for today. As I've already given you the heads up, we'll start back on Tuesday. We're going to start at 9 o'clock sharp on Tuesday. So check in with the jury office no later than 8:30 and be up here at the elevators meeting mark at 8:45 for 9 o'clock sharp start time. And the schedule next week will be likely as follows. Tuesday will go from 9 to 5. Wednesday likely from 12 to 5. And then Thursday, if that's necessary, it would be another 9 to 5 days. So that's kind of the schedule that I'm anticipating. There's still a little bit of movement potentially in the Wednesday schedule as I get more visibility when I get into next week. But that's the current, and I know you're probably not totally confident of my estimates anymore, but that's my estimate for next week. All right, so Monday's a court holiday, so you won't be back on Monday, obviously. It's going to be 3 days. So during the 3 days, rest, relax, and sun. Hopefully the weather is good this weekend, but make sure that you do everything possible to avoid any inadvertent media exposure during the what's going to be the long weekend, holiday weekend for us. So with that, I wish you the best, and I'll see you back on Tuesday morning. Same courtroom.
Wow.
All right, everyone may be seated. Okay, so my expectation based on what I'm hearing is that the defense will likely rest on Tuesday. Is that a fair assumption or fair estimate on my part?
It's a fair assumption, Judge. I am working on some videos that we want to play.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not holding you to it. The only reason I raise it is that because it's at least a possibility, then we need to come Wednesday armed with the necessary jury instructions in case you do rest early enough in the day. Now, if you finish late in the day, we would not start closings. I would wait until the next day to start closing. So let me, just for planning purposes, has either side given thought to how long they think they're going to need for closing arguments in this case?
5 minutes.
At least an hour and a half?
Really?
All right, so about 3 hours. So if we finish the evidence on Tuesday, and then if I start at noontime on Wednesday, that gives plenty of time for the closings to occur and then for the jury to have the case for a couple hours during the day Wednesday. And I've already set aside the entire day Thursday for deliberations, if they need it. So, all right, well, that's the plan for everyone. Same instruction to you guys. Go home, rest as much as you can and relax, and I'll see you on Tuesday morning for a 9 o'clock sharp start time. And I don't have a morning docket next week because I was supposed to be on vacation. So that's all right. So I'll be starting at 9 o'clock sharp. There won't be any built-in delay because of my morning docket is what I'm letting you know. Okay. All right. I'll see everybody next week.
Okay. So Monday at 12, we're going to be streaming the pretrial hearing. I heard it was interesting. There's no actual trial Monday, but Monday at 12, that's what we'll be doing, 12 p.m. Eastern. I already set up the stream. I will redirect this after this. And Tuesday at 9 a.m., we will start back with the defense. I'm a little surprised. I really thought they were going to have more. There's really not much substance to the witnesses. It's just very, very just boom, boom, kind of like, eh. Even this guy's credentials was longer than his actual testimony, this doctor. And it felt like, I get credentials are important, but I feel like he was just adding fluff just to add fluff. I guess the body weight thing comes into play somewhat, the BMI, that he wasn't under BMI, he was in normal range. So he was at least getting food. Hopefully when they play the videos, the defense play the videos, I don't know, maybe they should be able to, I don't know, because are they going to blur it out? I don't know. The media wants to see the videos, but I just don't know how they would do that live if they think that they got to censor because they can't show the victim. I don't see this guy winning the case. I still don't think he's going to do a lot of time, though. I'm still kind of, my guess for now, what I've been guessing, and I saw some people, I would say 5 to 10 years. I'd say 5 to 10 years, maybe. Maybe 5. I don't know. And he lost out on the plea deal. I mean, the thing is, it's kind of like, it's hard to say because we're not seeing the actual videos, you know? Carly said the doctor didn't know what he was saying. A kid didn't have a BMI of 56. He was talking about the percentile. Yo. Thank you guys so much, man, for joining me today. Appreciate it. Mucho. Thank you for the super chat, Shaggy. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says thank you, Mel. Diana Atkins, thank you for the super chat. Dre, thank you, Kelly E. TT Cross. TT, are you ready? We'll see what the weekend brings, man. I would love. Oh, I don't want to do that. I would love a chase tonight or Saturday. I don't know. Sometime. I would love for us to have a chase. BMI chart. Yeah, 50 something doesn't sound right either to me. I think he meant the percentile. In my chart, it goes based off of height. I don't know what height they said he was. Yeah, there's no way he was 50. If he was 50 something, he would have been like severely obese. TT, are you ready? Let me show you. Weight in pounds. I want to chase, man. I want to chase. The trial's gotten interesting. It's been a little tough because, no videos, but we're making it through. We'll see, man. If they release some type of videos or something over the weekend, of course, we'll come back. Monday morning, we'll do the pre-trial. Tuesday, we start back with the trial, and whatever happens over the weekend happens. I'll jump on if anything. You said 40? There's no way that kid was, obese. This kid was in a normal range. Well, I think I'm going to get a little bit of rest for now. Take a little break. But yeah, thank you guys so much again. Appreciate you today. I love you. Make sure you check out the backup channel. We don't know if the father's going to testify or not. He wanted to wait. The defense attorney didn't want to say. At this point, I feel like he should just gun for it, shoot for it, maybe. Go for the go testify because, I mean, it could hurt him, but the defense, those witnesses, there's nothing there really. There's nothing, dude. Nothing. Child BMI chart. I'm trying to get off though. I'm tired as well. For this one goes down 4.8. Child. A 10-year-old. We'll do this some other time because I gotta get off. But all right, love you guys. Check out the backup channel. Take care. Peace. Bye.